continue the reckoning, and they will still be waiting for us. And the pressure grows to make a save and throw, to introduce some move, we turn the lights down low. My armor's exposed, I'm getting full of holes. Think I need another chorus. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is August 27th, 2016. September starts up next week, but we haven't quite left summer behind yet. It is about 9:45, about a quarter to 10, and we are ready to get rolling with some Dungeons and Dragons. I hope you people are as excited as I am, because I am excited. I am your humble host, of course, Arvin Elleron. I'm here with you guys. I hope everyone's doing well, and I'm going to bring the guys in, the Infinity and Beyond crew, in just a minute, but before I do that, I want to remind everybody about the ways to support the stream. Please remember to !CTT, by which I mean tweet out the stream. You can also hit that video share button under the video window. That would be lovely. I actually just tweeted this stream out about maybe 15-20 minutes ago, so if you're able to retweet mine, that would be wonderful. !ArvTube will let you get to the YouTube channel where you can check out my past broadcasts of the stream. Please consider subscribing to that. !Steam Group will let you join up with the Steam Group where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between casts. And of course, !ArvTrayon. Right now we are sitting at 501, which is absolutely amazing. I just couldn't say how grateful I am. It's amazing, and I'm super excited. And hopefully is the foundation for a lot more to come. So please consider, if you have not done so already, supporting the stream by basically supporting the Patreon. And you get a lot of cool stuff for that as individuals. And of course, the channel gets a lot of stuff, like, for example, Arvanaut Idol 2, like, for example, which is going to be happening, like, for example, my playing Wizardry 8. So there's a lot of things that are going to be happening, and I'm going to be coming up with new goals as well, which I'll try to put up sometime next week. Tonight, we have Hoard of the Dragon Queen on tap for you guys, day 16, believe it or not, of this. And then on Tuesday, I'll be back over at GOG.com for Baldur's Gate Siege of Dragonspear as I continue that playthrough, closing in on the end of that game on my Pen and Pixel show. And then I'll be back over here for day 17 of Hoard of the Dragon Queen as we get a couple of sessions in quick succession with these guys, which will be a lot of fun. And then, of course, Thursday is September 1st, and we get right back into the new month. So a lot of cool things coming up. Please do all of that good stuff by supporting us. And last but certainly not least, if you haven't already done so, please check check out !Greyshade. That is my new novel, which is coming out next month. I'll be announcing this again at the end, but I want to say, as you guys know, that there is a D&D session which will be with Ed Greenwood as the DM. He'll be running an adventure for us, and that adventure will also involve a group of people, a group of authors, myself, Saladin Ahmed, Amal El-Motar, Mike Underwood, Brad Bollier, Marie Bilodeau, all wonderful authors, and of course, Patrick Rothfuss is going to be playing with us as well. He of not only writing fame, but also Acquisitions Incorporated and Penny Arcade fame. Pat's going to be playing with us too. So it's going to be a great time. I'm really excited about it, and that is going to be October 1st on Saturday, October 1st at around 8 o'clock, I believe, Eastern. That is the special Greyshade release stream, so we're going to be having some special giveaways and events and stuff like that, and I really want to have good numbers there. So please consider pre-ordering that book if you haven't thought about it already, and checking it out and all that good stuff. All right. With all that said, though, it is time to bring in the lads. And so what we're going to do here is I'm going to unmute them there. I'm going to unmute them there. And it is now time for us to move over to the Infinity and Beyond crew, and there they are. What's going on, gentlemen?
And that's why I think is a fantastic human being.
Is a wonderful person. What's up, man?
That's what I was getting to.
No, clearly. I mean, that was very obvious from the way that you were speaking.
I better go.
Yeah, but it's a pleasure to see everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. And I guess I should start by asking, I don't really know why Fifely is looking like a widow, but I'm going to assume there's a good reason. Or now he's got the wind blowing, so now he looks like this vaguely creepy Reaper type figure. So I don't really know.
Because Trendane will today be playing the part from that famous horror film, The Furry in Black.
To fib. Yes, Fifely alive and looks well. Yes, one can hope so. So let's
not much longer.
And not much longer. And let's start out with him, of course, Trendane of our vocalist and many other fame. And Trend, how are you? What's going on with you? How's life in the universe and everything?
It seems to be going all right so far. I think we have a what do you call those things when like super massively gigantic stars and stuff just explode and they send out this wave of radiation that just destroys
an orgasm.
No, close.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Right above that.
The female orgasm.
Supernova?
No, those don't exist. The hell is wrong with you?
Wow.
Well, I'm gay, like I know.
Touche. It's
It doesn't matter what the thing is called. It'll come to me like in an
Supernova?
hour or in the middle of something. No,
That's
bigger
what
than that.
Oh, be even.
Okay. Doesn't matter. So far, everything's fine, and we'll see. Yeah, I got nothing else really at this point.
All right, so I'm waiting.
Still waiting for you guys to have to type in what I'm trying to
I
do.
know. I know exactly. Netherlands like negative 50% viewers immediately. Yes. Well, it is a pleasure as always to have you on board. And I was
Gamma ray burst.
What?
Gamma ray burst.
Gamma ray burst.
See, I was close.
Yeah. There's.
Also, apparently that 50% that left hasn't found it either. So
I have to say, I saw today there was apparently some weather service, some independent weather service, has come up with different versions of what Trump, and I'm not going to get into the political side of things, just what Trump is doing to the Republican Party. So they did it basically like Trump depression, then Trump storm, then Trumpocalypse, right? And they leveled all the way up. The top thing you would think would be Trumpageddon, but there was one higher, which was something like the Trump Ammerdung, or some German reference that I had not heard, which is apparently the end of all things. And the reference underneath it is, you just don't want to know. So apparently that is the ultimate example of I had never heard that there was something beyond Trumpageddon. I thought Armageddon was it, but apparently there's the something Gotterammerdung Valhalla something. So yeah,
the M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong.
Right. Ragnarok. But anyway, so that's where we reached.
Ragnarok and roll.
I was going to welcome Samil in, but instead I see that we're looking at oh, there he is. What's going on, man? Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to you, I'm sorry, Tren, who are you playing? I forgot to bring that up.
Oh, you said Fifely before we even started while I was still in my veil.
I was just pulling you in.
Yes, yeah. Fifely Harper, a druid extraordinaire. He's an extraordinary druid because he's the only one in the party, so there are none others to compare with the thing.
Doesn't that make you a unique? Not
unique.
Extraordinary, it's just unique.
And well, hey, let me stroke my own ego in my own way. Ceres, you go.
Series runner, how you doing, my friend? And how is life in the universe with you?
Well, it's a good thing this
Things are
hasn't gone
good,
off
man.
the rails already.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, things are good. Yeah, not a whole lot going on.
See?
That's okay though.
The old drums of August, I guess.
If my week has been normal, then that's great. That's a good thing. Nice and steady.
How's your server going? The
Good.
rendering box.
So-
is it all up and running?
Yeah. So right now I'm not rendering anything since I finished the first part of scene 3. So now I'm starting to animate the second half of scene 3. So
How many
once I get
scenes
that
did you
fully
say?
animated,
How many scenes?
How
did you say?
many?
Yeah, approximately 6. Okay. All right. So you're over halfway there. Nice. Super awesome.
And some are definitely, some are longer and other ones are shorter. So I do think I am over halfway when you take all that into consideration, which is hopeful. It's nice.
It's funny to think about because I know that this has been the big thing on your plate that's sort of been defining what you've been doing, and it's I don't know how you're going to feel like when you're done with it. Like, I mean, obviously you have many other things to do in your life, but I'm just saying, like, you'll be like, wow, that thing is complete. This thing that like defined all of what you've done.
Yeah, and I definitely, it's going to be good. I mean, it'll just be a switch straight into career at that point, which I think will happen pretty smoothly, but I think you're right that because this has been such a big deal, it is going to take some adjusting to not have that in front of me anymore.
Yeah.
I will have bigger things that I kind of have planned for other projects, but nothing like this. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I can't wait to see the whole thing. It's gonna be good stuff. All right, and you are playing, sir.
Samuel Adams, the almost level 5. What is it?
The one
I'll
warrior
just say
wrecking
fighter.
ball.
There was a funny term I was gonna say, but then I forgot it. So fighter. Same as my schedule. He's nice and steady. He just consistently hits things hard.
Yeah, he does. He's nice and steady. It's true. And you have to feel. And last session was a much better session as far as like his hitting people. So you were worried about your dice rolls from 2 sessions ago, but
He did a lot of hitting, and it was very good.
Yeah, it was good.
A lot of
Which is not his way of saying that there won't be any fighting in this thing.
He's like, as opposed to no.
Samuel's character was awake for most of last session.
We'll see how you guys do it. It's right. That leads us, of course, right on to our good friend John Helfers. John, what's up? How you doing? How's life?
Busy as I mean, it's you and I talked earlier. Just a lot of crap going on. Life is good though overall. It's finally cooled down here in the great Midwestern flyover state of Wisconsin. So I'm looking forward to getting back into this. Had a good Gen Con.
It's usually our job to do, not you do that for yourself.
Yeah, well, just life is good. I'm playing Cade Marmadas, the backup, all-around jack of all trades, rogue, sometimes DPS fighter when some people just can't get their dice together. That kind
Marmoset.
Marmoset. Beep beep beep.
I like the backup. Like you're the understudy for everyone. Is that the idea? Like
step in, little
being coach,
little blade,
yeah.
I do it all.
You're the Rudy of this party.
I can't heal. I can't heal.
Little shape-shifting, maybe?
Well, the whole disguise thing, it's kind of it's a pale imitation of yours, but yeah.
I was gonna say not quite the same thing.
I have this image of him walking out in this terrible like spider cosplay and being like, "Hey, what do you think?" And like finally being like, "I'm not.
Bunch
I don't."
of pipe cleaners sticking off of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Then he just goes, "No."
He's like, "No, it's a perfect likeness. I thought I was looking at my twin." All right, cool. Welcome as always. That leads us right on to Saad. Saad, how is life? I see Australia has not collapsed into the ocean. So
no. It's still there's sun and there's flowers, so we're still okay for the next 12 hours at least.
I love it.
Rhymed.
Yeah. I've been busy at work, and we had the flu go around. You know how everyone gets the flu, and then it's like a week later someone else gets the flu, and then just chains on.
Yep.
And I got it at the end, which is just lovely.
Yeah.
That's why you got it. Yeah, that would work mathematically. Because a 12-hour difference, something like that.
Yes. So you've successfully recovered from it at this point.
Yeah. I didn't get as bad as my mom though. She was out for at least 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I've been streaming and working, and I just finished Bioshock Infinite, and that was so fun.
Yeah, I saw you had been playing a little. I didn't get a chance to get over to that. It was good. You liked it?
It's so good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people saying it was good. I didn't think it was that good. It was just amazing.
Yeah,
Which one again?
Bioshock Infinite.
Bioshock Infinite.
Bioshock Infinite went through this weird thing where when it first came out, everyone was like, "That's amazing," and then there was this backlash, and then there's been this
Yeah, it was
like
this
this
weird
resurrection
backlash,
of
if you
people
remember.
liking it again. It's been a really strange thing. It's like everyone's settled down as like, okay, this is what this game is, and so. But cool, that's good stuff. I'm glad as
and
always to have you
I'm-
on board.
I should say I'm playing Gromnir Grumblehammer, who is a dwarf cleric. Dun-dun-dun.
Yes, who is a dwarf
And do I
cleric.
now have like problems with oozes or whatever the hell that was from
You
last
definitely
session?
have some
So I
concerns
have
about
now
oozes,
mushrooms,
but not quite as
frogs, and oozes.
dramatic as the mushroom thing.
Is that like, all the frogs? What about the frogs?
So traumatic. So traumatic.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
what about the frogs?
definitely
I mean,
a
the
frog
mushrooms I
sitting on
remember.
top of a mushroom would definitely cause like Alice in Wonderland is just Horrorland for you. There's no,
Yeah.
you know, you don't. There's none of that.
Tell you what,
I'm just gonna be.
Sod, I'll tell you what. When next time we find a big mushroom, I will jump on top of it, turn into a giant toad, and swallow you, just to make sure we just connect all the dots.
That's
and-
called desensitization therapy, right?
Yes,
It's like
or implosion therapy.
see, you're fine now, right? Oh.
But Fifely, where's the ooze coming from? You got 2 out of the 3 there, buddy. You gotta have the
Well,
ooze too. You
You
know.
don't ask. Really,
That's the secret of the use, John. We don't give that away until the second
Oh,
movie.
nice. Very
I
nice.
want Gromner to be the first character I've ever seen who ends up in a mental institution because of all the trauma he suffered from
First, we
adventuring.
have to build a mental institution.
Yes.
Anyway,
I'm
that's
sure
step
there's one
one.
in Waterdeep, and you don't want to know what goes on behind those walls.
All right, leading straight on, let's move on to last but certainly not least, of someone who's also been getting over being sick, and that, of course, is our good friend Rob, who I think is feeling a little better, maybe today.
This
yes.
was what my health felt like yesterday.
You had one. Your health was
Critical
at one.
failure. Oh my God. Hello, friends. For those of you who are here for the Our Vocalist cast, you will know that I was not in the greatest of shape during that cast whatsoever. I was coughing and sneezing my brains out. We'll be doing less of that on this cast today because I am feeling somewhat better. Actually, it's a good bit better than I was on that cast. But for those of you who don't know who I am, Darkside Rob, Game Crashers channel, twitch.tv/Game Crashers. I normally cast on this website, but I haven't been doing so because I've been sick. So there were supposed to be like a cast yesterday and the day before that and earlier today, but instead I was coughing and sneezing my brains out and playing the wonderful game of moving around and reorganizing all of my files on my hard drives across 3 computers because that's how we make the Twitch magics work. So that was some kind of fun. I will be getting back to casting though, probably tomorrow and the rest of this week. Schedule is on my channel here on twitch.tv, twitch.tv/Game Crashers. I will be playing. What the hell did I say? I'm casting a little bit of Neo, a little bit of Abduction, which is the new Cyan game, which I'm very excited to be checking out.
Yeah, I saw a
And
couple
I'll
people
also
talking about
be-
that on Twitter. Has been really good. Abduction.
It was amazing. Like nobody had been playing it at all on Twitch before I mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it's like some of the biggest casters on Twitch are playing. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah.
man.
That's why you want to keep this to
couldn't
yourself.
be any fucking worse.
I'm gonna
like,
be
I was
playing
at
a game.
8,000
Huh.
viewer channel, like 4,000 viewer channel. I'm like, oh, fuck that. I mean, because when you say the name Myst, it brings up a certain nostalgia for, I'm sure, a lot of
Sure.
people on Twitch.
Sure.
And a lot more that have never heard of it before because they're 14. But, and that's, which is, just, what's a Myst? So there's that factor of it. But I think it'll be cool to check that out. And then the last one is the Deus Ex, or the Deus Ex, as it is inappropriately titled. The third game and the fourth game in the series if you're going from the one that was originally released in 2000, or the first game and the second game if you're going by the Squeenix Eidos versions.
So Human Revolution and then Mankind Divided, yeah?
Yeah, bang.
Okay.
You nailed it.
Okay.
And that's really it for me. I am playing Ryuvi Dark Crasher, and once again, without trying, I became the longest intro. Sorry, guys. But yeah, I'm playing Ryuvi Dark Crasher, Drow, Knight, Dark, something, Mage, Sorcerer, Mess. I don't D&D. Sorry. Let's just
Hot
get
mess.
along with
Hot
it.
mess, Rob. Come on.
I am a hot mess right now. I'm having hot flashes as we speak.
It's just it's all those
Whoa,
wild
wait,
searches.
you, wait.
It's all those
Ew.
wild searches.
Oh, ew. Anyway,
Very-
yeah, I think that's everything. And if I missed something, I'll mention it at the end of the cast 5 hours from now.
All right,
See you
sounds
then.
good.
Can I just
So
quickly show something before
Sure.
we start? This
Oh,
is,
wait. Yeah, do your thing, and then I have one thing to add. Sorry.
Oh, jeez. longer.
Series, I also have glowy headset.
Oh God! See, check that out. That's the Australian version. So like,
So this
unlike-
is, if you're interested, these are the Logitech Artemis. They were released last year. They're
Let me
actually
see 'em.
really, really
I didn't see it in the first one.
but they have like LED multicolor and shit like that.
Higher, they're not
wait,
on
hold
camera.
them up higher.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
Saad, hold
no, you
them, hold
didn't
them
get
up
to
so
see
that
them, Saad. Turn
so
them around.
Series wants to see them.
Oh,
Turn them
oh,
around.
oh.
Higher.
So
There we
you've
go.
got like one color.
Nice.
These are these here. These are all programmable buttons, and you can actually program these to be whatever the hell you want. So you can have them as keyboard commands if you want to.
Can you like mute Arv on command just by like?
Yep. I could do
That's
that. I
amazing.
could mute Skype on command if
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Have
That's
it
useful.
recognize his
But,
voice so that you can tune him out when he's giving you DM roles and stuff you don't like.
I could
That's
actually
awesome,
probably
man.
put keyboard commands on that to do like roll and just have like roll initiative on that, and then
I hate
You
you
know
realize
something's
that
gonna break on that.
you realize, Saad, that the more you put commands there, the more you look like Lobot from The Empire Strikes Back, right? Like, I'm just saying, you've got the buttons in place, you've got the thing, they got the glow. I'm just saying, like,
Well, you know, secretly, Lobot was the one who was in.
yo, yeah,
the,
no, he's the
in charge of
he's the
everything.
power behind the throne. There's no question
power
about
behind
it.
the
Like,
throne.
yeah, I also like the fact that your headphones are called Artemis. Like, we're now naming them after like Star Trek,
Yeah.
Starship, and like the Artemis.
uh,
Well, that's pretty
they
cool.
have like everyone has a code name, and these are just called Artemis. So
I love it. That's
Arv.
pretty cool.
they're
Yeah,
really
what's
good
up, Rob?
if you want wireless headset.
Bioshock. The Bioshock Infinite thing, real quick.
Sure.
That game was announced and was shown to be something very different from what was actually released. What they actually released was so much more like the Bioshock games that came out before it, that it was the backlash that did occur was the response of people responding to what it became versus what Ken Levine said it was going to be.
Okay, but
That
it
moment
wasn't
when-
immediate though. Like when they first released, it wasn't like
Oh, it was
immediately.
pretty immediate. It was pretty immediate.
They had
because
the
Irrational
this
Games.
gameplay.
Yeah.
They had the gameplay trailer, which was not in the game at all, basically.
Right.
Um,
No, I remember that,
and
I don't know though.
that was
I remember them I mean, yes and no, but I remember people at first being like, "This is one of the great games we've ever seen," and Elizabeth is a great blah 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 blah. And then there was this like about a month into the game's life, I feel, is when people started to be like, "Wait a minute," and they had all these problems with it, and they questioned like aspects of the race question in the game, and so, I don't know, maybe like I agree, it wasn't quite like the No Man's Sky thing where people are like, "This is not
fair
what I
enough.
thought it was going to be." So I don't know. Anyway, but. It's interesting though to see, because I watched a lot of people play it, and it was interesting to see later on people being like, "I don't know."
But
about
for the
this game."
story, the story is really good. And if you
Yeah.
love story-based games, this one has a really great story, and the atmosphere and all the little side bits. Like the very, very start of the game was actually my favorite part, because it's like a fair going on, and you get to play all these mini games, and you get to kind of sense how everything works, and it's
pretty
like
fucked up
cool
place.
but messed up at the same time.
Totally fucked up. And that Bioshock collection's coming out really soon.
Yeah,
that
Arv,
too.
have you played the first two at all?
No, I've seen them played a lot though. I mean, I've seen people play at least Bioshock 1. I don't think I've seen Bioshock 2, but I've seen 1 a lot. I saw you play Bioshock 2, actually.
Yeah, I played 1 and 2. I think Infinite was the least good out of the 3.
Okay.
So I would recommend playing 1 and 2 and then pick up Infinite.
So why
It's
did you
very
think it was the
different.
least good? I'm curious.
It did not feel like BioShock. I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was not in Rapture, so you didn't have the ambiance of that, and as well as having someone that always follows you. I think what made BioShock special to me was kind of the same with Metroid, where you felt like you were kind of the only person alive in this crazy. You didn't know what was going to pop around the corner. And so I don't know. It felt less creepy. It didn't quite have the same feel, and I don't know.
And I did love
Just so you
Metroid
don't
for
worry
that
about
reason.
with
actually.
Infinite, that you have someone that follows you around, but they don't take damage, they can't die, things like that. You don't have to worry about them. They just
that
follow
was
you
good.
around. And she actually has they have scripted moments where she will just do random things, like look at, because it's really, really well done. Like it's much more dynamic than most
Right.
straight up following.
No, I remember the
NPCs.
AI thing was supposedly pretty solid.
Yeah,
with
it was
her, but
pretty solid.
Anyway, that's interesting. No,
I remember to
I'm,
go back.
I'll see if I can
Remember to
hit
go
it a little
back and play the original System Shock as well. All right, carry on.
That I have
Yes,
played.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that I played for
System
about a
Shock
half
one.
hour
That game
and then
is
shut it off
tough
because
to
oh my
play
god,
now,
too
though,
scary.
man.
But it was
Anyway.
highly effective. So okay. Anyway, let's get into it though, guys. I'm just sort of I have eschewed the summary because people had been watching along, but I will just do a little bit of the summary of the last section of this. As people know, the Infinity and Beyond crew has been pursuing the Cult of the Dragon and trying to track down what the Cult of the Dragon is doing. The Cult of the Dragon began with a bunch of raids on towns like Greenest and things like that. Fifely, Sumil, Cade, Gromnir, and Ryuvi came together as a group for various reasons, which I won't get into now, and ended up being taken on by either the Harpers or the Order of the Gauntlet, both of whom are groups that are concerned with the rise of this awful possible group, Cult of the Dragon. Following north along the trade route into Baldur's Gate, and then from there into Waterdeep, the party encountered a great deal of encounters and adventures and problems and things they had to deal with as they were in the process of going through the caravan. And when they got up past Waterdeep, they ended up finding themselves the goods sort of dead-ended at this one roadhouse, which was being used to kind of build this road from Waterdeep up to Neverwinter. That ended up being, as it turned out, a place where there was an underground passage that led to yet another place in the middle of the Mare of Dead Men, which is where we find ourselves here, the Castle Neritar, where the party was lucky enough to be able to befriend a lizard man named Snapjaw, who, along with the rest of his people, wanted to revolt against the oppressive rule of the Bullywugs and of the Cult of the Dragon, who was sort of working to keep both sides against each other so that they could mutually benefit. The party sort of threw a wrench in those plans, ended up creating a situation where the rebellion could actually happen. They finally confronted the leader of the Bullywugs and found themselves in a very difficult position, except because they had done all this befriending of the Lizardmen before, the Lizardmen arrived and helped them with this fight. They ended up destroying the rest of the Bullywugs, and as the last session ended, they had just discovered the portal, which supposedly, according to Snapjaw, leads out of the cavern and to the place where the Cult of the Dragon has gone. And they know that one of those characters, Resmir specifically, has gone through that portal and has gone to wherever this portal ultimately leads. So they're continuing to follow the trail as it becomes clear that this isn't just about stealing money for the Cult of the Dragon, but clearly there's something big going on, and they're beginning to gradually unearth what that big thing might actually be. So that is where we stand. So with that said, you guys are sitting in the cavern after having finally had your full and extensive rest. And you guys are now sitting there. I know you're very happy about that. And you guys are now sitting here trying to decide what it is that you guys want to do.
Well, we just cleared the ooze. Remember the ooze from over on the right, and then we got the chest from
with the fantastic
down there.
artwork in it. It was amazing. and Samil really impressed his tactical use of the pots and everything. That was just tremendous.
Yes, it was. You guys did an excellent job.
And Gromnir picked up a new phobia, which was just awesome.
Yes.
Yep, I now have 3 phobias. It's just getting better and better.
It's good. That's his nickname. Gromnir 3 Phobia Grumblehammer is the nickname. So,
John,
all right.
I think one of the oozes might have affected your camera.
Camera?
Yeah, your camera is a great.
You've been having a very pensive.
I'm a pensive kind of guy.
Look on your face.
Yes, you do indeed.
There we go.
A pensive look.
Try. What?
There you are.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Let me just.
So you wanted to get that armor, right?
Back, baby.
Let me reselect this.
Yes, he did.
So I wanted to actually go, guys. I wanted to go back up and just
Thank you, Rob.
check out the. You said there was a library up there, if I remember correctly. We kind of rushed past that, if I remember.
There were some places I think we wanted to go back and check out before we actually leave the castle, since it's highly unlikely we're coming back here.
Okay.
So yeah,
you may certainly do that if you wish.
For party, let's try to keep that relatively quick, though. I don't want to be bogged down for 2 weeks later, kind of thing.
Well, not only that, but they've also made it clear that you are, in fact, trying to chase something down that is left already.
Well, yeah, an hour here, an hour there. That's true, though. That's true.
But yes, that's fine. You may, if you wish, you may go back and look at other sections if you want. That's up to you guys.
It's an hour amongst frenemies.
Would you mind just an hour or so, just to kind of make sure we haven't missed anything important? Because I feel like there's so much more here that we need that might give us more information.
Well, so the specific area, if you're talking about the
especially the library area.
Right. Okay. So in the which is the library area where I think Samil and
The level
and
below
Ryuvi-
Resmir's place. I think it wasn't it
Right.
Resmir's, and then there was a library, and then Resmir was up above it. That whole section just seems important.
Right. So what you guys had found there, most of, actually, ironically, the stuff that you found in those two rooms, when you have a chance to go back and look, don't seem to be of particular interest. Although you do notice that, and this is the case not only with that, just with that statue, which you remember the statue that you found in the one little shrine, but that was on the first floor, but also a lot of the books here are making references to dragons. That's hardly surprising. But there are multiple references to Tiamat, to the large elder dragons, to and bunches of things about like the dragons of like the various colors of dragons, chromatic dragons, and things like this, like a bunch of books of that sort.
So it's just lots of
So it's very dragon
just-
oriented, but yeah.
Yeah. Is there any
List of useful
information
parts.
regarding can I do like maybe an investigation or something just to see if there's anything regarding what I'm looking for?
Sure. Yes.
All right. I forget it's mine. What my investigation is.
Cults of dragons, statues of dragons, books about dragons, lizard men everywhere. It's like this whole place is infested with herpes.
2.
Yeah.
There are
You
books there,
definitely have
lots of
found a lot
books.
of books. There's definitely a lot of books. By the way, I like
Yeah,
some of these
Megaduce's
books have
idea
paper in them,
of
it
taking the one-to-one
Too
working
many
scale
books.
model of Airwolf that's parked in the back, the catch up with the cultists. That's awesome. Can I please do the theme? The bow. Oh God, I loved Airwolf. The stupidest
some of the
premise of all
books have
time.
Pictures.
Anyway,
Yes, it was.
so yes, mostly just, not anything in particular that you noticed there, Gromnir. But it seems like everything here is very focused on dragon existence for the most part, anyway. But there is one
Probably
thing.
stuff I may have read. Yeah, would it? Like in general, maybe.
It tends to be. There's nothing that seems specific to the cult, except, as I say, there tends to be this focus on the chromatic dragons for whatever reason. And you don't know why that is, but there definitely seems to be that focus.
The Adventurer's Guide to Dragons. This is all in common, right? This is all like written in.
Some of it is written in Draconic, which Gromnir
Okay.
speaks, I believe. But
Yes, yep.
so some of it is in Draconic, but a lot of it is in common. Yes. And the one thing I would say is that the Draconic books tend to be newer. By which I mean not newer in publication, but like brought in more newer. They were more recently brought in than the ones that were written in common. And the chromatic dragon books also seem to be written more in Draconic, and thus were brought in more recently, it seems, for the most part. And you can tell that because these are the ones that are still in the boxes, kind of unsorted. So it looks like those were like getting ready to be filed, basically.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
All right.
Oh, could be a useful resource later on, but not
I haven't
now.
found anything interesting. It's just more on chromatics, just in general, just stuff I've even learned, just kind of like general books on chromatic dragons.
Yep.
And a bit on Tiamat, guys. Nothing here. Hoping for more information. Should we go up to Resmu's room? Just kind of check it out, because
Exactly.
we kind of rushed up there and back. We didn't really
Right.
have a good look around, and I really want to sketch that. He had like some kind of drawing in the back. I wanted to have just a quick sketch of that.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
don't- if you guys don't mind.
So in the area where Resmir was, the thing that you noticed that was sort of most noticeable about this, there was this writing desk, you might remember, and there were these two matched onyx carvings of black dragons that were at the top of the staircase, you might remember, which are about 3 feet tall and heavy, like a few 100 pounds each, you would guess. So
They would be.
not exactly, accessible
Can't
for
sell
you to
it.
bring it out. But there's also here in the sort of back is the sort of room that leads to Resmir's, you don't know, their bedroom, basically, it appears. And in there is basically, this is the place that has this armor stand with this suit of scale mail armor on it. There's a large bed. There are these two wardrobes. There's a standing mirror. And one of the wardrobes, this is probably what you're referring to, has the depiction on the doors of a 5-headed dragon.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. Do you want to check that for traps? It's a closet, yeah, with the.
It's a it's a
At
standing wardrobe. So like so like a closet. Think-
I'll just. Can I just go up and open it?
the Dragon Dewey Decimal
You can
System.
always go up and open it, my friend. Let me just
Sure.
stand by the door here. I'll watch your back as you go do that. Have at it, buddy.
Totally got your back in the next room.
Yep.
All right, I'll go up and open it.
Okay, so who is in the room?
The dwarf's got to learn sometime. I'm standing in the doorway.
Just
Okay.
me.
So as you open it, you hear this click, and then you are sprayed in the face by this green
What is wrong
liquid.
with you guys?
And not just
Hey,
you,
not me.
but well, here's the
Not
problem,
again.
Cade. Because those vials blow up all over the room,
guys
including in the door. So what I need is for both of you guys to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Those vials, the vials we were carrying, or
No,
I
no.
don't-
No, these are new vials that have dropped from the ceiling and actually blown outward. So like there's a couple of vials that
Yeah.
dropped from the ceiling on you, but there's
Okay.
also like Gromnir, it literally exploded in his face from
yes.
this thing.
Oh, that's gonna suck. Yeah. That's...
It's like these boys are looking for trouble. all
Hey,
the
hey!
time,
Don't
wherever
look
they
at me,
go.
man. It was not my fault. Not my fault.
And they found
I'm just going to stand here with my scissor hands and my skin that is some color I don't know. And pretend I don't know
Trapped
these folks.
closet in their own bedroom.
Resmir. That's
a
who it-
19,
it's what
Bob.
you- Resmir.
All right.
Little cartwheel, little happy dance.
Yes.
and,
So
spring
you take
away.
less damage than you would otherwise.
Son of a gun.
So that's nice to know. And do you? What'd you get? Sorry, was that 12?
Yep.
Okay. So a 12 is not going to get it done.
You have a -1 dexterity?
Yep. I'm a
Dwarf.
dwarf.
That's
I
right.
am very stout.
Because
Hey, now wait a minute.
I'm a little teapot.
I've never been one to judge.
short
Come
and
on.
stout. Oh man. Let's see.
Well, you're gonna get blown out of the room, so that's something.
Not dwarves, anyway, trending.
All right.
Wow.
Little people are still people, too. Come on.
Okay. So, Saad, you take 25 points of damage.
poison?
So I say, excuse me, I beg your pardon. Gromnir does. Not from poison,
wait.
but from acid.
Okay.
Um,
25?
You take 25
Fuck.
points.
Shit.
7d6,
I'm-
in case you're curious.
I'm on.
Oh, Jesus.
And so, Cade, you end up taking, let's see, 12 damage instead.
Ow!
And I should have realized that the character who set off the trap has disadvantage on the saving throw anyway, so it didn't. So you were first of all covered with acid. Now the other semi-bad news is that all of the items that are in the wardrobe are now, you hear this burning and hissing and stuff like that. So much of the stuff, including the armor and other objects in the room, are also sort of hissing and burning, and a lot of it seems to be ruined.
Can we do a quick load from the beginning of this?
Exactly right.
I knew this.
Now, the sort of good news, or the news that's sort of important about this, is that in there are what clearly were sort of these purple robes, these cloaks. You can see what used to be like a mantle and stuff like that. Definitely sort of many items of rank. The thing that you can tell, even though half of it is burned away at this point, is that these items were very, very large. They were definitely larger than just standard humanoid. They would not have fit humans or dwarves or halflings or anything, or elves or anything like that.
Half-orcs.
They might even have been a hard time. It's not so much even height, although height is definitely there. It's also like width. They seem to have been designed to be for on top of large creatures. Not that you'll be able to tell because they are now 3/4 burned as you watch. But yes. And
that's a great
this is a
start
very
to the
strong
evening.
trap, and it does occur to you that putting a very strong trap in your own room suggests a certain level of paranoia.
Yeah.
Um,
Could have been.
But look what they caught.
yes.
The funny
Near
part
death?
is, the funny part is, Gromir, you actually suggested I go take a look at it, but you're like, I'm just gonna go and walk in there. Like, hey, we're dealing with.
I learned my
evil.
lesson.
So,
Evil.
by the way, I should take a quick hit point check. This is an appropriate time to find out how everyone's doing with hit points.
Yes, I'm on 3.
No, you said we had the full.
You did have full
right?
rest. Oh yeah.
This
Yes.
is after it, though.
This is at. Oh right. Yeah. He still got hit for 25 points of damage.
Rest time,
Five,
Dan.
what are you at right now?
If we got the full rest,
Full.
then I'm at full hit points. So 38.
That's okay. Gromnir, you're at 3. Let's see. Ryuvi, you are at
24.
24. Cade, you were at.
I
after
am
the
feeling
12 damage?
perfectly fine down here in the cavern.
I was at 38 until a minute ago. Now I'm at 26.
Okay. And Samil, what are you at?
44.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so those of you who are sort of in the room next door hear a psst, ow! And then just a very ominous. If you're going to show me, I swear to God, Jedi, if this is going to be... No, see, I'm not looking... No, see, I saw the title, RoboCop Acid Bath, and I backed the hell out. I saw it already. Oh, my God, that is the creepiest scene. Help me! Oh, God.
Oh, no, it's more about...
Oh, God,
but the part
so
that's
bad.
fun is that... I love that sound.
Yeah,
Well, because it's Toxic Avenger is what it seems like. Anyway, so the other thing you notice in the room, by the way, when you open it, is there are a few other things that you see in the room, and that is on the top of what used to be a heap of treasure, half of which is now burned away. There was a bunch of gold and gems and things like that. On top of it was this 2-foot tall statuette of a black dragon. Now, there is only a little bit of it. It's sort of, as I say, some of it is burned away. But you notice that there are parts of it where acid is literally just sizzling on the top of it and not cutting through. So basically, a lot of the parts are ruined, but there's some parts of the statuette on its back that the acid doesn't seem to be affecting it at all.
All right, I'll.
And it has
grab
what
it.
looks like ruby eyes and diamond teeth, or at least they
Yeah, I
used
was
to
gonna
be.
say, could I have a grab and
Sure.
have a
Are
close look at it?
so yeah. So you pick it up, being since the acid is mostly burned away.
And I'm gonna walk out of the room.
Okay.
As well.
So you walk out of the room, hissing as you go. Hiss, 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 hiss.
Smoking.
My entire.
Why is
skin
your
just
lip all the way up
red.
over your head?
So here's the thing about this dragon, which is a little bit heavy, although less than it was. The parts that have not rotted away, from what you're looking at, you can see these kind of shiny black scales that are on the back of the dragon. And you're pretty confident, although you don't know for sure, that these are actual black dragon scales. And of course, black dragons would be immune in part to the acid which many black dragons, though not all, spew.
Can I remove?
You can try, but removing a scale from the statue, you don't know how long it's going to take, but you could try doing so if you wish. It's a 2-foot tall statue. This is a very small scale. It's basically like like kind of what you would find on the very tip of the dragon's tail type of thing. So
Remember what happened with the closet. Just saying.
Yeah, just before I forget, didn't you say you learned your lesson when you had that cave-in? I just want you to remember
Wrong
that.
character. Wrong character.
Same person.
exactly, Gromnir Grummelhammer is now the
You
Faerunian
want me to
Toxic
play
Avenger.
smart?
Oh, that is hilarious. Yeah.
Yep. Listen, if you want a bad scene about black dragons and acid, go read I forget which Dragonlance book it is, like Dragons of Summer something or other, where there's a scene where where Weiss and Hickman describe, you know what I'm talking about? Describes the person being basically melted from an acid breath. Oh my God, it is creepy, and I can't remember what book it is, like Dragons of Summer Twilight, or I don't remember. It was obviously
It's either Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of Spring Dawning.
it's one of the three, but it's been
Winter's
I
Night, actually, I thought it was the middle one.
I read those when I was like 15, so it's been a while.
It's just like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
So I
3 or 4
can't
decades ago.
recall. Yes, I saw that, Jedi. No, it's very, very cool. The non-signed ones, and I sent the signed copies also to the publisher, so those should be on their way too. Okay, so that is what you have found, Gromnir, hissing and burning. That is what you've discovered.
You have found pain. Congratulations.
You guys mind if I just take a? I know we just rested and
Can
took
I
care
take
of you.
another
I'm
nap?
I
gonna
knew
take-
it. I knew
No,
it.
I just need to take a short rest. That's all.
If whatever
Fill up
rest
a
you
bit.
need is going to fix whatever pizza thing is going on with your face
There's
right
still
now, go
acid
right
burning
ahead.
on my skin, and I would like to get it off. Is that okay with you guys?
I don't even know what pizza is, but it is whatever is going on
Can you
right
smell
here
it?
right now.
Can you smell it? It hurts. and I would like to...
I don't want to smell any part of that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll just go into another room and scream in pain as I take my armor off and get rid of all the acid that's currently burning my skin.
Speaking of acid and armor, incidentally,
Yeah, look at
So
that.
your armor is a little bit pitted and damaged from the acid, and it actually means that your effective armor class is reduced in effectiveness by 1. You are.
Okay.
It is a little bit more
I'll put acid damaged scale mail.
acid damage scale mail. That said, though, it's going to make a great story for the ladies. I mean, it's like battle wounds. You
And
can
my
talk about that
scar
time you fought the
face.
black dragon, and totally that's how you got this. Was
If
when
the
you fought
ladies
black
can
dragon.
get by the whole face thing.
Would it be possible for me to use my mending cantrip to repair any of that?
You could probably do so, yes. I would allow you to do that. It's still going to look like hell, but you could probably mend it such that it would be effective as armor again. So if you wish to do that, you can do that, yes.
I will, while he's
All right.
pouring
So I'll-
stupidly pouring water on the acid to try to wash it off.
I have this image is taking a milk bath, just like base, you know.
dust bath.
Acting out the scene from Fight Club in front of us.
Just seeing what I've got that I can actually get rid of it.
Yeah, it's...
I can use my blanket, I guess. I've got a blanket.
So are you
rubber off.
resting, Gromnir, by the way, in an effort to build up... like?
Just a short rest to spend some of the healing dice. Is that
Okay,
right?
so go ahead and do that.
Dice.
Tell me what you got.
Okay.
Arv, do we get all the character dice? Do we get those all back from after a long rest? Is that what happens?
Yes, I
Let me
believe you get the
check this
hit dice back.
You
That's
get
correct.
Two.
It depends on how many you've
Alright.
used, but at our level, probably yeah.
Isn't it like
Right.
I only used 2, I think, or I had 2 or something like that. So
You
get
restore a
half that.
certain number per rest, but
It's like half your level.
oh,
yeah, half the
okay.
level? That sounds right.
9.
But if we're level
Yeah.
4, that means you get 2 back. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm using my last one. 7. So that's 23.
okay.
It's not terrible.
That's all my hit dice.
Okay. So you're at 23 now.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Sounds
Give
like
me
a
1 second. I'm
fireball
gonna take a
going
look.
off in there, man.
Let's see. Wasn't there a set of scale
what?
mail? There was.
There was. It's now.
scale mail pudding.
It's now
So
acid. It's now acid mail. This is a lot of acid, by the way. Can I just say there was a lot of acid, like the whole room.
Joke, dude.
Sort of
25
troublingly.
points is
It's a lot of
That
damage.
guy, that guy was effed up. My bedroom is gonna have this in it. Yeah, I mean, damn.
We should have
What did you
brought
say
them
it
into
was
that room. and set it
70,
off.
70 what?
76.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Traps
Dude,
are
that's
painful.
bigger than a fireball.
It's hell. It's
You
hell a
got
lot
off
of damage.
easy, Sod.
If it was one more d6, I would have probably gone down.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was. I mean, the entire thing exploded all acid on your face. Like it was, and incidentally,
You
it
didn't
did
need-
so
you
in
didn't
a
need one
breath
more.
style
You-
type weapon. You know, it feels almost like that.
If every die had hit for max damage, you would have been down with 7
Yes.
by a lot.
Yep.
Oof.
Although I was gonna say, I mean, at least, and then Cade presumably would have rolled his eyes and gone to get someone to help you. And like,
Yeah, that's exactly it. I ain't touching them. I got bad enough. Thank you very much. Gloves are ruined. And jeez.
yeah, that's
Now,
right.
Arv,
So
since
spend
it's,
hit dice up to a number of dice equal to half of the character's total number. Yeah, that's right. I was just confirming.
Yeah, when I do a full rest, I can only get 2 back out of the 4. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So Arv, since gold is not vulnerable to acid, and I don't think gems are either. Once everything's died down in the room, I will get a bucket of water
Okay.
and go and sweep the coins and gems into the water
Okay.
and wash them all off and see what we've got out of that.
Well-
as it's the only thing that survived in the room
Now,
itself.
here's the funny thing, though. When you go into the room, you see that the pile is gone, and it turns out that the reason is because it is being carried by Gromnir. The entire, apparently, what he carried was an entire statuette of the dragon, like, connected to, attached to the, quote, hoard of treasure on which he sits. And it's actual gold and gems and stuff like that, but it's all sort of melded together. And you don't think this was just the acid that did that. You think that it was actually put together before that. But you can tell, for example, that the eyes are made of ruby and the teeth are made of diamond. And so some of that is still, as you pointed out, sort of intact, although now it looks pretty like awful because it's like this weird skeletal thing where like half of the thing is gone and the scales
Could
are there. And
we
then, so yeah.
Crack it
Well,
apart to get the parts that are worthwhile.
kind of what I was going
You
for,
could
yeah.
certainly try to do that. You would need special tools, though, to be able to remove them without damaging them significantly,
Oh, wait.
depending on what they are.
It's what I do.
Yes. So,
It's tools, scissors, pliers, lockpick, hammer, chisel.
Hey, I got scissors.
So,
okay.
do I need to make some sort
Look,
of
you can use my
Well,
hands.
so the thing is, and you can try to do that. I should point out, however, that because this is not a large thing, it may require sort of like jeweler's tools more than thieves' tools. This is not like a huge ruby that you're prying loose, a la the player's handbook from vintage days.
It's exactly what I was going to say. Was the cover of the player's handbook.
Yeah. But that was a huge ruby. This one is very small, so it's like, it's so you could try to do it still, but you are a little bit at risk of damaging it as you remove it.
All right, fine. Well,
Although ironically less so now because it was damaged by acid, but still.
Actually, all I want to do is like take a piton and a hammer and like break the head off, since that's the important part as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're able to do that, no problem. The thing practically falls off as it is. And what you're left with is this sort of weird thing where it's just the head and then like the scales attached to it, the head, like sort of back from it, and the rest of the superstructure just
perfect.
like
See, there we
collapses.
got everything we wanted.
Are the
from it.
scales on that the same color as the dragon that was in thingamajiggy at the start? I forget the name of the town.
at the beginning in Greenest? No,
Greenest,
because that was under attack,
was-
I believe, by a blue
That was
dragon.
a lightning, wasn't it?
Yeah,
And these are black dragon scales.
Okay.
What happens if I ingest one of them?
Oh god, that's hilarious. Back.
Do I
That's
get
burger
immunity
up.
to acid?
Yeah, the acid immunity would be helpful at that point, right?
Is that like when you swallow a watermelon seed and it grows in your stomach?
Which really occurs.
No.
It's a reality. It actually happens. It's not an urban legend at all.
All right, guys, I think I'm done. After that,
It comes
I
back.
don't want to search
I
this
would say
castle
there's a
anymore.
good chance that you are. You are.
I
most
left you as a
certainly
child. I return as a man.
done. Some might say you're even well done. So.
Oh, but
Okay, so you guys stand. So that's the case. You guys are now standing near this strange magical circle that is glowing with runic power on the ground.
wait. I'm sorry.
Gromnir, after you.
No. There's one more place.
Come on,
Actually.
Gromnir.
What's the
Check
other
for
place?
traps.
What is it? What's the other place?
There's one more place I wanted to check out, and that was the elves' room. The one-eyed
Oh,
elf.
that's a good idea. We didn't check his place.
I wanted to more carefully. Bromnir did. I wanted to check
Dramora.
out-
Dramora.
Thank you,
Ah,
Dromora.
Jomora, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
You find nothing. Okay.
Well, I'm double checking for traps.
we
first.
got-
You
got-
find that
no,
this is
we got
also
no
covered in
papers.
acid. No, just kidding.
His papers.
You find that too.
We got
Yes, what's
Dramora's
full
papers.
heights,
I remember
also
that.
at the castle, and it's like melting the whole place now.
Yes.
Hold
So
on. Acid melted. Hold on. Dragon sculpture head with ruby
Mangadoos.
eyes
It's funny.
and diamond teeth and black dragon scales.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, I just want to make sure I got that down. It's very important, especially the acid melted part. And it wasn't me, by the way. I think that's important.
And do I lose that -1 AC on my acid damage scale now?
So
From me?
because your good friend Fifely has repaired it for you, at least in small measure. So it looks like hell, but it still actually is functioning.
I'd just say it's damaged, but I don't get the
Correct.
-1.
Yeah, it's definitely not pristine. It will. You have definitely affected its resale value. I'll say that. The Kelly Blue Book, the Carfax, is not going to look good. The
Do you
Armor
guys believe
Fax.
that I actually bought that just before I met you all. It's actually
Oh,
brand new.
absolutely. Absolutely. No, I totally believe you brought that just before you met us. Yes. For sure.
You know, like how everything else was pretty shiny.
I mean,
brand new.
Gromnir, it still had the tag on the back. Let's put it that way. Okay. So
Wait,
you know.
there's-
I would not,
I
because
left
you met them
tag
long before
on.
you met me.
Yeah.
Well, it's gone now. The acid
I had,
burned it off.
I had the tag on the whole time.
Yes, you did. I didn't want to tell you.
Yes.
So-
Okay, so as far as Dralmora's room, Dralmora's room seems to be considerably less, opulent, let's say, than the room of Resmir where you were before. In addition to, you see a few things that are sort of like just sort of laid out on the bed. You see some clothing there, and appears to be sort of kind of basic. There's a dark cloak as well. You do see a scabbard there that has the symbol of the Cult of the Dragon that you guys have been seeing in several other places as well. And of course, there's the raven that continues to rock in the room outside. You may remember the whole raven situation.
I thought I effing killed that
No,
thing.
didn't we?
I think you did.
Oh, did you kill it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you did. I'm
yeah,
sorry. You did.
pretty
I'm sorry.
sure, yeah,
I should have just had him
body
resurrected because
cake.
that'd be funny. But
Well,
no,
it's the
that-
raven.
that-
It's a
he's-
resurrected paradox.
yeah, no, here
I'm
Main's
gonna
dead. No,
keep that
It's
thing.
it's
Your
it's,
man's dead.
it's actually like a spirit raven. It's
I know,
just,
Yeah.
fuck that Raven. That Raven be dead. He ain't quoting shit.
exactly. What's up,
There you
Roix? Good to see you, man, and welcome into the Arvanauts Bigs. Welcome in. Good to have you here. So, as you so that's basically what you see, sort of obviously in the room, is just sort of the clothing that seems to be laid out on the bed, Cade.
Cast detect magic.
Okay. You definitely
Scan the room.
Yeah, you definitely sense some kind of general, some sort of general music. There's a rug, I should say, that's on the ground. It's a pretty large rug, like over the entire, more or less, almost the whole floor. And there's sort of a general, vague aura of magic, but there's nothing specific like dowsing. Like here, there's a spot right here. There's a sort of general sense of magic that exists around the area. But it might have been even from Dralmora himself and some of the stuff that he carried upon his person. But definitely not in this room that's specific
Now,
that you can see.
Wasn't there in the outer room? Because there's two rooms. You go inside, like there's a
Right.
chamber with the raven
Right.
and his bedroom.
Right.
Wasn't there a cache, a hole in the floor in that room with like stuff in it? Wasn't that the case? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it there?
There was, well, it depends on what you claim to have found in said place.
I don't remember. I just know there was a space under the floor. I thought it was in that room, and I thought someone found it. I know that.
Yeah. So the outer room. Oh yes, and I believe that's correct. The outer, there was a strongbox that you guys had found, which was underneath. That was underneath the rug before, but that of course has already been found by you guys. A few hundred gold, a few hundred silver, and a couple of gems that you found in there. And that I believe actually, Cade, you opened, just sprung it using the power of thieves tools, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
But that's
So
all that's
I do-
there.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure because I'm thinking, well, if it's good in one room, so I'm going to take a look under the rug because why the hell not?
So go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Investigation.
We were zoned into a different page of catch on the Raven respawn. Yeah, lovely.
All right. Boop. Yeah.
Okay.
Turned out to. Is that a 20?
looks like-
Non-natural 20.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, there does not seem to be a loose floorboard here. This seems to be more or less just what it looks like, just the rug on top of the floor. And there doesn't seem to be anything else. Apparently, Dralmora, other than that one box that he kept, hidden,
That was-
seemed to be a man of few other.
Nothing in his mattress,
extra
nothing in the
desires.
bed frame, table, nothing.
Nope,
Okay,
doesn't
all right,
appear to be.
I'm done. Now I'm done. Now we can go back to the portal.
Okay, so you guys are back. So, what are you guys going to do as you sit and look at the portal?
Push
All right,
from
before
near
we go-
into the portal. I mean,
Guys, do you think we should tell Ryuvi about Al Herzred?
tell him.
Remember?
What? No. Honestly, I don't. I don't remember.
Do you remember when we talked to what's his stupid face? The Wizard of Thay dude. Oh my god, I can't remember his name now.
You do realize I'm standing right here.
And I assume you're having this conversation separately. This is, are you talking about Asbara, Josh?
Yes,
We have a
Asgard.
portal that we are supposed to go through to find those.
Do you
that
want
we
to
are
talk about it
chasing
now, or
after.
do you want to talk about it after? Because I know you.
Would you like to get
said
more
out loud-
acid splashed on you, or would you like to go through the portal?
Okay, I guess we'll just go through the portal. We'll talk about it later then. Fine. I just
Sounds like a
thought.
good plan to me.
Do you want to know or not, or he's?
I'm confused
person
because
you're
I thought he was there for the entire conversation. What am I missing here? I could have sworn he was like right there next to you for the whole thing. So, I'm not sure what was missed or any. I'm not. Shad, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
When
That's-
Asbara talked to us,
yeah, all of
Ruby-
us.
you know how Ryuvi is looking for someone?
Mhm.
That person is Al Hazred. And if you remember Al, he was with us in the castle at Green Nest before he just disappeared. Just before we met Ryuvi.
Oh, so he was so close to him and yet didn't know. That's hilarious. Yeah, of course. Why don't tell him now? Screw it. We might as well.
I thought I'd be truthful and just tell you, man.
Just to see the look on his face when he realized he was so close to the guy and yet he got away.
You were on track, and are you sure he's bad? Because he was pretty cool guy. What did he do? Do you know? Or you?
Ruby.
He's thinking.
I'm trying to show
okay.
nothing on my face right now, and that's not
Okay.
working. Personally, I want to tell you as much as I possibly can. But considering the status that we are in right currently, with you just having been covered in acid, us just getting out of a fight, and the portal over here clearly leading to our ultimate goal, and the fact that there are people nipping at my and our heels as we speak, I still do not think that this is the best time to discuss all of this. I think we should deal with the problem at hand, and then I will answer whatever questions you have. I promise, but let's not deal with this right now.
All right.
We have more pressing issues to concern ourselves with. Thank you
You
very
shall
much.
feel the fury of the...
What language is that? That's a strange language.
It sounds a little Connery-esque. I'm not sure. The accent, I'm not quite getting it there.
That's because it's almost September.
It's almost September. I am the
I'll
last
be gone to
dragon.
September. I'll be gone to September. Tell my girl, I'll be gone.
Before we go into the portal, I think I'm going to burn level point hit die. Just to boost myself up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which brings you up to...
Hang on. We'll find out in just a second.
Okay.
Hold on.
I will
hold
tell.
on.
Oh yes, and while you're doing that, I want to say one thing. To
31. That's good enough.
Okay.
I want to say one thing to Gromnir, just to. I want to say one thing to Gromnir, just to reassure him, since he's the one who's the most concerned, and I lean into him close, and I will say, "Do not worry, my friend. I know that there are secrets that I have, but you have trusted me up to this point, and that will not fail as we continue our journey. I will put your concerns at ease, but there are things about your friend that you do not know, and I will allay all of your issues, or as many as I can, as soon as the time is right."
All right. Well, just so you know, man, I trust you. You're a really cool guy. I don't think you're a bad person. So I'd say that. And you know how Dark Elves are kind of known for being not very well received in the upper world.
Mischievous.
The four of you have received me better than almost any other that I've encountered, and for that I am eternally grateful. And that's and then I walk away.
All right.
I'm tearing up.
You guys all get
As I
plus
walk
one
away,
love
I
point.
smack Kate on the head.
Also, if I wouldn't cry.
Okay.
I love you, man.
I dodged, by the way. No,
Just
I
let it out.
died.
Just
By
let
the
it
way,
out.
I
Just let it
missed
go.
that. I
It's all
died.
right. It's fine. Just let it. Just hold it.
One
Feel it
thing,
and then move
I
on.
figured out a name for you. You're a good guy. How about that? So we've got the big guy,
Your
the little
nickname is Good Guy.
Yeah, you're the good guy.
It's not the worst thing I've ever
Now
been
I just got to
told.
think of a name for one more person.
Acid guy?
He does take the throne from me, actually. He takes the crown from me, the acid crown. Yeah.
Bernie
sure.
Bernie guy.
Yes.
Crispy guy?
Plus one friendship point. Exactly. Joey.
Cracklin. We'll call him Cracklin.
Call him
Crispy
Cracklin.
Kreme? What?
All right, guys. The password for the circle
portal.
is Drazier. So I don't know if we should go one at a time, but do you wanna? Who wants to go first?
And it's big enough. It's big enough, by the way, to hold everybody.
Yeah, let's just all do it. Screw it.
If you
All
want.
at once,
You
man.
just want to go into group? Okay.
Yeah.
Cannonball.
All right, let's-
Gromnir. Go ahead, right ahead.
Do we have to hold hands or anything? Because I have no
Can I just
idea.
like put like half my body
You
in the
and
portal?
Cade can hold hands if you like. We'll.
So that you can finally be a full orc. Is that the idea? You just wanna
Right, after that emotional speech,
That'd
now
be a
you're
quarter orc.
afraid. Come on, buddy.
You've got
Come
the
on.
maths wrong.
Take my
Teal.
hand, buddy.
You'd be a quarter orc. If you half yourself, that would be a quarter orc.
All right, you guys
I'm
are
sorry, Kate,
activating
would
the.
you like to grab the scissor end first? I don't. Is that I can.
So you guys. So who is
Little
speaking
trim
the
look
actual? Who's actually speaking the word?
I'll do
I
it.
think it has to be Gromnir, probably.
Romnir, yeah.
Well, either Gromnir or Ryuvi, because those guys are like the casters. That's my guess.
Grazier was in
I'll do
Draconic,
it.
wasn't it? Wasn't the actual word in Draconic?
I believe it was in Draconic.
Yes.
So I'll say it in Draconic then.
So
Drazier.
as you say Drazier, the room begins to kind of like
Fill with acid.
right? Yeah, it fills with acid. You all die. No, but it begins to sort of see it sort of shimmer, and you feel sort of a faint nausea, and then there is a feeling of like you're zooming down this tunnel, and the next thing you know, you have appeared
I shouldn't have eaten.
somewhere else, and it is in complete darkness. No, just joking. You appear.
I'm hearing that line from Dr. McCoy. I've never trusted those damn.
Never trusted those
transporters."
damn things. Now, here is the first little surprise of the evening, gentlemen. You are now officially, and I do not, by the way, want you to spend the entire time thinking of nothing but this, but you are now officially level 5. So congratulations. After having reached there, you are level 5. I will not make you wait, because
No, it
as I
doesn't
say,
mean
I'm
anything.
making a slight adjustment in the way it's structured because they weren't, yeah.
I'm sorry,
so
I
it's
have
just-
to remake my character for the next 3 hours.
So
I'm
we're,
out.
so we're at 6,500 XP. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? That's
That's right. Oh my
for all
god.
of us? All right.
Dang.
So you
Alright.
guys are now
So-
level 5.
I will see you at the end of the cast when I'm finally done redoing all
Right.
of this shit.
See, that's what I do not want to have happen. Hence
Oh,
why
that's what you don't want to have happen.
That's
Okay,
why I
now I'm
began
on
by
board.
saying yes.
I'm muting my microphone.
Please zoom
You
out.
did say that we do get those benefits now, correct?
Yes, that's right. Yep. I'm not going to make you guys wait. But I also don't want, I don't want to
Yeah.
spend the whole time figuring out like
Yep. No, understood. Yeah.
So welcome
Throw us
to
into
level
with
5.
the 25 orcs or whatever, and it's all good.
Right, exactly.
Then we'll be like too busy to care. Yeah.
Exactly. And Samil, for some reason, is 10 times the size of everybody else.
All right,
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll my hit dice
As
for the
it
next
should
level.
be.
Okay.
6, not
Yeah,
bad.
that you can do. You guys can figure out what your hit dice are. However, please just add it to whatever. So like if you don't go like you don't get maxed out, Gromnir. So in other words,
Right.
you add it
Yeah,
to whatever you got right
So I
now. You
just
follow?
add 6 to 23. Yeah. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying?
fine. So you're at 29. And as soon
While
as you
we're
guys
doing
figure out the
this-
hit points, let me know. What's up, Trent?
While we're doing this, can you switch Ryubi and I, because we're
God
switched
damn it.
again?
Yes. Why keep doing that?
It's hit dice plus con modifier, right? For
yes,
hit
Correct.
points?
correct.
Correct. Yeah.
What did I do? Sorry.
Oh, wait, I get one more.
Everything wrong, Rob. Oh, sorry.
Sounds about
35
right.
because
Sounds
dwarf.
about right.
Yeah.
I
I'm
love
technically
you too, John.
35 max, so 24 plus.
What is the damn? Why do I always forget this? How do you determine hit die again?
You're a
1d
mage.
For a
your
sorcerer, I think it's
1d6.
1d6, I believe.
plus your
1d
con modifier.
Plus your con modifier, yeah.
Right. Okay. 1d6. All right. Cool.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't forget your proficiency bonus goes
Okay.
up by 1.
Did I do that right, Trent? Is everyone in the right spot?
Let me check. I was just marbling over the maximum roll there. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am who I'm supposed to be. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So now give
Nice-
me a
nice
quick
roll,
update.
Trent. Very nice.
Fifely, you were at now
50.
50. 50. Wow.
Shit.
Check you out.
Shit.
Yeah,
Gromnir,
man.
you were at 29.
30, I'm at 29, and my max HP is 35.
Yeah.
If you need to know that.
That's fine. That's -5 acid effect. Ryuvi, what are you at?
29.
It's not bad. It's good as Gromnir.
I only rolled a 2. So.
Cade, what are you at? 38.
38 out of 45.
Okay, and Samil is now at 178, right? No,
Yeah. No, I'm at 52.
52, slightly ahead of Fifely. Fifely's like clearly been hitting. Did not skip leg day. I mean,
It's
what that
righteous living. It's living
Yeah.
at one with nature. It's
means. Okay,
His
So
shapeshifting,
proficiency
he's
bonus?
higher up than me, for sure.
Okay.
Proficiency bonus goes up.
sometimes I roll
So
low.
that means your plus to hit goes up. The skill should automatically update if you've got skills. And,
Okay.
Where we put
saving
that?
throws and stuff.
Yeah,
You
skills
know
get
what
a
I
plus-
fucking do.
+1 to your spell attack mod and your DC save.
Are,
Okay.
Seriously,
Sorry?
are you asking where you put the additional one to your proficiency? It's where you got level and proficiency and the experience points. It should be right in the middle there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So while you guys are figuring this stuff out, let's
We
let me
don't wanna
explain
spend
sort of
all-
where you guys are. And actually, let me change up the music because this sound is not appropriate anymore. You are no longer hearing the dripping sound of the inside of the cave.
We're now hearing the horrible stink of a hunting lodge. Wait, that makes no sense.
More or less. But what I'm actually looking for is, where do I have this? Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Okay. The change is extremely stark. First of all, you sort of emerge, kind of blinking, and as I said, feeling a little bit nauseous. And you notice that there's a couple things you see. First of all, you see the circle that you stumble out of kind of glows as you look back for it and then goes dark. That's the portal from which you just came. And standing in front of you is a wooden, it looks like 2 or maybe 3, there might be like a half-story, lodge of some kind in front of you, a building, which looks very much like the aforementioned, as we talked about, hunting lodge. And right now you notice that you're very, very cold and much drier, like any sweat that was left on your skin from the very humid conditions you just came from are gone. You are clearly somewhere in the mountains. The air is crisp and clean. It's very refreshing after what you were just in, actually. And you feel like you're in a much different environment. This is several hundreds of miles away, you would have to guess. So you definitely have been teleported somewhere that's very, very different. The place around you is silent. And there doesn't seem to be anything moving except for a few birds that occasionally fly overhead. Fast, sort of quick birds, and definitely not any, like maybe swallows, if they could even be up here, possibly. And then a couple of birds that have larger wingspans, maybe hawks or something like that, which are farther overhead. And as I say, you have this closed lodge, is basically the way to put it, in front of you as you are walking outside of the portal.
All right. Should we check? Just want to have a little look around the. So how many? So is this we can see outside from here? Yeah. Just making sure.
Oh yeah, you are outside. Like you sort of are. You're outside right now. You're looking at what you're looking at. There is the walls, basically, or not really the walls, but I guess so. Wooden walls, though, of this house with these stairs in front.
Okay.
And there's a smaller little building, by the way, as well, that is off to the side. It looks like maybe you can't really tell. It might be like a shed or something like that of some kind as well.
Could I perception check just to see if I can see or hear anyone around?
Sure. Go ahead and make the perception check.
10.
So this is what you're able to see. There are, first of all, as you look around a little bit, there are dark pine woods all around on the slopes of a mountain valley. The air, as I said, is cold and fresh. And there are 2 of these ancient stones standing beside you. That's where you just came from, the portal. And no more than a bow shot ahead along a path is this large house that I mentioned, with stone on the ground floor and then timbers above. And within sight are more of these standing stones, again, all sort of in this circle where the portal was. These pine branches that I mentioned are shifting and swaying in this gusting, cold, fitful wind. And there's a squirrel that sort of chitters and then falls silent. And that's basically what you can see and hear from where you are. Very quiet, very cold.
All right. So, guys, should we head on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll head up to the house.
Okay.
Should we go stealthily or?
I'm gonna be bringing up the rear.
Oh, then I'll be staying here.
Do you want to go in first or?
Chances are.
Let's have the sneaky guy go first.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm happy to walk up and knock if you want.
You saw how good that worked last
It's just
time.
right out
So
of Beauty and the
great
Beast,
for-
right? Like you've seen other
Yeah.
times.
Exactly.
Just putting it out there.
There's nothing wrong with his approach. He was just stupid. That's all.
Shots fired.
I can't fault the druid's flawless logic there. Yeah, let me see if I can reach the door, but all stealthy-like, Arv.
Okay. And of course, I should point out that it is, midday and fairly bright. So, which is not to say you can't try. I'm just letting you know that shadows are not to be found easily.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm gonna do is put on my gray cloak, put the hood up, and go up that way.
Okay, that sounds good. Go ahead.
Is there
and
any
make
way to kind of have a rough estimation if we've gone like, is it the same time period that we were at? So like we're in a nearby area, or is it like earlier in the day or later? In the day?
It looks to. You would guess it looks to be about the same time of day. You don't think that you've gone forward or backward in time, although of course you can't be 100% sure. But you are definitely nowhere close geographically or topographically to where you were. So.
Okay. But we're on the same latitude. Basically,
we're
not in a different time zone because the sun isn't now suddenly.
Yeah, that's there. Correct. That's right. Yeah, the stars are not upside down, as it were.
Distance, in like
no,
a far distance,
but you've gone high though. The air is definitely thinner up here.
You did say it was a hunting cabin or lodge or something.
Mm-hmm. And we have no idea if when we took the portal in, if we just went and appeared in the middle of the thing, or it was like.
Yeah.
Everybody knows we were here.
Right. Yeah, it sounded a little bit loud to you when you were inside it, but it didn't you did. I mean, you don't have any echoing like booms with like birds. Like the birds overhead seem to just the squirrel chittering. You definitely don't see like things bolting away. So that would suggest maybe it wasn't too loud outside.
Does the stone portal look quite ancient?
Yes, extremely ancient.
Okay. Interesting, and it's also got it's the exact same kind of markings as the portal in
same
the
markings,
castle.
Correct. Right. And by the way, now that you're looking at the markings, go ahead and then I'll have you do a stealth check in a minute, Cade. Make a religion check for me, please.
All right. Would I? Okay.
Exactly. You guys teleported Terminator style.
Great. Now we're all naked.
Yeah, really.
24. Hey.
Okay. First of all, many of these runes seem to be in an ancient Draconic script. And it's odd. If you've ever had the experience of trying to read Old English does not have a lot of sort of modern connections to modern English. You can recognize a word here or there, but you really don't start figuring out what the hell anything says until you get into Middle English, and there's reasons for that. This is what that's like. It's like you can pick up little bits and pieces, but the stuff that you're reading is from an ancient time. And of course, Draconic, dragons have been around for a long time, and the Draconic language has been around for a long time, but this is an old version of it. And I'm talking, 1,000 years old at least.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Cade, and make your stealth check to get up to the front there.
Yeah. Joey's like, it's one of those anime episodes where everyone switches bodies.
Yeah, right. It's all like Freaky Friday or something like that. Okay, so you're able to move yourself.
Well, actually, hold on. That becomes actually a 25.
Okay, well, so you very silently creep along until you get right to the base of the stairs. So go ahead and move your guy there.
Okay.
This.
I don't see the map. It's all black for me.
What?
Scroll down.
I see. It's at the very bottom.
Scroll down.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead and move your guy up to the stairs.
I fooled myself. Right there.
Right, exactly. It was you stealthed yourself. You're like, where am I? I can't even see your hand.
Yeah.
So this ancient building has a wood and plaster upper floor. Now that you're closer, you can see that. Over a fieldstone lower floor. It's got these shuttered windows all around the outside, which are now all closed. The roof is completely overgrown with moss, and there is a single door which stands slightly open. Smoke is pouring from one of the 3 large chimneys. And in fact, let me quickly check and see if...
I thought he was going to say smoke was pouring from the door. I'm like, that's not...
From the door, from the wound that was just blown in your side. No, that's...
hit by PPC! No, wait. Wrong game.
Fire in the hole!
Quite.
All right. Give me a second. I actually have a picture of this. And I'll show you guys what it is in just a moment. When we come back to Hoard of the Dragon Queen. Okay. Let's do this. And... Okay.
Yeah, we could take a mega. I wouldn't be worried about that.
Okay. here's what you guys see. You'll see it on the screen in just a minute. This is what the outside looks like. The only thing you do not see there is the what looks like a white dragon above it. You don't see that. Not that you would.
Thanks for that clarification.
But
there's a dragon in
there,
here.
and there's a dragon.
Oh, God.
No, but you do see that.
Okay. You said the door is slightly ajar. It's slightly open.
Correct.
How interesting.
Slightly open.
I will zip up to the stairs.
Is that door in the bottom right? Is that really there? Is that real there, or is it just a part of the image?
So there is there actually is something there that you could look at if you wanted to head over in that direction.
I think we'll wait. I think I'm gonna wait. Unless anyone else wants to go have a look.
Nazgul. Yeah, no.
So, I make it up to the top of the steps without any incident. I'll peek inside.
Okay. So I'll tell you what you see. Just as you carefully peek inside, you can see right now, just inside the front door, is what looks like a chamber of some kind with pegs and benches for what looks like cloaks and boots. And there's a set of what looks like rusty spears that are resting in one corner that are held in the claw of a small drake statue. And that's pretty much all you can see by just peeking inside. You'd obviously need to get inside to see more. There does look like there's a door on the other end of this small room.
I hear no noise coming in from in here.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Yeah, I'm ready. With my super new perception. Which, hey, 21.
So, you do hear what sounds like you do hear a few things. You hear what sounds like might be possibly the crackling of a small fire, not too far from here, and you hear sort of like a couple of like creaking of the wood on the levels above. So like there's as you know, like a story above this at least, and you hear creaking as if people are kind of moving about, but it doesn't seem like frantic, like like people moving around. But
right, just people walking. Okay,
right.
I'm gonna assume this is empty for now, and that's enough for me. It's a mud room, so just kind of an anti-chamber entrance kind of thingy. Maybe a fire in there. I mean, fireplace. And, for taking off cloaks and stuff. So if we're going in, I guess we should really kind of figure out what our strategy is. Are we going in here or checking out that side door you mentioned? What's,
If there's a fireplace, they gotta be friendly.
That's all it takes.
If Rezmir is here, then I'm going to be prepared for literally anything, especially now that I've been burnt alive, just about. Or melted alive, I should really say.
I destroyed your crap.
Good night, Hillness.
Yeah.
Sleep
All
well.
right, I'll come in.
Night, Hill. Take care.
Have a good night, Hill. I'm going in.
Do you want to check around the side, maybe, or check this bottom door?
I was thinking that side door might be a better access point.
I think coming through the main entrance isn't going to be safe.
Sabine?
I haven't knocked yet. I'm just kind of walking up.
This is probably the enemy's place we're going
Guy,
to. So
you could be right there, waiting for us. We should probably just think.
Now, buddy, with your new tactical brain, isn't it smarter to come at someone from a direction they don't expect rather than barreling through the front door?
I don't remember there being a side door. I just see
on the picture. You can't really see it here, but it was over there. But on the picture, there is actually definitely one.
And there do, as I mentioned, there do look to be like possibly a couple of small little buildings to the right, like outside of the lodge.
Yeah, I should probably maybe check them out first. So should we all just go around the side, do you think? Just
peek around the corner.
All right.
Okay. So you guys are heading this way. All right. Okay, here is what you guys see.
Level 5, I can take anything on.
Take out the whole empire myself.
Okay. So this is what you see. This little building, and let me reveal the truth. Okay. You reveal what looks like, very obviously, which is I don't mind saying the name, a stable. And the reason you can see the interior of it is because the doors, both sets of doors are open at the moment. So you can actually see inside a little bit. Now you can't really see what's occupying anything in there, but right now you can definitely see that both sets of doors are open to the outside.
All right, got to be careful. There could be more of those dog things. Remember the dogs? Those weird.
The ones I killed? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember those.
No
Well,
problem.
I don't know, guys. The big lettering on the bottom of the floor says stable. I think we'll probably
I
be
think you
okay.
might be onto something. It's like crop circles, or they like...
Sure.
Yeah.
Can check it out anyway, or just
Yeah.
skip it.
Yeah, I'm checking it
I
out.
don't know if we can get past this barrier here. It could be kind of difficult.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, we made
You
it.
jump over the line that says stables.
Exactly.
Get the horse whisperer
so
with this, though.
I don't understand why they insist on not having those things. Anyway, at the moment, these things seem to be empty. There is, on the inside of this, you see several stalls with some hay and straw. There's a pretty strong smell in here of some kind, a creature smell of some kind. But whatever creature created that smell does not seem to have noticed as well. By the way, Fifely, as you are making your way towards the stable with the rest of the guys, you have a very strange feeling of deja vu about this area. And it's not just sort of your standard, it feels like I've been here before. You have this very, very strong image in your head of having been in this environment before or seen an environment of this kind. It's almost, you don't know whether you dreamed it and now that is repeating the dream or what, but you swear you've seen, and it wasn't really noticeable to you till you got around the side of the house and then you could see the lodge on the left and then the sort of stable area in front of you. But all of a sudden it's like, whoa, what? Something seems very familiar to you about this area.
Huh. That's a bit odd.
What is?
Well, I can't help shake the feeling that I've been here before, but I lived most of my life not in Greenest, but between Greenest and the Wood of Sharp Teeth. I don't think I've ever been here before, but I don't know why it seems so familiar.
Were you here as a horse?
It's a possibility. I just don't think so.
Was it before your capture? Maybe. Do you remember everything that happened?
I can't put my finger on it exactly. It's vague. It's almost dreamlike.
Check it
in a
out?
way.
If we hit you on the head with a frying pan, will that jog your memory?
I don't know. Do you have a frying pan?
Well, I've got several very blunt instruments that'll probably do the job.
That wasn't my question. Do you have a frying pan? You're the one who
Preferably
made
cast
the
iron.
No, I didn't take one from the castle. So.
Do not say the word
Steel.
frying too loud around Gromnir. He's still
That's
sensitive.
true.
right
The
now.
mushrooms.
It's
Exactly.
just a little
Oh.
too soon, okay?
Mushroom omelet.
No.
We make it
God.
I don't.
My eyes like flicker for a sec. That's it.
Oh, those are your eyes. We can see them again. Good. I was worried
We
for a
should
little bit.
continue. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other thing is you notice in one corner of
The other thing is, I noticed in one corner. Keep going.
not that. You also have this deja vu. Yeah.
Yes,
More
please.
comfortable.
But no,
gonna say.
right here. So it's not actually positioned. It's on there, but right here, there's actually a well, which has a hoist and a bucket. And the bucket currently is at the top, so the hoist is wound all the way up. But the thing that's odd about this is the entire area, like this, below it, is set on a foundation of stone, like worked stone, and the well seems to have been carved through it. In other words, it's not that you can see from where you are that the stone kind of, how do I put it?
The stone
Folds
was
up.
clearly here first.
Yeah, it folds up into the well more than the well having been driven through it. So either they did it around it or they carved through it, but there was a foundation of stone on which this stable was placed, which is, by the way, most stables that you don't really have to have foundations of stone, but this thing is built on stone, and then there's a well on the outside of it that cuts down.
You mentioned the scent of a creature. Does it smell like horse?
Go ahead and make a nature check for me.
Oh my god. Nature check. Okay. 20 plus 5. 20 plus 5. Thank you. Finally. Oh, yeah, that went well.
Not for sure,
The
not a
streak
horse.
continues.
You can't quite place it, but for sure, not a horse. Definitely not.
Okay.
You know it's not one, so that's a plus.
Yeah,
There's only
it's-
800 animals. To
Not
eliminate,
horse.
so you get the right one. Yeah.
I know.
Let me jot that down.
Is it a platypus? No, it's not a horse.
I've never seen one, so I'm not sure.
It's the sloth.
My
It's like
father
giant
told me about a
sloth.
platypus.
It's a drop
I
bear,
don't
I know.
A drop bear, yeah.
Drop bear. No drop bears.
I don't think they were stabling horses here.
Also, by the way, these are big stalls.
And
Like-
Well, that's what I noticed when I poked inside. I'm like, that's a lot bigger than
Big
what a
stalls.
horse needs.
Is it a donkey? That's big stalls.
What's on the? I'm going to step inside. Arv, what's on the ground? It's not hay, I presume. Just stone. More stone?
No, there's stone and there is hay, but the hay seems to be old, and on top of the hay, you can sort of see on top of the different aspects, you see these what look like scratches, almost like these scorings, basically in the stone floor. And then there's a lot more of the scorings in the different stalls. There's some scorings that sort of, you can kind of see even on the picture, that there's some scorings from like things moving like in and out evidently, but there's a lot more scorings inside. And so there is some like old hay and then lots and lots of scorings in each of those stalls.
So whatever these things are, they have claws. How many claws?
And they're big.
They're
Yeah.
big. Yeah, they are
Yeah.
big.
Must have housed your
Is
mom
it-
here.
Like, wow. Is it 4 parallel marks or 5 or 8?
This looks to you to be, it's a little confused because there's so many of them. It's more that the scoring is just happening, like whatever the creatures are, like move about, so as they do so,
Okay.
there's more that's being done. It's been too used with too many scoring marks to be able to
Okay,
determine like
okay.
how many there are at any one time.
Anything with odd marks on the walls, perhaps, like I'm thinking scorches or something that might look like acid or
To do that, you're going to need to go into the stalls to look.
Oh, sure. All right. Oh, like,
oh shit!
76 damage.
dodge the hell out of it.
1 million damage, yes. Okay, so looking in there, you're going to have to get closer to the wall than that.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. How's that?
Okay. So
for you?
yes, that's fine. So looking along the wall, there do seem to be a couple of scoring marks, but there's something weird about this. The marks up here are thin and not claws because there's only 1 or 2 lines. Like there are score marks, but they're not like, multiple lines that are in parallel. There's sort of one single line that goes in different places, as if something which was creating a single score was doing so in multiple ways, but not at the same time, not with like claws or something like that.
More
Only
like a
on the
hoof
walls.
Pawing at the ground.
Say again.
We're
Sorry.
dealing with
I
What'd
said
you
more
say,
like a
Barkley?
hoof pawing on the ground rather than.
or a horn scratching the wall.
Oh.
I'm thinking
It's more a
enlarged-
single line than multiple lines.
I'm thinking an enlarged lizard centaur. Yeah. Or I'm sorry, lizard unicorn. That's what I meant to say.
Perfect.
So, yes.
Or
Exactly.
a lunicorn, as as we like
Yes,
to-
yes. A lizicorn.
A
lizicorn.
uni-izzard, yeah.
Unit lizard, exactly.
An Eddie Izzard? What are you talking about?
All right. Get kicked through the straw looking for. This is gonna sound weird, but droppings.
Okay.
That's what I was
drop
going
there.
there.
Yeah, so the funny thing is that this, for a
Crikey!
place
Oh,
which
sorry.
seems to be an active, I mean, you would assume an active, stable, there don't seem to be a lot of droppings here. It looks as if this has been swept clean. So there is a scent, and you can definitely smell some, but it seems to be pretty well maintained. And as I said, seems like a relatively active stable.
Yeah, even though there's nothing in here right now.
Correct.
Well, just check. There is no animals in here. Just
Not from what you can tell, no, doesn't look like it.
okay. All right. Boop boop boop. There. I will relay my findings to the rest of the team.
Okay.
Go team,
Just
go.
going
If anyone else
outside
wants
in
to
case
go
anyone comes
inside.
for us.
And as I'm
Uh,
examining the well, I will kind of hear him singing, "Did you find any feathers?"
I did not see any feathers, just hay and a lot of scratchy marks. Ooh, a beak. That's a good point. Maybe it's griffins.
But you did not find.
But there was no feathers.
No
right?
feathers that you saw. No.
I'm going to sneak around this far side and see if I can kind of see a little further up north.
Okay. There is another building to the north, a little smaller, and it has one single door, and I'll show it to you. Although this time, in this particular case, I do not actually want you to see what the name of the thing is before you see it. So give me one second here.
Mm-hmm.
And Arv, just so I know, also this blood mark right here, that's just like aesthetic, right, on the map.
Yes. That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
don't
really
know.
more of
They
a
do that. It's
discoloration than
distracting.
anything else. But
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah,
I was
all the
like, should I check that out? Like, whatever.
Yeah.
One of our dragons had Mexican that night. He got a little bit messy. We didn't decide.
Dude, that's like red. That's horrible.
It was
Yeah, yeah.
really hot Mexican food. It was-
That's a Taco Bell, man.
Hey, you don't know what colored poop dragons give out.
That's
Maybe they
right.
could be red.
Okay, here we go. I did a remarkably good job, if I do say so myself. Okay, this is of keeping that silly thing that was right in the middle here. All right, so what you can see is, and it's a little bit to the north, and I can't show you because it's going to show you the lettering of the. There we go. For chat.
But I can see
lettering what
through
it is.
that, though, right?
Say again.
I can see through.
Yeah,
like, I
yeah,
can see
yeah.
that
It
door.
is like
Okay.
it is like
That's
right
just a
nearby.
clear
That's
path,
correct.
Like clear
Gotcha.
open area.
Yeah, that's right. Basically what you see there is it looks like another stone outbuilding, but unlike this one, it's got a mossy roof, and there are no windows. But there are the solid oak door. There's a solid oak door that you can see here, which is tall, about 9 feet tall, in fact. And the whole thing resembles kind of a small barn of some kind.
Perfect for Sacred Flame, yeah? Mossy
both.
roof, oak door.
These the greatest hits of Grumnir Grumblehammer? What are we doing today?
If it was Gromnir doing it, he'd accidentally Sacred Flame when he's inside the barn.
When it's locked. And you
All right, what are the rest of you guys doing? I don't want
What's
to go
up?
up there by myself.
Parker, dude, that is fast work. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Thanks. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
So actually,
follow me up here?
I'm done here, so I'm gonna go join up.
everybody's
meal.
checked out the stable. I'm gonna move.
So
up
there's
with,
so
Go like that.
So there's some kind of creature that's staying here, yeah? Is that what you think, guys?
What's up, buddy? Yeah, something, but I'm not sure what. It's got claws.
Are there any footprints
maybe
or anything?
Hoard.
Could I just look at
Hoard.
the see if there's any prints on the ground? Like
Once you get
footprints?
outside, what you see mostly are the same kind of score marks. Although they're very light out here because once you get outside, it's like there's the stone. The inside is where all the stuff is happening. Out here, it gets very light
Everything's
and
concentrated
confused.
in there.
Correct, but it's the same kind of scoring marks.
Do you want to sneak up ahead, Cade?
We'll go
Sure.
inside.
Why not? Do we see the label now or not yet? We're still not seeing it.
You're not. So if you could just sort of jump yourself up there,
Yep.
once you figure
I'm
out what this
assuming,
bubble
Arv,
is.
that there's like windows all along the side of this house as well.
Yes. So that's correct. On the left side, there are windows, but all of them are shuttered. All of them.
Yeah, I was just gonna check like if there was any that
They are
open,
all
and I can
shuttered.
I'm just gonna be covering, just watching for anyone coming out and.
Which is
may
by the
attack
way
us.
a little odd. I mean, there's no like nothing. That's
Even the
coming
front
inside
ones
it.
were shuttered.
Yep.
Were they all shuttered?
All shuttered.
Yeah, he said that. He said before. Did
Just
I,
at the
did I need
front
a stealth
door
roll
or
to get up there or something?
Depends if you're trying to stealth up there. You certainly can. Sure. Go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Yeah, stealthy-esque, exactly. I should add stealth on here. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Boop, boop, boop. That's another 20. Actually, it's a 27. I gotta
Okay.
change
So
that.
you very quietly make your way up to that building where you see what I have
Sir.
previously described.
Yes. Okay. All right. Big door. Big door.
Yep.
Little marmoset.
Yeah, I know. Is the door locked?
Yep. Sure appears to be. You try it.
And-
Click.
Yeah. Rattle. Peeking around the side. No, you said no windows on this floor, on this level. Is that correct?
No, right. No windows on this little building at all. I shouldn't say
Okay.
not small building, but it's a little bit smaller maybe than the stable where you just were. But again, it's still a good size. It's relatively speaking. It looks like a small barn.
You said moss-covered roof
Yep.
and single story.
Yes, single story.
Does it have a chimney?
It does not have a chimney, no.
Santa Claus.
Actually, I'd be his elf helper.
Santa
halfling
said.
helper.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to pick the check for traps.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check then.
Okay. I will do so. As you have requested.
I shudder to think what's inside. Shutter Island. Good air conditioning, yeah.
Not so good.
I mean,
that would be 8.
You're sure it's fine.
I'm as sure as Gromnir that it's fine.
I mean, I don't think they'd put a trap on
I
the
wouldn't
building right
think
next
so,
to a stable.
So yeah, so I'm gonna try to open the lock.
Unless it's like a vault or something.
Well,
Okay. This thing is definitely no joke locked. Try to so go ahead and make a
schools.
yeah.
Okay, but it's the real deal. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
looking
no
for
joke.
a challenge.
But
Okay.
but it doesn't the lock, it's not so much that it's like some complicated lock, it's that this thing is just hard to open, period.
Okay.
So
Blam, 25.
yeah, so you think the good news is you think you're able to unlock it. The bad news is you have no hope of opening it, or at least not yet. If you want to do it, you're going to have to pull the hell out of it and make a strength check to open it.
Oh, I see. It's just a freaking.
It's a big, heavy door.
Meal, get over here.
You pansy. Biceps.
Nice.
More bicep.
Dude, I'm like a third of
Um,
your size.
Yeah,
More
no, I
curls.
get it. I get
Open it.
More
I got
curls.
I got the board ready to skewer anyone who's inside. Let's go.
Which way does it swing?
Yeah, which way is it open?
Swings outward.
To the left or to the right?
To the left. So you'd open up. So to the
So I'm
So
in, I'm in,
I'm
I'm in
gonna
field
hide
hinge
position
on,
right
hinges
now.
on the
Yep,
left.
Yep. Oh, on the, okay,
I'm gonna
perfect.
hide
Yeah.
behind it as I open it.
Yep, and I've got my
I'm
bow and arrow out, ready to, in case I need to put it in someone's eye.
Okay. So you will need a.
Ready on the corner.
Okay. And where is Fifely? Where are you? And Ryuvi, where are you?
I was looking at the well.
Okay. Quickly, I will tell you
I'm
that
still
there's
hanging
the
out
bucket
with,
of water, which is
Romnir.
hoisted to the top. The bucket has water in it, cold water.
Oh my God,
So
no.
it's an active well, and that's all you see of the well. Except, as I say, it looks like it was somehow even like maybe magically carved into the ground below.
Okay.
And then Ryuvi, what about you?
I'm just chilling with my buddy Gromnir.
Okay.
Watching those two idiots try to deal with the door.
Okay. So
I still
go
sound
Apparently
ahead.
the
I'm
hardest
burning?
boss that we've fought to this point.
A little
so.
bit, yeah. So go ahead and make that strength check for me, please, Smil.
Oh, I didn't think I need to.
It's
Yeah, I didn't- I didn't
it's
think- wow.
it's not joking around.
Wow.
Do I do athletics?
No, not with this one. This is just a straight up strength check.
Come on, tough guy.
No benefit for row day. Working out. 15?
Not enough. You pull at it and it's really heavy. It's almost as if there's something like maybe a latch or a lever, not a lock, but like maybe a bar or something like that, which is blocking the other side. And so you feel like you might be able to get it, but it's not.
I'd make a lot of noise.
Not yet. You
making
haven't,
you
but
do
there's
so
definitely a
long?
little bit of creaking as you're trying to
Well,
open
if I
it.
break the latch, I'd assume
That would
that'd
be
probably
a
make a lot of
different matter.
noise.
Let me try to help you. Actually, despite my size,
Well-
I'm fairly strong for a halfling.
I'm gonna tell you about the possibility of this thing having a metal bar on the other side, and see if you might be able to find another way in, around the corner maybe. Because I don't want to make this snap.
True.
The
No,
metal
that's
bar
true.
snap.
So, all right. Well, it's probably okay.
the infamous door boss. Yeah.
So, how well set is this door into the jam? Is there space around it where I can see through to the other side?
Not very much. There's a little bit down below, but there's not a lot of light coming out from below. Because
Well,
part of it is that
I was
you got
gonna
light
I was
coming
gonna
the other
make
way,
my
but-
own light. So that's not a big deal.
Oh well. There's a little bit down below where you could see, but you wouldn't be able to see far. Even if you lowered your face like flush, there wouldn't be a lot of sort of room to see on either side. This feels fairly sort of sturdy and built as part of it, and on top, of course, it's way too high. Frankly, even
Well-
Samil would have a rough time, and it's 9 feet tall. So
but I'd
can
stand
throw
on
you
your
up there.
shoulders, or I'd stand on your shoulders.
Good try,
I'm
dude.
gonna look around the corner first and see if there's a window or something.
But there is a small space between the door and the jam. Like, just don't have to get like a piece of wire.
On the
or something,
sides,
right?
not really. No, not on the sides.
Yeah.
I'm talking on bottom and maybe top. Let me see. And I'll show you what you see. The wall extends down and then curves in.
Door pause.
And no windows.
All right, I will make my way to the end. Peek around again.
All right. On this side, you see. Stop me if
Hey,
you heard
look
this.
at
Another
that.
door.
And then I'll yell across the courtyard, Kate!
I found something. Something.
There's something here!
Yep, hang on, buddy. We'll turn around to them. Hey, we'll be back. If we're running, there's trouble.
Do you want to... Okay. Okay, I will stay here.
Stay there.
Okay.
And what do you got there, big guy? I like the big guy thing. That does work.
And it's what you see there. Oh, how about I not show you there? Wizards of the Coast. You find a strange word that says Wizards of the Coast. How did you find this?
Wizards of the Coast, they're everywhere.
Okay. Yeah, this is again, looks like almost an identical door. Again, 9 feet tall, oak, set nicely into the stone exterior.
And a runic F.
Yes. There's other
missed
things. You
the
see a
other
runic
one,
U, or runic C, a runic K, a runic Y. No, I'm just kidding.
Ooh. Futhark, obviously.
It did not go there. This one I assume is also locked. I'll try it.
It is indeed, or locked or something, like, you know, closed and like firmly resisting your attempts to open it.
So you said this opens outward.
Correct. And on this side, the opening is well away from where you are. So the hinge would be basically over here.
Right, but the hinges are on the outside of the door.
They are no.
Because if it opens out, they have to be out.
They're that's true. That's true. Yeah, they are. They are, and they're actually what it looks like. It's like they're riveted, metal riveted into the stone.
Jeez.
Yep.
But are the hinge pins, are those able to be accessed or not?
You could try. They don't look like they're easily accessible though, and they also look like they're what's the term? Not grommeted, but they've got a edge around the top and the bottom of the hinge.
They're capped on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Thing.
Right.
All right, that's a no-go. I was going to check and see if I could get lucky, but a door that big, I'm not surprised.
All right, I'm going to kind of shimmy around this side and check this last corner.
Okay.
If not, Cade, you're going on the roof.
All right.
I watch him shimmy, and I think, well, that's a pretty good shimmy.
Ace
And
Ventura
this is
style.
what you see. Again, they are very, very simple.
All right, you're going on the roof, buddy.
The second
That's
verse,
fine.
same as the first.
All right,
Problem with
let's
that,
do it
so-
over here away from the
Yeah, back there.
building.
All right,
Yeah.
I climb on his very broad shoulders and try to gain the rooftop.
Okay. Go ahead and make a acrobatics check to pull yourself up onto the top of the roof.
Acrobatics? I don't know if I've ever used that before.
You're about to.
The roof, by the way, is flat.
Oh, luckily. Oh, even better. Well, my acrobatics are like kick-ass, so it's not really a big deal. I mean, like, it's, yeah.
1, 2.
That's
Dang
not
it.
Oh, you like
Double
pirouette,
flip,
you know,
gain, back
yeah.
flip, half gainer on
Right.
my hand. Frickin'
So
yeah,
you're now on the roof, which is mossy, but unfortunately, you notice that the moss is covering up stone beneath. This is a flat stone roof. So the stone almost sort of melds into the sides of the building, essentially. So
Wait,
it's
so
as if
for
someone put
this?
down like stone wall, and then stone thing on top for the roof, and
It's
then
a
put in the
legit
two
building,
doors.
man.
Yep.
yeah, they're really like keeping, So okay, I will. I
They
will
really
walk-
don't want you in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
really. I will walk the perimeter. Nothing, not a hatch, There's no chimney. Doesn't seem to be any opening whatsoever.
Nope.
I am.
It could be
Is this slate or something even stronger? Or,
some sort of tunnel inward, maybe.
Thank you for the follow, half Dorio. Appreciate it. I think suddenly I got stars added to the Welcome to the Arvanauts. That's pretty cool. I was like, what is that?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Welcome to the Arvanauts. So the stone, no, it's stronger than that. It looks to be like kind of a sort of stone blocks that were sort of put together. But the thing that's strange is that they look like stone slabs, and they appear to be, although these would be enormously heavy, stone, like lengths of stone. So like 10, whatever this works out to, 10, like 60-foot lengths of stone that were laid down, like length of stone, length of stone, length of stone, all the way across, and then were kind of melded together. So, yeah.
Okay, that's
not
unreal.
a slate roof.
No.
All right. Well, we
No.
can try to bust the door down, or we can go through the front entrance of the hunting lodge.
Let's go back to the boys and tell them what we found, and let's get a group consensus on this. Come on.
Okay.
So this place is like a
should,
freaking
Hydra.
fortress. Yeah, I would tell them like the roof is like sealed heavily, the doors are huge, and seem to be somehow secured from the inside, which is a little odd. I mean, I got the
Did you
front
hear
one
anything
open.
through it?
Okay, to be honest, I didn't listen, but it was too damn thick anyways. I didn't really listen because I was worried someone was going to like see me, picking the lock or something. So I guess I could go back and take a listen. But it's either this or the lodge.
I'm guessing the lodge is connected to this, which means that
Wow.
this can be a secondary entrance to get into the lodge also. So I think we should probably aim to get through this building if we can. The hunting lodge is just too...
I'm not sure your logic quite pans out on that, but it does make me mighty curious as to what's in here. Of course, that
There's got to be a way in.
Might be something
that-
very well.
because it's
the
secured
key
on the
Well, we
inside.
could
The
force our
key
way in, but there
must
will probably be a fight
unlock
on the
the
other
mechanism.
side.
Yeah, exactly.
So this front one's locked and the rear one is locked as well.
Well, there was a lock which Cade was able to open, but then it's just incredibly difficult to actually open the rest of the way. Like Samil tried, and he kind of felt like he could maybe make it budge, but it was like
Well, I saw him
So-
do the front one. I meant the back one. Like did
back.
they-
Well,
No,
he
I
never
haven't
tried
done
the
the
back
back one yet.
so
Because
I
we
don't
didn't
know.
see you guys do it. We just saw
Yeah,
you go around the back.
I confirmed it was locked, but I didn't take the time to unlock it or try to because I figured if we got one door open, I don't see what the point is between one or the other one. If you want
Alright.
to go back to that way, I will, of course, unlock it for you. It's not a
I'm
problem.
going to...
How do we feel about going in through the
so-
first door?
I feel fine about it.
Well, he said the first one's got some kind of barring on it, so it would make a very loud noise.
I expect the second one's going to have the barring on it too. It's pretty much
So
identical to the first one.
the construction of this one is the exact same as the stable. Like, they just-
I would not say that. The stable is also built on stone, but the roof of it, I mean, you didn't try to go up on the roof of it, but it's much higher for one thing than this building that you're looking at. And for a second thing, it looks like it may have stone up there, but it might be like slate or something like
Does
that.
it look newer than the stable?
Does which? I wouldn't say that. This looks probably a little bit, maybe even older than the stable, although not like ancient. It's not like, thousands of years or something. But it
It's
might
not
be a little bit older.
made.
May I ask a really
tell.
dumb question?
Sure.
Why are we not just going in through the front door and attempting to play up the ruse that the castle has been taken over by its inhabitants?
remember last time we tried to play a ruse? Remember what happened?
Well, we shouldn't lead with Gromnir's pizza face because someone will know that he set off the trap. But other than that, I do think there's a chance.
Thanks.
It's,
I would like to try to open
look,
this
I
back
feel
door.
bad for you, but I think there is a right way to do this.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
I agree. I learned my lesson. So don't worry.
Do you gentlemen want me to take a peek inside
Yes.
this room?
Yes,
here?
I do. Absolutely.
Right.
All
Weird
right.
little spider
have-
thing, yeah.
We have
Take-
Mr. The Swiss Army knife of animals over here.
Yeah, you could just scout around for us this entire place.
Well, there was a little
There
hole on the
is-
bottom.
There is that, but there's also something else. Cade, could you give me a light to take with me?
Sure. You're gonna be like a rat or something?
No.
Can you carry?
Alright.
As a spider, can you carry a
I'm
coin?
going to be
Terrible
a
time.
god.
A silver piece and cast
This is
light
a
on it. There
terrible
you go.
time to have some opiates.
We-
I'm just going to
Just
tell
just
you.
so I can be clear about this with Arv, we
Yeah.
do have access to our third level spells, right? Now that we're level 5?
Yes, having hit 5, yes.
Yep.
Okay, give me a A light,
Give you a
please.
silver. I give you a silver. You want like a light spell on a coin, right?
I can give you a little piece of paper or something
Okay,
with
whoop,
a
there you
light
go.
on it, something
Something.
like
I
that.
don't care.
Now.
Arv hurriedly pulls forward his third level spells.
And I will walk to this wall and casting Meld with Stone, touch the wall with the glowing coin held within my grip so it doesn't emit any light until I stick my head through to the inside and then bring the coin in and very gently open my hand enough for the light to emit and take a look around.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
What the freak?
How'd you
Yeah,
say that?
meld into stone is no joke. Yeah.
Meld with Jesus Christ.
Now
That
here's the
is
problem
nice.
though. Here's the problem though. When you are merged with the stone, you cannot see what occurs outside of the stone.
That's true.
And you could try to hear sounds outside it, although it's made with disadvantage. You can cast spells on yourself while merged in the stone. You can use your movement to leave the stone where you entered it, but you can't
Oh,
pass
so I can't go all the
through
way
the stone.
through.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right.
It is an
I
awesome
didn't have
spell.
time
Don't
to
get me
finish
wrong,
reading that.
but yeah, it's not
I
meld
didn't have
through
time to
stone.
finish reading it.
I
So
like
if I'd
the
known
reaction
that, I
in
wouldn't
chat.
cross
Jedi's like, "What?" Kvilth is like,
Excellent
"Ha
idea,
like,
though.
you know.
Okay. Well, given the fact that I would probably know that I couldn't walk through it, I wouldn't have done that.
Okay.
So never mind. Here's your
I
coin
thought you were
back.
just going to
never lit
emerge
it.
again and be like, just nodding at someone and being like, "Just want
we
me to let
Can't
you
go
know."
with the spider idea. That's
Quick load back where we were. Okay.
something
there was
a-
burning around here.
So I think the spider is a really good idea.
Yeah, that's probably our best idea.
I give you a little.
At first, I smelled something kind of plastic burning, and now I smell wood burning, and I'm.
It's not me. Just to let you know.
Well, I figured maybe there's no wood around here for you to
Is
burn.
it something?
I don't know. It's
Is it nearby or?
well, if I can smell it, it probably is. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Go
like
check it out if
when
you
I
want.
when I
Go
say
check it out if you
nearby, I mean like in danger range.
Oh no, I don't know. There's a pretty high. There's a pretty high wind out there, so it's.
Well,
It doesn't smell like house burning sort of
Okay.
stuff. What it smells like is maybe somebody decided they were going to start a barbecue, and when they finished with the last of the lighter fluid, they just threw the bottle in there with it. Is what this kind of smells like.
Okay.
They didn't have charcoal, so they lit their GI Joes on fire.
That would be a pitiful, pitiful thing. The only thing worse than that would be unopened Star Wars figured package. Anyway, before that depression hits, let's do the spider thing instead.
Okay. By the way, when you transform into the spider, when you shapeshift into it, you can make it a small, like I don't remember how tiny the spider
Tiny,
could be.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Any creature I've seen, well, non-magical creature that I've seen.
Gotcha.
Oh, and before you go, I'll cast guidance on you so you have an extra D4 on your next ability check.
Okay. So you turn into a spider and kind of scuttle underneath. And in fact, I will. What do we got here?
Just reveal it on my screen. Don't reveal it. Well, I can't do that.
I'm not looking.
Yeah, if you don't want us to look, just tell. We'll switch screens or something.
I don't think he can put the blockage back again later on. So,
Yeah, he can. He can put the fog wall back on if he wants.
I'm sticking my ear to the door just to listen.
Okay, hold on a second.
I was like, no, I do not see that.
Okay, and let's flip that around. And let's give you... Oh, no, not. Okay, you now have control over that thing. So,
God, I do. Right.
so when you go through the door, and this part is just going to be one of those deals where like you see it, you know, the others do not see it. Okay, so, and here's what you see. You enter what appears to be some kind of. First of all, you smell immediately with your heightened senses.
Spiders don't have a sense of smell.
You do not smell with your heightened spider senses at all. We had this discussion before about how spiders don't smell. That's
Well,
right.
okay then.
Yes,
Give
that you
one
don't
back
you don't
to
smell
Arv.
anything. But what you do see is you see a lot of sort of dirt and filth on the floor in front of you. The room inside here is dimly lit, but far more troubling to you is the following thing that you see, and I will show this on the stream.
So we don't look?
You guys can look. This is again just sort of honor system. Like you can't be like, I will know. Having known this, I will go run and get blah blah blah.
Aw.
Fire extinguisher.
I thought you said
Flamethrower?
I thought you said lava de blah, and I was like, oh, who's that?
You find lava de blah. Yeah, that's the guy.
It's a new Pokemon.
Oh, for God's sake.
I don't play.
I smell my greatness.
It's something the kids these days are talking about. I don't understand.
Got that right.
Exactly, Thork.
What the
Okay,
hell?
you guys will see it on the stream.
Someday.
Yeah, eventually. Maybe.
Now.
Okay.
Now?
And
Now. Now.
The creature.
Holy shit, couldn't miss it.
Holy crap.
The creature just inside the door is a 4-armed troll in a muddy cloak, and it is holding the leash of what appears to be a small dragon.
Awesome.
And at the moment, it's just kind of standing and looking
That is
around.
sweet. We don't get to see it. Aw.
Brother.
It's a very pretty color.
Brother.
And then,
Like I said,
as you're
troll.
watching, it turns and walks to the other side of the building.
Okay.
After the spider finishes soiling itself, it moves on.
So you,
Fortunately, you can't hear spiders poop. So
No, no.
Um,
Trendane, you just leave a trail of web everywhere you go now. Like,
yeah, Thorg,
shoots out from under the doors.
you see the Patreon, Thorg? Hell yeah.
oh, by the way, Arv, congrats on that. That's really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, that was amazing. A couple people got us over the hump, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So, okay, so move your guy inside your spider, by which I mean.
I don't
Does that
want to
get a
go
little-
inside.
Fly swatter. A little
Yeah,
newspaper.
I'm the trolls just actually going to step on him. And when it was crunch, like, oh crap.
Are these what are these walls and stuff next to me?
So it looks to you as if what you're dealing with here, and you actually now, because you are able to feel vibrations, I assume that's part of the spider senses. So you can actually see in some of these places and feel the vibrations of other creatures. There's other sounds being made as well, which look like more of these. And in fact, they look familiar to you. They look somewhat similar to creatures that you encountered back at the Dragon Hatchery, back in the Raider camp, if you remember, after you went to find that after Greenest.
Yeah, we threw some people in there.
Yeah. And so a lot of these seem to be essentially little stalls, or maybe kennels, might be a better way to put it, for these things. And meanwhile, you got your guy up here. Like
so. And he's gonna show up in Roll20. He's gonna be that big, yeah, exactly that big.
Like, wait for it. Okay, yeah, he's a big dude, and of course, again, remember 4 arms.
Yeah. So he carried 4 axes. Like,
Whoa.
crap.
Oh shit.
And he starts humming to himself.
Also coming back to him.
And he's like walking along, like looking, checking out like
Just
the different
walking
things.
along, walking my dragon.
As each time he comes back towards my side, I'll just kind of scoot back under the door a bit and wait for him to turn his back.
Yeah, no. He seems
Spider!
he seems to be his attention seems to be focused sort of up and not down on the ground.
Okay. Because that's where I was going next, was up the wall to the corner of the ceiling to get a better look all the way around.
Okay. You can definitely
Back
do
in the
that.
corner.
And the kennels, the walls for these kennels do not actually go all the way up. So when you crawl up,
Up the door, because I'm going to go up the door
I understand.
to the ceiling and then to the corner.
okay. Which corner? Are you over on the right side here?
Yeah, I'm over here.
Okay. So you're able to see a little bit more of the inside.
And by that you mean all of it.
Yeah, it's not a very complicated building.
really.
There are a lot, as I said, a low ceiling, and barely big enough to accommodate this big troll dude, in fact. And you see him sort of walking.
You say
like this.
he's got a drake on a leash.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I will add that if need be.
Does he have... what weapons does he have on him?
So he is carrying... That's an excellent question. It's one that I'm completely prepared to answer right at this moment.
I know.
I'm...
This is dramatic pausing.
It's just... I'm going to tell you what he's got, and what he's got is a lot of things. Okay. He has got, actually, double axes that he's got, and that actually is more or less what you see there, in two of his arms, and then one of his arms is carrying the leash to the drake, and then the other arm is just, by itself.
Poop.
Might occasionally high-fiving himself, maybe. No,
That's his wiping hand. He
Yeah,
doesn't carry anything.
probably, yeah. And he stops, and he kind of looks up at the corner, because the inside of this is very, very clean and neat, you've noticed. And then you look...
He's spider tracks!
And he looks over you, and he looks up, and he's kind of like... bugs. And he kind of starts moving like this. And then he kind of lifts his axe up, and he starts like swatting at the corner, like ding, ding.
No.
And from the outside, you guys hear this ding, 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 ding. And he's not hitting you yet, but he's like swooping at you, like ding, ding. And then he says, God damn it! And he turns, and he goes back over, and you see now that he's got like a fairly sizable wooden chair. And he picks up the wooden chair, and he leaves the drake there. And now he brings the chair back, and now he starts to climb onto the chair.
Okay, how long does it take him to get over there to get the chair and come back?
Oh, this is probably a good, 15, 20 seconds to go over and get it and come back.
During that time, I would like to move to the door again.
Okay, whereabouts?
Well, is there a similar gap at the top of the
door? So there is a gap at the top of the door, yes.
That's similar gap.
Okay.
I'm going out that gap.
All right.
Exit stage.
So go ahead and move your guy there.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
It's got jacked up, man.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he turns around with the chair. What? Oh, damn it! And he sort of turns around, and he turns around and says, "Fido, you see it? Can you smell it?" And the creature, the little dragon creature, is like, like some weird caw growl thing, screech. And it starts sniffing around, basically sniffing. And every so often as it sniffs, you see a little bit of you kind of see a little bit of like smoke kind of emerge from its nostrils as it's like sniffing along the ground.
Is he saying that in common, or is he saying
he says
that
it in common? He says it in common. And so he kind of looks around, and then he turns and he starts looking like looking in the ceiling as he's like walking around the room. So he does that, and then he starts moving this way, looking up at the ceiling. Dun, 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 dun.
Arshi's troll cousin.
Arshi's troll cousin. Well, god damn it, son of a damn, god damn,
That's what I was
it.
exactly thinking. I was thinking the same thing.
And now he starts moving this way. Okay, and by the time he gets back there, yep.
I fucking keep thinking it's raining outside.
And he's like,
'cause the damn sound and roll.
I love this. I love these sort of sound effects. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Kavoth, that's the best, by the way. Caw! I love that emote. Anyway, so he sort of stops looking at the door, and now you can't hear what he says because you're outside the door. But that's where you last knew he was right there.
Okay. And
you guys all see, by the way, Spider emerge.
Quickly.
Well, we're far away. We could I'm back.
Still
here.
Yeah, you might not be able to see it, I suppose.
Probably wouldn't see a small spider coming through a door crack.
That's true. No, I suppose that's true. You're not close enough.
Is Samil still up at the other door?
Yep.
Okay. And
I'll kind of have my ear to the door.
Okay. You did hear the sort of clink, 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 and then you hear the weird little screeching, growling cry that I mentioned. And then that was it.
Okay. And so yeah, crawl over the guys.
Okay.
So
all of a sudden, you guys see a spider approaching you.
Yeah.
Kill it.
I get out my book and I lift put it down on the ground so he can come onto the book, like an empty page.
Yep.
You crawl up. So I just say, write what you see. Like, just
Charlotte's Web. You're gonna Charlotte's Web this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No worse than any other idea we've dealt with so far. This.
I would like a challenge roll on this, just because it's
So
not normal.
what?
for
Well, what are
Spider
you
to
writing?
try
Oh, how are you with web? Like you're so
Yeah.
you're- okay. What color is your
Please
web?
write fabulous.
This is where you tell me that spiders actually have neon red web that
No, they
glows
don't.
All right.
It's all clear. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, you'd be able to tilt the book and reflect the light off of it and see it.
Yeah.
Make a dexterity check for me, please.
Okay.
This is
That's
fantastic.
That's what I was waiting for. What is my dexterity? Oh dear. Okay. This is gonna go so well. Okay.
Wow. So you like in script, you're just like writing. It's just like it's like masterpiece theater, you know, like.
So glad we're using that now.
So you like in the ancient days, the creature that I saw was considered the following. Like you put it in italics. Very dangerous, though.
More of an emerald green rather than a British racing green. Even though I don't know who the British are.
So you guys watch. You were sort of amazed. You can do that. Okay. So you were amazed to actually see what. Well, now you can tell them whatever the hell you want to tell them, as long as it fit onto an 8.5 by 11 book cover.
Troll Drake.
Huge.
Troll. How many? Just 2?
He's got to roll again for that. Come on.
No,
just
no.
tap.
Look,
tap
why
tap
not?
my
I won't
hand.
make him do it again.
Yeah.
I won't make him
tap
do it
my
again.
tap my hand if it's yes. Is there only two there?
Quite accidentally. Ow.
Okay.
That's funny.
Is there 2 there?
There were. Oh, I
Is there
should
any-
say, by the way, no, there were more than 2. Let me be clear. There were definitely more creatures inside the whatever this is, kennel building, than that. There were. I mean, you couldn't see all of them because you started looking around at the time, but there were a few, 4 or 5, maybe more. Besides
but not other trolls.
No. Yeah, there's only one troll.
Could we get in through the other doorway? Was the doorway barred from the inside?
It did look like there was a wooden bar on each side. Yeah, not metal, wooden.
On both of them?
Yeah, on both.
What do you think, guys? You said yes.
Well, there's your door you go knock on.
I think we
So it's a
avoided like the plague.
Don't like. If that thing unleashes all of them onto us, we're in deep doo-doo.
Choke point.
Go.
Yeah, you do have a choke point.
That is
Wait
true.
a minute. Before we get crazy with choke points here.
You're not there, Samil. You can't tell us that.
No, I really am not. Yeah, I'm still- I
Right
still
now,
have my
you're
ear
just
to the
standing
door.
outside the door.
Even if we bring this beast down that's inside, and also there are 2 of them, we do not know how strong. We just know that he's
There are
big
more than
and
2.
green. Well, yes. What I am saying is that what benefit do we get from breaking into this place and killing whatever is in there? Let me ask you. Let me
That's
ask
my
Pipely
point.
a
I
question.
totally agree with you. I actually agree with you.
Did you
Like,
see any passageway into the main building or anything that connected the buildings together?
Not obviously. I mean, you didn't get a chance to explore on the ground
didn't-
floor very much, but not obviously.
He hasn't tapped my hand, so that's a
I will do this.
Well,
Except you can't really
I
see
see no reason to spend any more time dealing with this building. The only thing I can ask of Fifely now is perhaps he can go explore the main building. Because we
probably
know
good.
everything we need to know about this building.
That's a good idea.
okay, hold
Little
on,
guy.
hold on.
Back.
Little guy,
Hold
go
on.
get big guy. Little guy, go
Hold
get big guy.
on. All right, I'm gonna say my piece
That's from back
first. Correctly, dwarf boy. So slow up. My point being, thank you. And by the way, you can go get the big guy since no one's around here. But the point being, we don't want this is to be in a situation where, I don't know, we encounter someone in the main room who suddenly summons this guy to come in, and suddenly we've got bad guys in front of us and bad guys behind us. That's my
See,
point.
Did you see some kind of summoning circle or any kind of
Hey,
magical
hey,
inscription?
Magic. It's called, I don't know, telepathy. It's called ringing a bell. I don't know. I have no idea. The point is, I'd rather not leave this thing out here to possibly encounter it later in a worse scenario.
We can always
No.
interrogate him. That's what I was thinking.
I don't
If
know
we-
what Samil's going to say about that,
If
but
we make a commotion in this room, and Fifely, tap if you saw more than just this one freak creature in the middle of the room.
Yep.
So we don't know how many creatures there are. If we make a ruckus, everything in that room is going to raise the alarms. We are going to have a much bigger fight on our hands, no matter what we do. I say we avoid this room like the plague, and figure out what that main building is about. And Fifely,
And
I
that
apologize
room
for
looks very-
recruiting you for this job, but you are already in the proper form.
You
At
said
least
that-
take a look inside and see if we can even go inside it, because right now we're just standing here. Well, I don't need to be crass.
Oh, go ahead.
It is in the nature of my people, but I will avoid.
Sabia, what's your thought on this room with the troll and the drake and the other little drakeys and all that crap?
I imagine this guy has tons of information about what's going on
I
inside the
must
lodge.
point out that Samil is still not here.
I am. Yeah. No, I said I
Yeah,
came
he-
back.
Oh, you came back? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep,
Okay.
yep,
At this point, I would
Sorry.
have around the corner.
Okay,
Keep
good.
up, Art.
I thought. Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought you were still there. Like I was like,
Jim?
what? Sorry, my bad. Apologize.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't
sure.
know about tons of information. He's obviously their dragon keeper. I'm not sure they really like keep them in as the day-to-day operations of the lodge necessarily.
Oh, I'm
Trolls-
sure he has full tactical spreadsheets on everything that's going on.
I'm sure he
Trolls.
he
would
might also
I
have
know?
keys on
Would
him.
I know the trolls' intelligence? Like, would they be? Would that be something that I would have knowledge of?
Yeah, I mean, trolls are not known
Like
for
most-
being
You
particularly
just said
bright.
the sentence "trolls intelligence."
Trolls
What
are
do
not
you-
well,
known
well,
for
I'm
being
just saying
bright.
it based on my own character. Like, I know personally, but I don't know if my character.
No,
would
you know,
know
your
that.
character would know enough to know that trolls are not known for being particularly bright, although they can vary, and trolls can certainly follow basic commands, and trolls sometimes are put in charge of small level things like, you know, like, for example, creatures like this, like, you know, whatever these small dragon things are.
Yeah.
But they're not known for being, you know, particularly gifted with, like, tactical brains, you know.
I
He might
feel
also
like
have,
he's
a
just
key
taking
ring on
care
him.
of the pets. You know, that's all. He's just a pet keeper. He doesn't really know anything.
Well, I'm sure these dragons are being trained to be a lot more than pets. All right, well, Samil and I want to go take him out. You guys don't. So it seems like we're outvoted.
I feel like
Frankly, I don't think the focus of why we're here is in that room. It is something to be addressed. Yes, I will admit that much. But I don't think it is the main purpose of our being here.
Oh,
I think it is a distraction.
and
help us,
no
though.
one said that. Just like the ooze wasn't the main reason of being in the castle, but we took that out too. So I'm just saying, yeah, it's not the main purpose, but it is an issue that needs to be dealt with here.
And he may also have information / ways to get inside the building that we don't know about yet.
I don't
We
know.
can
I
just
just feel
find
like
them
we are
ourselves.
we are asking for more trouble before we even know what is in the other building.
I totally agree. I'd rather worry about what's in the big one. It looks like those doors are quite thick, and the walls seem to be pretty thick. So the sound, it won't. If we do something in the main house,
Let's at
I'm
least
sure
get a
they
little bit
won't.
of information on what is going
That goes
on.
both ways, though, wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
Hmm?
That would also mean that the sound wouldn't get
we
out.
would be fighting. We would open the door and be fighting outside, pretty much.
No, just close the door behind us.
So you want us to break it open quietly? Remember, it's barred. You said it's barred.
hmm
And make large amount of noise from breaking it open, and then
No.
charge in.
You just knock on the door and then I'll open it. He doesn't know
How
that
far
there's
away is this
intruders.
building from the main castle?
It's pretty close. It's probably 50, 100 feet maybe. 50 feet, 100
Looking
feet.
from
It's-
where we're standing, if I'm looking at the wall, are there open doors, windows, anything that can look out over where this building's located?
Yes, there are, but they are all shuttered at the moment.
They're all shuttered. Are they
All,
just
all the windows are shuttered, but I don't think there's any side doors along.
Yeah,
Like
no
all
side
doors.
doors, but there is no side doors that
It's
you
just
can
a
tell,
straight
but
wall.
they
windows.
just look like
that are
basic
shuttered.
wooden shutters? They're not like
Correct.
like okay.
They're
so
not like
there's
metal
a-
shutters. Yeah, no, they're
I
definitely.
think we
wooden
should
shutters.
take. I don't want him to deal with this troll right now.
That's
Personally, but-
Trent or Fifely, what? Stay here or go to the main house? I'm not sure.
One
If you're
for-
gonna answer that question.
One for stay here, two go to the main house.
Tap my
There you
hand
go.
once.
Yeah.
Tap. One for stay, two for go.
Oh, sorry.
That's what I was thinking too, John.
Do we have an answer yet? Or is he thinking?
He's thinking.
You can actually, by the way, Ryuvi, see
Well, I just
if you
see
if
his
you look
legs
over to
going.
where the main building is, you can see the
Mhm.
one little grayish area that I have right here. right there, that's the window that you see that again is shuttered.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking right out over where we're going to be. There's no way that people aren't going to hear that. That's like obvious. I mean, unless the main building is empty.
Or if you should do what Megaduce has suggested in the chat.
Right, Spider Guy, what's your?
You know,
I can hear you through the door. Yes. Right. Exactly.
Spitefully, did you hit tap once or twice?
Guy,
Come on.
if you want
You're the
stay,
tiebreaker.
Fight the troll, and tap me twice.
Which
It's
is
like the part of the
Spider-Man. I'm
Hobbit.
still
Hoot
thinking.
once
Give
like
me a second.
Hoot once like a barn owl and twice like a screech owl, and we'll do
This
what we
ain't
can.
Dungeon Science, buddy. Just pick one. Let's go. Crying out loud.
Suddenly he snaps and just starts putting in
Once the
Wilbur
spider's
like
making
over and
noises
over
like
again.
this.
Like no, not
Which?
One to
One
stay,
is
two to
stay.
go. One is
fight,
this
two
building,
is-
two is the main building.
One. He wants to stay in fight.
Wants to stay here.
Oh, the vote is 3-2 against. We're gonna take out the troll.
All right, you can take the lead.
Awesome.
Gromnir, I think the two of us
Surreal.
will bring up the rear of this situation.
We need to talk through this a little bit more.
I think we just did.
No, we talked about staying here, but we got to figure out how to take this guy out now.
That's not my job.
Somebody has a silence spell, right?
Silence spell? No.
Silence spell? I don't have a silence
No.
No, I don't have
Not
one
at the
either.
moment.
Oh, okay.
I do have one, but I don't have one prepared at the moment.
Okay.
See, now to be fair,
Hey,
we're 100
Class
feet
Score, what's
away.
up, man?
These walls look this building seems very thick and sturdy. I think if we were to somehow, now I'm not saying this is the ideal way to do it, but if we were to fight him inside, I'm not sure they're going to hear much in the main hall because of thick stone walls.
I say that we.
I disagree.
Again,
Well,
you're forgetting all the
they're
other
not
animals
stone,
that are in
they're
there.
Wood. They're wood. It's a
It's
stone
not
base
just
with
two
wood.
guys.
No, the doors are wood. Everything else is stone, and trust me, the roof is stone.
No,
Because I know
The
it's
main
stone.
house. The main house. It has a stone base, and then the first and the second.
I don't
levels
care
are-
about that. I'm saying the fighting's not going to get beyond these walls. It's not going to get beyond this wall. That's my point. Those are thick walls.
Kill it with
All right,
fire.
guys.
Ember
Here's
Cosmos.
what I'm thinking, man. I say that we knock on the door, and the troll will hopefully come over, open the door, and then you guys all have spells ready. You have your bow notched, and I'll be having my two-handed sword up. So as soon as he opens that door, he's gonna get 3 limbs missing.
What can I do?
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
We gotta ambush him if we do this to try to keep him
yeah,
quiet.
exactly. I mean, look, I'd try a sleep spell on him, but I think he's so damn big, I don't think it's going to work.
Probably not.
Now,
Might work on the dog zone.
It wasn't a dog. He said it was a drake. He said it was like a little dragon.
It said like a little dragon, yeah, like a little dragon hatchling or something.
Arv, what's the
When I
distance?
say little, I mean, the size of a Newfoundland.
Great
I mean,
Dane
let's
size.
Well,
be,
he-
yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Arv, what's the distance between the stable here and the door here?
That's probably about. They're pretty close together. Maybe another, again, 50 to 100 feet, something like that.
Jesus, I thought it'd be like even closer. Okay.
Nope.
All right. Well, I've still got plenty of opportunities to put up.
So do you guys like the
cap.
whole ambush idea?
I think it's the only way
I
we're
think-
I don't know how we're
get this guy out.
gonna trick him to stay inside and fight.
I think we should just barrel through the door. If we're gonna go for it, we might as well just go for it hard and rush him as soon as we get inside.
No. If he opens the door, he's gonna get 5 attacks against him at one point. That's,
Well, then
so
we're
for-
fighting him outside as opposed to fighting him inside, which is the same problem as what we were talking about before.
I'm guessing that if we hit him with 5 attacks, he's gonna go, if anywhere, he's gonna go back. Not
From
forward.
outside the building?
No, retreat back into the building from the onslaught.
If he's staying
Which
in,
I
if he's
tend to
standing
agree
in the
with.
doorway and he gets hit with 5 things, he's gonna go back the way he came.
Are the trolls humanoid? Or
Uh,
are they?
Trolls, yeah. Well, they're classified as they're humanoid in a way. They're large giant though, like so
okay,
they're.
yeah, I just seen for my whole person spell. I was just gonna see if it does that count because it says choose a humanoid that you can see within range.
I think
If
it
you
would
say
be
humanoid, then
that would be too large for that.
I
this
just
is-
want to go on record.
I'd have to
I
hold
just wanna
monster.
Oh, sorry.
correct. Hold
I
on.
just want to go on record.
Yeah.
I just want to go on record. I'm going to back up your play, but I want to go on record when this all goes to shit. I said this was a bad plan. I'm going to back up your play, but I seriously think it's going to go to shit.
I mean, we already know
So,
that you guys voted
If you
the other
guys
direction,
want,
but
I
it doesn't
just thought
matter
of,
right
I
now.
have another idea. I could suggest something on him. Try and suggest that we're part of the cult, or we're part of Resmir's group, and he's to tell us everything he knows.
I don't hate that plan.
And
A
that
spell that lets me do that.
oh,
What
Does it-
spell?
It's called suggestion. Would you like me to?
Oh, that's
you
the one
the,
that you used
uh,
on the armor guy, right? That didn't go well.
No, that was
No,
charm.
that wasn't a spell.
Suggestion. Suggest a course of activity, limit to a sentence or two, and magically influence a creature you can see within range. They can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this.
Yeah,
I can't ask.
I
I
would
can't
try
ask the
that.
creature to hurt me, or hurt itself or anything like that.
I think that would be better since it's a troll. It probably doesn't have much willpower to fight back on that.
or
By the way,
brain
Balanced
power
Hydra,
to
yes,
see
in
through
answer to
it.
your question, they do have a heightened sense of smell.
What question would you ask it?
No, I can just suggest to it to tell to
Oh, I
treat us as part of as members of the cult.
It's kind of
you
the
know?
Jedi mind trick. If you all put
Yeah.
on the great
Yeah.
cloaks and everything.
The way
Pretty
the
much.
suggestion works is it has to be worded in such a way that it's reasonable, not unlike hypnotism itself. So you can't be like, kill yourself. Like, it won't do that.
We could knock the door, knock on the door, wait for him to open it, then at a distance, because it's a fair bit of a distance, 60 feet. I could cast it hidden and see what happens.
It needs to be able to hear and understand you, though.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Do I know what languages
So-
trolls would know? Like, did he? Actually, I know. It's Firefly. Did the trolls say anything in common or? Okay, common. Okay, so it knows common. So I can speak to it in common. 30. That's 30 feet.
Exactly, Megadoos. He's like, I wanted the shortbread cookies anyway. Damn it.
Dragon Scout crazy.
If I can
Yeah, I
make
say
a
we
suggestion,
go for it on that.
if I can make a suggestion,
Would you like
going
me to
here,
try that?
Yeah, I think it's a good
I
idea.
would.
What group?
I would try to suggest something that makes it do most of the talking. So don't try to convince it too hard. For example,
like
maybe we are with the. What is the group name again? What are these guys with the
Cult of the
cloaks or whatever?
Dragon.
Yes.
I could say like the next group of people that come to see you are part of the Cult of the Dragon. So then we can walk in and we would be
I would
Cult
be
of the
even.
Dragon.
I would say even. Do you recognize this? Tell us your status. What does? Give us a report of your situation. Just make it really simple. He's a simple creature. And with that, I'm going to let you figure out the rest.
What do you think, guys? What would I suggest to him?
So can you only make one? Is it like a one question thing and then it wears off?
It's like a sentence, and he has to carry out that sentence. If you know what I
And
mean.
the
afterward
best
he
of his
reverts back
It's,
to the
ability.
way it was.
it's a course of activity. Yeah.
Yeah, course of activity. So like,
So it's not like
Tell us everything you know about what's going on.
charm person where he stays that way for a while. It's not like that.
Well, except that the course of action can take up to a total of 8 hours. So you could be like, I think you should go take a very long walk or something, and then you could,
Be my
you know,
friend for 8 hours.
or whatever.
okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
I could say that. Be
Like
my
you could
friend
add,
right
like
now.
the actual suggestion it gives in the spell is that you could try to make a suggestion to a knight. You should give your war horse to the next beggar you see, you know, and then for like 8 hours, like if he sees a beggar, then that's what he does.
Dude, if we could befriend Goro, that'd be awesome.
Would you like me to try it? So
Yeah, that would be sick.
So what do you want to suggest that the next group of people that come to meet you are part of the cult and need your help?
You could just say his friends. I don't know if he's
Are
Right,
friends? Yeah, we can do that.
Keep
Next-
it simple, exactly.
yeah, less things to get wrong.
And you should help them.
Well,
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds
okay.
That's,
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Go for it.
Okay.
So
Okay, so we gotta just get this door open then.
so just gotta make him come outside, like knock the door and come outside, and I'll wait around the corner here and cast it immediately, hopefully, stealthily.
I love some
You
of
know
these
what I mean? Like-
suggestions from chat. These are really funny. These weapons are really heavy. Walk until your feet bleed.
Oh, that's your-
These weapons
Oh,
are
that's
really
you,
heavy.
Rob.
I like these weapons are really heavy.
Oh, like okay. All right, so
Well,
you guys are
Your Feet
knocking.
Bleed was actually from a movie.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so go ahead and position yourselves.
So I'm gonna wait
So-
on your queue.
I was going to wait like
stand-
just around the corner here, you know,
Okay.
because I have to be within 30 feet.
Okay.
It's not a very. That's about. I'm assuming that's about 30 feet there, like that to there,
Yeah. Although,
like there to there. It's about 30 feet.
Let me
Yeah.
double check the. Let me double check the.
Toss me your scabbard, by the way.
Sure.
Okay.
Sweet.
There you go.
Okay. So actually, to be honest with you, the 30 feet would probably be. It's about 25. Yeah. No, that's fine. Remember, keep in mind though, you need to be able to see the creature to do this. So
Yeah.
if the creature stays inside the door, you won't be seeing it.
Grom, you could be the one to knock and just when he opens it, just say, "I'm your friend" or something like that kind of suggestion.
Yeah, exactly.
me
We
to-
are your friends.
You want me
We
to-
are
Yeah.
your friends. Very simple. You should see all of us.
I like that plan.
Yeah,
Again,
that's
simple.
not equivalent as it gets. Exactly.
Kiss the
This
snuck
creature
spot.
is not smart. So,
You want to go home and
you know,
rethink your troll life. That's
Okay,
the
so just to
suggestion.
make sure.
I like that one a lot.
So just to remind
fact, we should
you,
use that
so
one.
I'm going to say we are your friends, and you will help us with everything that we need. You know. You'll help
Oh, I didn't
us-
know that, Black Belt. I missed that. Okay.
I think that's good.
Okay,
sounds
so
good.
okay, so first order of business, you're knocking.
Well, I'm wearing the cultist cloak, or the
Right.
I'm gonna
black
give you back
coat
your scabbard if you
and
want
the
that. too.
scabbard. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
All right. So you're knocking? And
Yeah.
are you next to Kate? Are you next to him right there?
You
Yeah,
guys
I'm
might want to
pretty
just
much-
sit around. Do you want to sit around just sides or something?
Well,
or-
no, I'm in my great cloak, so I look like.
I'll
hell,
go
I'll
around
turn
the
myself
corner
into a
here.
Okay,
kobold
okay.
If that makes you feel any better.
All right.
That's fine.
So go ahead.
As a matter of fact, Arv, I think I am going to do that. I will do the kobold, my alter self, and just make myself look like one of the kobolds with a great cloak there
Okay.
to heighten the illusion. I can't talk to the guy, so we're kind of screwed if that happens. But
This is gonna
Okay.
be awesome.
All right.
Ding!
So go ahead and
Okay.
knock. So
and then I palm a dagger so I can throw it into his throat if I need to.
are you holding the dagger above him, like you know?
Wah! No, it's hidden.
No, this isn't Fifely who's knocking. Fifely's not knocking as the spider. This is that would be silly.
That
it
would
would
be
be
impressive.
funny, but silly.
That'd
No,
be
this is
hilarious.
Gromnir who's
Roll
doing
a
this.
20 on my strength check.
I'd just like to point out that last time everyone told me that I shouldn't be at the front talking.
Well,
okay,
things change.
Just
This
do
is
it.
why I'm
You got it.
standing
You're
next
learning.
to you. Yeah, come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, so you go ahead and knock, and actually, initially you knock and you don't hear anything. You just like knock, 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 nothing, knock, knock. It's a pretty thick
I'll just
door.
keep. I'll wait a bit and then knock
would-
again.
Okay, so still
Like a
quietly
bit
knocking.
Take out your hammer and beat on the door with that. Actually, I'm
Okay.
serious. Yeah,
Just like not like smack it, just like doom doom doom.
right. But a
With the
big,
hammer.
nice.
All
solid
right, so
thump.
you do you hear the doof, doof, doof. And then you hear is like you hear from the inside, 1 second, and then the door opens and reveals the creature you see there. And again, there's a behind it. You see this sort of this small dragon on a leash, and the creature looks at you and says, "What you want? Show the
Say
side."
how you. Well, I'm said how you going, and I cast suggestion.
Okay.
There you go.
So go ahead and give the suggestion.
So it's we are your friends, and you will help us with everything.
I love it.
We are your friends, and you'll help us with everything.
So
right?
DC Wisdom saving throw of 15. You have to beat 15.
It looks at you. It goes, "Oh, yes, yes. Come in, friends. Come in. And so, like, he welcomes you.
God.
Yeah, wisdom not exactly the strength of this thing. So he brings you in. He's like, "Come in, friends." So he walks you over, and as you guys, so do you guys follow?
I'm like looking at this like.
Yeah, I'm
It's like-
following. We're following.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's
Okay,
go.
so
Let's walk in.
so you guys walk in, and you see that that lining the area, you see
Oh
the
my God.
following.
That was really tense.
When Arv laughed, I went like, "Oh, we're fucked."
I was laughing because of how badly he completely collapsed on the. It was very
Tell us
very
what he
funny.
rolled, or-
I was hoping that what it was.
Yeah, he was.
Kitty.
Could you tell us what he rolled?
I'll take the fail.
Yeah, he rolled a 4, so he didn't.
Wow.
He did not.
I rolled for him.
Yeah, he did not get the job done.
Nice.
I just was laughing because I was like the wisdom thing. I'm like, it's not gonna.
Might as well not even roll it.
Yeah, I mean, in a way.
It's minus something, like -3 or
I
something.
am.
That's amazing.
I am nestled in the folds just under Ryuvi's The hood
Yeah.
of his cloak.
Okay.
No, the outside of the cloak. Like you put the hood down, I'm right under the outside.
Yeah.
Not on your neck.
I know. I'm kidding.
Of course it worked out.
Don't let him see you.
Okay, so you see that there is a group of, some of the kennels are open, a lot of, because that's clearly what this is a kennel. Some of them are open, some of them are closed, and there's a lot of these little creatures, which again, you recognize, like drakes of some kind that you recognize from the hatchery, as I mentioned. And he's sitting down next to one which is a little bit bigger than the others. And he says, "Yes, friends, here, sit." And he points out a couple of places on the ground. Now, as I said, most of this is fairly clean, actually. And he points out a couple of places, and he actually points to some places in front of the occupied kennels. So he sort of reaches at he kind of points to one of them, and he says to you, Cade, he says, right there. And he points to the one in front of this, and you hear the like the creature that's like inside, and he's like pointing at you to like sit down in front of it.
All of that, Keith. I think I'll sit over
we'll sit
here,
down,
so I'm
we'll sit
a little off.
I tell him, hey,
nice
nice weapons you got there, buddy. I like
Thanks.
They're nice and big.
I like them. They cut things very much.
Check out my weapon. Oh, look at it.
Oh, that
my
is
hammer.
great. I like that weapon. That weapon hits things. My weapon cuts things. You wait. And he sort of looks around. He says, "It does things to things. Both things do
So does
things."
mine.
And he sort of
Oh, isn't that awesome?
And yeah, so he kind of
Both
comes
do
over.
things.
He high fives you and practically blows
Yeah.
you back into the kennel. Like you're like like sort of stumble back.
Holy crap! We got a troll equivalent of a Rhodes Scholar.
And
I
he looks
whispered-
over
I
at you.
whispered to Kate.
And he
I
looks over at
whispered to
you.
Kate.
He looks over at you, Samil, and he says, "Ah, Orc." And he says, "Orc, strong man. Glad you friend of mine. Wouldn't want to kill you. I like orcs, especially when they're cooked." No, I'm kidding. Ha ha ha. I'm not kidding.
Keep my
I
hood on.
don't kid. I like orc, but I not kill you because you friend. And this one, the creature next to him, starts kind of like kind of hisses and he's like, "Oh, Fido, these friends." And the Fido sort of looks up and it tilts its head. And if you own pets, you might know what I mean. Sometimes dogs will look up at their owners and be like, "The hell?" And like, so basically that's so the Drake kind of like tilts, but it's like, just settles down. And so they're sort of looking at you and like, right, exactly, it actually works. So he sort of looks at all of you and he says, "So what can do for you? What?" And he kind of looks around and he says, "What can Trepson do for you, friends? Trepson is your friend."
Yes, he is.
Hi, Trepson.
All right, let's start
I am
asking these
Gromny.
questions here.
Gromny, your friend too.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
yes.
sit back and let.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him what's happening in the lodge, who's in the lodge, like kind of just I need the general, how many people are in the lodge.
And he says,
just kinda all the basic information.
oh, you're so funny, my friend. That's why I like you. You remember when we became friends? It was that time." And then he kind of, like, he looks off like he's a little confused. He can't really remember. "Oh, that was the time that we were friends. Anyway, that was time. You know what's in there. You know what's in there. In there is people who worship dragon. Right? Ah ha! And he takes Fido's jaws and he kind of opens them a little bit, like ha, and then he kind of like mimics the dragon, and Fido kind of like snaps its jaws and is like growls a little bit at him. He's like, "Yes, that's in there. There's big dragons, small dragons, little dragons, big dragons, and of course me."
Are there dragons in the house?
Well, it depends on what mean. If mean
Oh, like
half
the one next-
dragon,
Like
it's
what's his name?
and he says he says like Resmir, half dragon, half in house. Ha ha ha! And he starts making he's like slapping his knees, like practically rolls off his chair. Like as he does so, his axe accidentally hits the kennel, and like the Drake behind him is like, "Rawr!" Like sort of backs off. And he says, "So, but other than that, no real dragon. Seen dragon, no. Dragon come overhead sometimes.
Really? What color?
It's sometimes white, sometimes black,
Sometimes,
That's scary.
sometimes
When
blue.
was-
It don't matter
Sometimes
if
it's
you're
the-
black or white. Ha ha ha. And then he starts singing a song you don't
Shh.
remember. Da 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 da.
Any blue dragons?
He says, yes, blue dragon once, yes. Not for a while though.
Okay.
That's
So-
King Arthur's dragon. What the fuck are we
What,
talking about here?
What's this guy's name?
He called himself Trepson.
Trepson, that's it. So Trepson, we've been away for a while, but it's good to come back and see your friends again.
So glad to see you, my friend. And he comes over and he lifts you by the shoulders. He lifts you up. He's like, so good to see you. And you're like, ah. And he puts you back down.
So we've been away
This
for a
was
while.
an excellent
and
plan.
Besides Resmir, how many other dragon worshippers are in the main house?
Oh, many. Let's see. I count. One,
Boy.
Oh shit.
two.
Can you
he
name them?
sort of thinks, he goes,
Can you name them?
1,
Fuck.
2, and then he holds up one of his feet. He's like, 2, 1.
Fred.
I think
Yeah.
there's
Jump,
2. There's 2 or 1, or many more than 1 or 2.
Confident
What about-
information.
I don't-
Any names of anyone? Do you know their names? Do you
Oh,
remember their
well,
names?
there's
I
I
big,
think their names are
big
1
boss.
and 2. Didn't you catch it?
There's Big Boss, all dressed in white.
There's Big Boss.
That
I
is
love that video
that
game.
is her name, Talus.
Is-
Talus pretty. Talus pretty.
Oh.
Sometime Trepson think Trepson kind of like Talus and would like to show Talus his place, but Talus not come up here. Talus really strong and yell at Trepson a lot, but that's okay. Trepson know it's because Talus probably like him, but not want to say.
keep
I
the
think
dreams
I
alive.
think Talus and I will go on date. I will bring Talus one of the head of the creatures I killed. It was a big creature. It was a bear, and I ripped its head off. And I think Talus like bear. Talus like
Well,
bear.
Trent-
Do you think
Trepson-
Talus?
Our
And he
friend
turns.
here will bless your first
I'll-
check.
I'll-
Fifely,
go
Fifely, he
with
turns to you. Hold on
I'll-
one second.
I'll go
The reason I keep interrupting you is because he's not paying a lot of attention to all of you. So he,
Yeah, I know.
Fifely, he turns to you. Fifely, he turns to you. You're back in non-spider form, right? Or you're back in.
No.
Okay. So
He's still
Fifely.
spider-
No, he's on my back.
Oh, he's on your back. I'm sorry. Okay, you're
He's
still
on
in
the back
spider.
of
I
my
want to make
neck,
sure. Okay.
yeah.
So
And
then,
I'm making sure that my head is
so-
pointed towards him so that he doesn't see the little spider guy that's hanging out on my neck.
got it. So Ryuvi, he turns towards you and he's like, "Do you elf, dark elf smart. You think Talus also elf, not dark elf, regular elf, like non-dark
That is
elf,
more usual.
big bright elf, bright elf." And he sort of looks. He goes, "You think Talus like me if I give her bare head?" And he looks, and he looks, and he kind of like lowers himself into crouch, like he puts the blades of the axes down on the ground, and he leans his head on top of the handles to be like he's really interested, like what you're gonna say. He's like, like looking towards you.
Sounds like what every elf woman would dream about.
Ah, knew it. Knew that would work. Ah, yes. And he slams you on the back like to pat you. You stumble forward, and Fifely, I need you to make a dex check to see whether you can actually stay on his back.
Okay.
And don't go flying off it. However, you are doing this at advantage because you are within the folds of his cloak. So go ahead and make 2 rolls.
And he's got 8 legs.
Yeah, let me check what my okay, my dex is +2.
Do I have to... He doesn't hit me hard enough to knock me over, does he?
No, but you stumble forward a few steps. Like, oh.
So
Great.
20 +2.
Well, you better make up.
Advantage.
Fortunately, you have advantage.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's right. I do. Thank goodness. for
Don't
that.
don't
Don't
screw the
roll a
second.
1.
Don't screw the second one up.
Before it's a 1. It's going to be a 1 or a 2.
Way to jinx him.
Okay. You manage to hold on. You're kind of like, ah! And he goes
I
back over. He's
immediately
like,
turn back towards whatever his name is as soon as I recover from being
yes.
hit by him. So I immediately
Assaulted.
spin back towards him.
Okay.
Trepson the troll.
Tripson.
Yes.
I almost tripped because of Tripson.
Yes, friend. Oh.
I'm glad to give you good news. As your
Yes.
friend.
Very, very excited. When Talus and Trepsin get married, I ask you to be in wedding.
As I said before,
That I want to see.
our friend over here will bless your first child. So that's...
Oh, yes. Children will be wonderful. Trepsin Talus children. It will be white and pretty and small, and also strong, green, ugly, and with 4 arms, but she have 2 arms. 2 arms,
Trepsin.
4 arms, 3 arms.
Trepsin.
It have 3 arms. It have 3 arms, or 1 arm. Have to talk to Talus about
two
child.
forearms.
Maybe.
2 forearms.
That is confusing. Hold on.
I have 2 plus 2 arms. I can't count.
Before we reach that point, I have a very important question to ask you. As your friend,
Yes.
what is going on in the building next door right now? Anything of importance? Any reason that you are not in there? What's going on in there right now?
Oh, many important things. They tell Trepsin many things. They say, Trepsin, keep Drake safe. And I say, yes. And they say, Trepsin, take Drakes out. And I say, yes. And they say, Trepsin, go kill this small creature that we don't like. And I say, yes. And then they say, Trepsin, go back and keep Drake safe. And I say, yes. Very important job. Very important. I keep Drake safe. And if they need someone to kill something, they call me. Sometimes I'm outside and Talus call and say, Trepsin! And she say it in really pretty voice. And I say, yes. And she say, please kill this thing. And then she throws something out to me to kill, like a dwarf or a halfling. And as he's saying this, he's turning to each of you, like a dwarf, like he looks at you, Gromnir, is like, or a halfling, he looks at you, Cade, or an elf, and he looks at you, and he's like, turns to each one of you, he's like, and then I kill it by ripping it apart. And then I save it for wedding present.
I'm gonna ask him if he if he could introduce us to Talus.
Oh, could definitely introduce to Talus, but not really allowed inside house. Trepsin very strong, and one time Trepsin go in house and accidentally walked over the front door, and they not happy about it. So Talus say, here, be in this building, you think it be comfortable, and it's more comfortable. That's because Talus like me. She give me my own building. Yes.
Trepsin, how many doors are there into that building?
Well, their front door and the door into kitchen. Sometimes Trepsin like to go to kitchen door, except he not like people screaming at him. So he go towards see the kitchen door, and then he goes past it. And then he goes to take care of Drake or to kill something.
So who else is in this house, Trepsin? There's Talus. Is Resmir in there?
Oh, Resmir is sometimes in there, yes. Resmir sometimes comes, but then Resmir goes elsewhere. And then there's lots of other things. There's little dragon people on 2 feet, like you. Then it points at you, Cade. Trepsin points at you and says, like you, there's some of those in there too. And some others, some humans that haven't been killed yet.
Did he become a Ferengi all of a sudden? What happened there?
Any names that you know of? Do they have any other names like Talus? Is there anyone else that you know of like Talus?
Their name is Person I Don't Kill, Person I Don't Kill, Thing I Don't Kill, Little Dragon Thing on 2 feet I Don't Kill,
Okay.
Little Dragon, and that, yeah, that's what I do. Oh, and I saw a dwarf in there once, but that's been a while.
Alice, are there any other ways into that building that you know of, besides the 2 that you've already mentioned?
Well, you could dig a hole up into it. Ha 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 ha! It's made of stone. You can't do that. Ha ha! Can you dig into stone? Ha ha ha!
I chuck.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to keep a watch out.
You said you saw a dwarf. Are there many dwarfs, or is there only one dwarf?
Only seen one dwarf living. Other dwarves dead.
What was his name?
His name was Dwarf I Not Kill Yet. I'm not good with names. In fact, what your name?
Oh, Gromnir.
Oh, Grumlacher. He doesn't make any sound that's even close to what you just said. Grorsberg.
Close enough.
He says, my name Trepsin, and this Fido. And he points at the Drake, which hisses at you
Could I
angrily.
add Fido?
Yes, it looks like it will bite your entire arm off if you attempt to. Oh, Fido is perfectly safe. Fido is perfectly safe. You no need one arm. I give you one of mine. Ha 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 ha. Oh.
I'm gonna ask him what do they use the drakes for?
Sometimes to track creatures. Sometimes Talus say, find this thing, and I take drakes out, and they find it, and then I bring it back. And sometimes they tell me to kill it, and sometimes they say bring it back, and we talk to it.
So
And
the only reason
sometimes
that you
Talus is really, sometimes Talus, Talus don't want me to kill, because Talus sometimes, she's very smart. Talus always thinking of new things. Talus, one day, I heard her. Talus didn't know I heard. Talus said one day, Talus said, this will be mine one day, she said. And I said, yes, and Trepsin too. And then she turned and say, why were you here? Go away. And I said, oh yes, we must pretend. And I went away because she doesn't want to pretend that I'm actually.
She likes you.
That
That's
she
what
likes.
she wants.
I think so too. Do you think so? Because I think
agree.
so.
I
And he
agree.
walks around. He says, I think so. I composed a poem. I made poem. I wrote poem for her, and it goes like this. It is, I, Trepsin, Talus, us. Thank you. It took me 2 weeks to write. I have to fix part of it.
Awestruck.
May I interrupt here for just a second? This is brilliant, but I have a question to ask.
Sure. This is out of character, or is this out of a?
No, this is I've left the room already.
Oh, okay.
I'm outside. I'm going to try something while they have the big guy distracted because I don't need to know anything else about all of this. Ah, damn it! I hit the fucking back button. Hang on. I gotta go back into Roll20. So, locationally speaking, this building is directly to the right of the main building, correct?
Yeah, this building is to the east of it. Yeah, to the.
So
outside
from
of it.
where I'm located right now at the back end of the building, can I see over to the back side of the main building?
Yes, indeed you can, and I will show you a little bit of it. So.
What else can we ask?
Okay, let's see. So. At this point, I think I can reveal this part, which is kennel.
Oh my god, I would never have guessed.
I
didn't
never
know.
imagined it.
Yeah, so these are actually, I was looking for the scale before. This is 5 feet, not 10 feet.
Okay.
So equals 5 feet.
And equals 5 feet. There
that's
it
what
is.
that's because I was
It's
noticing it right there. So you can
amazing.
see
I
about.
like how it's not aligned.
You can see pretty far down there, but there is, you think, a door on the edge, and then it goes farther, a little
And
bit
then
past
those
where
are
you
two
can see.
windows there.
Yeah, it looks like 1 or 2 shuttered windows. Again, all on the second floor. All of the windows that you see, or I shouldn't say that, the majority of the windows that you see
There
are
are
on
no
the
windows
second
on the ground
floor. There are 1 or 2 of them in the front, but on this side, the windows are all on the second floor, and again, all shuttered. Hey, Kilgore, what's up?
Okay. And then that, I'm assuming that door is the kitchen door, since that's what he said. No other doors or any other seemingly entrance type thing, or anything out of the ordinary in the back.
Not
of the
obvious
building here?
ones, unless you were going to try to climb and get into those windows. Other than that, it doesn't look like it. Actually, from your angle, you can see a little
Are they
farther.
climbable?
Well, I mean, the walls maybe are climbable. Anything is theoretically climbable, but you'd have to figure out how to do it. But they're not like
Spider-Man.
sheer. I mean, there's, stone and then wooden on the top.
They're stone faced, so you could
Right.
probably climb them.
I can throw Kate up there.
They're asking if you can just take the troll picture off, just so they can see the map.
I'm sorry, say again? Oh, yes.
The guy is
I beg
middle
your
of
pardon,
everything.
yes.
Or you can shrink it. You can just shrink it down.
Sorry, Dino.
Yeah, you can shrink it down.
I was too
underneath
excited by showing the troll, my bad. I
and
will,
being the troll as
I
well.
was too excited. Well, I mean, listen, I'm just, in no way am I enjoying being a stupid troll. Okay, there we go. And let's reduce.
All right.
Let's move that down there.
So I'm going
I'm
to.
so happy that spell worked. I'm just like, one of my spells actually hit something.
I'm going to circle back around after getting a little bit of reconnaissance information and come back inside. And as I enter, I say, "Hello, friends, again. and I make my way over towards Cade and Cade, friend. Did I speak of friendly things with you in a friendly manner outside the friendly door?
And he sort of blinks at you, and you think you may have lost him past the second friend.
No,
He's
I
like,
said that to Cade.
oh, all right, okay.
He's on to me. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
You.
Hey.
I'll stay. I'll stay in chat.
So he
Grubby,
says.
yeah,
He
we'll
says
be
you.
right
You
back.
also. He says you also friends with each other, not just
Yeah.
me.
Indeed,
Yeah.
we
Oh.
We are all friends.
We're
Isn't
friends
that
with
awesome?
everyone. It's
Yeah.
exciting. And he looks at
It is.
Fido. See, you friends too. We all friends. Friends are we. We are friends. Friends
And
are
I'm
we.
singing
And
with
he's-
him
while he's
as
doing that, let's just
we make our way
step
quietly
up
outside
here.
of the... Yes.
Okay.
What's up, buddy?
So while we're doing this, Samil and and of course Fifely is with Ryuvi while this is happening. Samil,
Yes.
what are you doing as you're? Are you just sort of sitting there like watching, or what are you doing as he's going through this stuff? This is a big boy, by the way. Have I made that clear? He's a big dude.
Yeah, I'm just. I'm just trying to stay here unless someone comes up and tells me if they have a plan. I'm just gonna kind of look at the lizards, I guess.
Okay. All right. Then I will. Let's see, Cade and Ryuvi, and then I'll go back to Gromnir. What are you guys doing, Cade and Ryuvi?
Cade, follow me this way.
Okay, where are we going? Zip.
Around the
We
back.
circle around the building.
Do you see
What
back
am
there?
I looking for?
Set
Look
myself
at the
up
windows. Look at the door. Do you remember what he was talking about in the room? I figure they've got the big guy distracted. We want to try to take a look and see if we can learn a little bit about what's going on in here while our friends talk to Senor Big and Tall in there.
I'm not really a big fan of splitting the party at this stage. I'd actually just tell him what I want to do before we leave is tell him that, not to tell him when we're here because we want to surprise what's his face and this new chick. What's her name? Ryukin? No, you're Ryukin. We want to surprise
Dallas.
both of them. What's the other one's name?
Dallas.
Yeah,
Dallas.
who's the guy? The house driver.
Reznir.
Thank you, Reznir and Talus, and tell him not to tell them that we saw him, so that he can't spill the beans about us. But I think we should really hit the main hall, everyone together. I think it's way too dangerous unless you're talking about like trying to get in through a window up there. Is that what you're suggesting? Like from the outside?
Gromnir has him under control for a little bit. So either we can do what you're proposing, or we can try to gather some more information while... Nothing's going to happen to them as long as he keeps saying the word friend 15 times over.
Yeah, I just also prefer not to have anything to happen to us while we're out here, skulking around. And I'm a big fan of skulking, don't get me wrong, but we trip the alarm now, we've just screwed everything. So I know it's kind of strange hearing caution from the rogue, but I do have my limits.
Well, if you want to take that pact, I recommend doing it now before he gets really attached to us.
Yeah, really. Friends to the end. These shutters are on the outside of the windows. Is that correct? They're
Correct.
Okay. Oh, so except well, sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. It all depends. But that means they're probably latched from the inside. However, they shouldn't be locked. It should be a simple thing to actually put in a knife blade and slip up the bar or whatever. I'm trying to think what to do. I mean, theoretically, I could get behind, see if we can see something over here. So what are you thinking? Try a ground floor window, go into the kitchen. What's your thought process? Because you have altered person too, don't you?
I do not.
You don't? I thought you
I do
did.
not. I never did. No.
Damn it, man. All right, fine.
Trying to see what I have that would be able to help. I'm more of a damage-dealing sorcerer.
All right. As you guys are chatting and thinking about stuff, in the meantime, inside, Trepsin has decided to show both Gromnir and Samil his most prized possession, and he shows you. He sort of brings you back to. Let me pick him up here. So he heads over this way, and you see in sort of the back kennel. The kennel itself is empty, but there is actually back here 3 boar spears, which have been lashed together in a rough and strong tripod. And there's an animal carcass which is hanging from the tripod by a rope, probably maybe a young boar or something like that, although there's flies that make it hard to tell. and beneath it is a bowl that's circled by runes written in blood. And he points down and he says, friend, you should join with me, with Trepsin. Trepsin, this is Trepsin's favorite thing that he did.
What do you do?
Oh, I follow very powerful creature. You know what? What creature I mean?
Yeah, I know it.
What is it? So excited for friend to know.
It's what you know it is, because you'll say it.
He puzzles through that for a minute, and he's like, oh, yes, yes, friend, very smart. It is Baphomet. Yeah,
Baphomet?
Baphomet.
Baphomet?
Baphomet. Big creature, big wings, big red skin, and breathes fire. It is, and he lowers his voice, demon. Demon. Trepsin says that it likes demons because demons give things to Trepsin. Yes.
What type of things does these demons give you?
Baphomet.
Give blood and strength and blood, many things. Oh, very powerful. I think friends should also worship Baphomet.
Oh, we do worship Baphomet.
Oh, wonderful. And he kind of claps you on the back. He's like, wonderful. In that case, this for you. And he points hand to the animal carcass, and he sort of rips a little piece of the carcass, which is basically like some fur and like skin and something like that, and kind of stuffs it in his mouth. And he's like, yes, this to get closer to Baphomet. This sacrifice to Baphomet. We eat the flesh of this, and then we become like a demon.
I already did.
So you too. And he rips off the thing, and he sort of hands it to you. He's like, this is my special sacrifice, but I share with friends. And he hands it out to you. And to you, Smil.
So I grab it, and then I walk past him and like pretend to eat it, and like make eating noises, and just like lean down near it and kind of pretend like I'm praying to it, and just put it back down.
Make a deception check for me, please.
Alrighty, that's my deception. Forget about it. It is +0. All right, let's do it.
How you doing, beautiful bear?
13.
Okay, so he's like,
gonna hit a 1.
Oh, that's okay. He seems like vaguely disappointed, but he can't really explain why. He says, all right.
This is how I do it.
Now your turn, friend. Friend with hair, and he points at you, Samil, and he says, for you.
And like as I'm reaching out for it, I'm gonna start going into a sneezing fit.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like slowly like back away out the door while sneezing.
He's like, oh.
I'll like stand in front of him and go, whoa, you don't want to watch out. When he sneezes, be careful, because you'll be set on fire. Be careful.
Set on fire. Oh, that's very scary. Nah, Trepsin not want to be set on fire. I give him sacrifice later for Baphomet.
Good idea.
And then I'll make my way, since I've found a nice exit plan there, to the guys up here to see what they're doing.
Okay. All right. So meanwhile, back in the ranch, what are you guys doing? And also, Fifely, you're still just hanging out. Are you like trying to tap his neck or like do anything to indicate anything?
No.
Or okay.
No.
All right.
Well, how long has it been since I went in the door?
So let's see.
Initially.
Since you went in the door, probably about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But like,
So we need to. We're gonna have to go into the house sometime. So either the
that's what I was
kitchen
thinking.
or the front
Right.
door. And what's our
Yeah.
plan once we get in there?
That is a good question. I mean, keep in mind, right now I look like a kobold, so I can, within limits, move around fairly easily. You're
Well, we
half
have
orc.
Pretty much
plans
the
to
only
go
one
to
that can
the-
pull that off.
Well, but you're a half orc, dude, so you could probably do it too. They haven't seen a lot of orcs. It's usually been like humans and such.
Humans and elves, yeah.
It would be great to get a sense of how many people are in the kitchen and how big it is. It might be an easy place to go in if it's only like 1 or 2 people.
True. I mean, we could send a spider in again. That worked pretty well this time.
Yeah, that's a
just
good idea.
tell Trepson to stay here and not to tell anyone we're here because we want to surprise them. Very
I
important.
put my hand on my neck and near where I don't
Crush
know
him.
where Fifely is, but I tried to put it somewhere where he can crawl to it so that he can come over. Fifely, would you mind coming onto my hand for a minute?
I do so.
So wait, if the 4 of us
Tap
are out
one.
here,
Tap
Anyways,
1 if you're okay with us sending you into the kitchen again, or tap 2 if you would like for us to find another way. You have a right to be involved in this vote. Fifely's up for it.
we should probably get Gromnir and be on our way then.
Alright, I'm gonna put you, Fifely, I'm gonna put you back on the back of my...
No, just
Then he crawls into your ear.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, it's the scene from the Wrath of Khan.
Oh God.
Well, talk about gross things.
Oh God. Let me just a pro tip. When you are, let's see, how old was I? When you're 9, don't watch that scene followed by Thriller. Okay, if you'd like to sleep without nightmares for several weeks, don't do that. Okay.
No, for me, 9 was watching Aliens and the
What?
chest burster scene and me losing my shit. Completely losing my shit.
I did that
for like
when I
a
was,
year.
Like,
I was
Oh,
a
God.
miserable fucking person.
Oh,
I was
God,
like
you're
6 or something, and I watched Aliens, and I'm still tormented by Aliens. I can't
It
watch
took
it again.
it took me like 4 years later than sitting down with the first Alien film and literally holding the chair, looking at the scene and going, "Oh, well, that's bad, but that's not as bad as I remember."
Not as bad as I remember. Why are you
It took me a
holding
couple
up
years
scissors?
growing up to fucking
Trent,
deal
They're
with
not
it.
scissors, they're hemostats. You see, they're young, enter through the ear
Oh God.
and wrap themselves around.
Thank you, Khan Noonien Singh.
These,
And wrap themselves around the
God, so
cerebral cord.
disgusting.
these are surgical
Welcome
systems. These
to
are
Fantasy
Okay.
Island.
Oh God. All right. Anyway.
All right, let's try to
so-
get this thing going a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, we're gonna go back and collect our dwarven friend.
Fernand, you need to push up your pecs a little bit though to make that part really pay off.
My
If you
big
go back and
plastic
look at
chest.
that, if you look back, looking back
So
at that
while
movie, it's
while
like,
they're gone,
he's got like pillows. It's just ridiculous. Sorry, I couldn't. I had to.
Yes.
that's all right.
Go ahead.
While they're gone, can I ask? Trespin? Trespin, have you seen? You know that dwarf that you saw? Was his name Dondor?
And he sort of thinks, he's like, maybe, had name like, Blog, or Brog, or Grog, and he's making like these multi-syllable, like, you know, these like
That's
just,
a miracle in and of itself.
right. I mean, there seems to be like 2 syllables definitely coming out, like, but I mean, whether it's Domdor or you know, Jack Smith,
Yeah.
you have no idea.
Okay.
Dumbledore.
Okay,
Yeah,
Trespin.
Dumbledore.
What about Asbara?
Not Noah Asbara.
Okay.
And he's actually turned back this way. Not Noah Asbara. Well, looked like about time to start taking drakes out around to bring them around. Take Fido and the rest. Have to go around the land and see what is there. Friends, come with me.
Take a long walk. We can't. We have to stay because Trellis told us to stay. Trellis told us to stay.
Oh,
Trellis.
Talus,
Trellis, that's fantastic.
you know Talus? I thought you not
Yeah.
know her. You asked about her before.
We know. We know of her because Resmir. We work for Resmir.
You
Resmir told us to see Talus.
You work for Resmir? Oh,
Yeah.
Must be very strong. I'm glad I'm friend. Glad we're friends because Resmir very strong. And Resmir once say, if you see anything that not a friend, kill it. So glad that you are friend.
Yes.
But we are friends.
Right. You notice now, by the way, that there's a dried reddish color on each blade of its. You don't know what it is, but and
like
maybe
suspect-
some matted hair might be on there too.
Pooped bus. Trepson. So listen, as friends, and you know we're friends, good friends. We have a small request for you when you're taking your drakes out on their sabbaticals or whatever, taking them out and seeing what's around. If you see anyone from the house, do not tell them that we're here because we want to surprise Resnar and what the hell's her name?
He's like,
what the hell's her?
Ooh, Resnar. Although
Talus.
Although his mind is still working over when you said, oh God, what was the word?
Taliesin.
No. Before that, there was a word.
Sabbatical.
Yeah, sabbatical. It was you were like sabbatical. He's like tickle. Anyway, but so he's sort of like a little confused. He's like, oh, surprise. Oh, yes. Can make big joke. I surprise once. I leave head outside. I put it in the bed of one of the humans, and then I put it was horse's head, and I put it in the bed, and they screamed.
I was waiting for you to say
they
that.
screamed, and it was funny.
It was offer they could not refuse.
It was funny, and there was weird music I heard too. I don't know why. It was funny though. But then they said,
Okay.
"Don't do that again." And
Exactly, but it has to be a surprise. So someone asks, you haven't seen us here.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't
Okay.
seen you here, even
Right.
though I did just now. But I
Right,
haven't.
which you will not. Exactly, you have not.
Okay.
You have not seen anyone. Just
Steady
Oh,
series.
Just
Steady.
Fido
We'll be there in a second.
and the other drakes, lizards. Just those guys. That's it. That's
Okay.
it. That's what you've seen today. Okay.
So he goes up and he says,
Good
"All right,
friend."
friend," and he lifts you above his head.
Yep.
Not unlike you and a baby. He's like, "Good to see you, friend." Wah 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 wah, and then puts you down,
That's you
and then
too.
does the same thing. "Good to see you, friend." Wah 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 wah, like sort of shakes you, puts you down.
This is to give us a raspberry on the chest.
All right, come on, Fido. He says, you go out, you wait by door." And then he goes around and he presses like what looks like there's like a little like a wire that runs around, and he pulls on the wire, and all of the kennel doors open at once, and all of the things come out like right next to him. And they're all sort of like sitting there, walking like around him, kind of like, looking at him, and then occasionally like hissing in your general direction. And he says, and he kind of laughs, and he says, "Oh, they're not so bad. Once they don't eat you, they friends with you." And then he says, "All right, let's go, friends." And he
Just
takes
make sure
them.
Just before I was going to say, trust me, go really far away and take a very long trek before you come back. Just to be safe,
Well, Trepson see. Trepson can't go too far, but
as far
Trepson
as
will
you
do what he
can
can.
for a long time.
So he leaves the door. It occurs to you, by the way, that suggestion allows you to give one suggestion, not multiple ones. But he leaves.
Well, I'm doing like assuming that he's a friend.
As a friend, yeah.
I'm not suggesting.
So he nods at you and sort of like he nods at you, and then all of them sort of file out, and he starts heading off towards the perimeter of the land around the lodge.
All right. So I'll
As
head
good as it's
back
gonna
to where
get.
the group is.
Now that it's
So to recap,
Oh
we got
boy.
2 doors. There's an elf named Talus in there, which probably will help us. If
So
we
there's
can name
tells you
drop it.
Resmir could be here. He doesn't know. You said there's halflings and there's a dwarf. There's possibly a dwarf in there,
Bunch of cultists.
and a bunch of cultists. And they're
I don't know. Every time he said half of your
Maybe-
dwarf, he ended up killing them. So I'm not sure they're here anymore. Let's put it that
Who knows?
way.
They could be cultists. Maybe.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Maybe he
That's about
thinks
all we
them
got,
as
though.
kobolds. Maybe he thinks kobolds and halflings are the same thing. I don't know.
It's possible. Well, I do look like a kobold right now because of my alter self, or disguise self. We were thinking about sending Fifely in as Spider into the kitchen to scout it out.
Sure.
Good idea, man. Recon is good.
That was my original plan.
Yep.
That was I was
Yeah.
thinking.
We took a detour.
Imagine how much easier of a time you guys would probably have as we go into the house if you had remembered that Trepson said, "Make sign," and you guys never asked him to show you what the sign was. So let's move on. So to the kitchen, I guess.
Yeah, true. I'm thinking about that.
Indeed.
Well.
Okay. Now, the.
Well,
all right.
he's not too. Well, I mean, I guess you're still a spider, so I don't know if you would have asked that.
There's no way I could tell you.
Yeah.
I can't speak common or anything.
You just start doing Morse code on there, like
it's fine.
tap 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 tap
It's fine.
tap tap tap.
It's more
Just
fun
means
when
we-
we don't know what the fuck's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I like it.
Yeah.
More
Okay, so
entertaining.
how are
We're
you
doing
guys
it for
trying to
you
go in?
guys, so if we fuck up, you can laugh.
You're bringing him to
Yeah.
the door, or how are you doing
How
this?
I've made my casting career.
If
So,
we fuck up,
Point
so
taken.
which entrance are we taking, guys?
or we're sending him into the kitchen. So the secondary door. The door
Oh,
over.
so we're going down. Okay, so we're
Yeah.
all going down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's my thought.
So you guys can move your characters over in that direction where you want to be.
Well, we're missing a couple.
Well, why are you
Yeah.
moving towards the front door?
That's where the kitchen
moving.
door is. It's not.
Kitchen
it's
door's
not-
about
it's not-
here.
No. Kitchen
No,
door
kitchen
is
door's back here.
the other door you mentioned is right here.
Back in the
So
back.
There's two doors. There's one door in the front.
So
One
I
door
was
in the
like,
back.
where are you going?
I was like really confused myself. I was like, those are all windows that you guys see.
Had a secondary door.
No.
I was doing it based on that picture. That you
Oh
showed
yeah,
us.
so there is one that seems to be locked and closed. You don't know if it's even been used for a while. There is one that does exist, but it seems to go down below. But that doesn't seem to be the door that, the kitchen door that he was referring to seems to be back here.
All right. Which does make more sense. I was a little confused. Like, why would the kitchen be in the front? It was very odd. Oh, there we go. Boink. Okay, actually, I'll get on this side. Yoink. There. Okay. Guys, going through the kitchen, we don't need no fucking sign, so it's all good. This entire troll scene. Classic horror, we live to serve.
So, is there similarly gaps around this door?
So about that, no, there are not. There are not to that same level. Now there are definitely little, because the problem is down below is all sort of like a stone foundation. And then higher up where the wood is, it's possible that there are gaps up there, but there don't seem to be any obvious gaps here in the bottom or the top or the sides of the door from what you can tell. The door itself is pretty sturdy, as are the doors to the outer buildings that you've seen. And the back door, there's definitely things, like it looks well trafficked. There's definitely people that have gone in and out, but there does not seem to be very obvious openings within which you could crawl down here. So you kind of scuttle around it, and then you sort of scuttle around and around and around, and you guys notice after a while that Firefly doesn't seem to be able to. There doesn't seem to be moving into anything, apparently, from what you can tell.
Damn. What a secure kitchen.
You're gonna have to go around the front, or it's a bit much. Maybe we should just unlock this quietly.
Maybe. What is this door made of there, Arv?
It is made of wood, like the front one was. Made of sort of like, again, oak. So fairly sturdy, not nearly as tall, though, as the one that goes to the kennel.
Right. But, well, it's more like the front door, I imagine.
Yes, correct.
I listen. Can I hear anything, any noise from the other side?
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Alrighty. Perception. There it is. Lamb.
Oh, that was close.
That was close, yep.
That's a 19.
There's a lot of noise inside here. You hear you hear what sounds like chuk, 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 like a blade hitting some wood. You hear what sounds like fire crackling within. You see what sounds like bloop, 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 bloop,
Is there the sound of celery being chopped?
That was that first thing.
One can only hope.
We have an expert. And you should switch back into human form.
And you hear some chattering as well. You can't really make out what is being said, but there's definitely human voices being related
It's
to
a
each
working kitchen. Yeah, exactly.
How many people do you hear in there?
Can I get an estimate?
It's a few. You don't get the impression that it's a ton, but it's a little bit hard to make out.
3 to 5.
3, 5, 6, something like that.
Something like that. And this door.
Thank you for the host first, Dave.
How is it secured? You say fire stink?
Fire snake. Fire snake areas.
Sorry.
Fire stink.
Yeah. Shh.
Definitely not.
Internet has a strange sense of humor. So does this door look like it's secured from the inside, or?
Well, you don't even know yet if it's locked, to be honest. It does
Yeah,
open outwards.
Okay, I was kind of looking for handle.
Oh yeah, there's a
something.
handle on the outside.
Okay, if I try it, does it move?
Yep.
So it's just open.
Yep.
I quickly grab
Oh.
his hand.
I'm not
And I look-
opening it.
I quickly grab his hand and I look at him in the face and I say, "What are you planning to do once you open that?"
First of all, I was just seeing if it was open. I'm not going to open it. I was just seeing, is it available, which it is. Now we step back and see what the hell we're going to do.
All
Our
right.
options are either try to deliver something. If there's nothing here, I guess we could go get Disgusto.
Should we just go around the front then? It was open.
Why can't? Where did you leave things with him, Gromnir?
Sorry?
Where did you leave things with Trapezoid?
He headed off to go scout around the
patrol the perimeter with his lizard.
patrol the
friends.
perimeter with the dragons.
What do you say we crack the door open and we let Spider Boy go in?
Got a little
Maybe put
roboted
as They
out.
are in there.
Yeah.
What's that?
Static,
You
static.
roboted a little bit. Try say that again.
Oh, sorry. If we try to crack the door open
Mhm.
and then we let
Well,
Tren
we still,
go in there.
yeah, we still have another
Okay.
problem though. We can't move freely around here even once we get inside.
Well, we can just let Spifely scout ahead because if it's as busy as it sounds in there, they're not going to pay attention to the door cracking open a little bit.
That's what I was thinking. I could just do it enough to get him inside to look around. But it sounds like a kitchen, so once we have that information, I'm not sure how it's going to help us.
Well, if you can get to a place where, since Tren, you were saying this, but you would have thought about the sign that he mentioned a lot more than we would, and you might be able to catch sight of that if you travel a little bit in there. I don't know. Does that make sense?
It does. I doubt that once inside the house that they would be making the sign to each other anymore, but could definitely do it.
Yeah, if there's like an inner sanctum, I don't know, something where you can.
Or we just go into the mudroom, and once we're inside, it's assuming that, we're there for a purpose, I guess. I don't know.
I think we need a little more information. So
You
I
could
vote,
go in and open a window, and we can just go through the window.
That's true. I'd say that we let
Uh,
Fifely in there first, though. I think that's the best option.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything else we do is probably reactive based on what he sees.
Sure.
I agree. Let Fifely go in and see what he can see. I would say if we run into Trapezius again, maybe we can figure
Roman
out
gladiator Trapezius.
some way to have him help us. I don't know. I
Trapezius.
think
And his,
having
make it
him,
Are
not entertained.
and his brother Testicles.
I like him.
Trinculo
one's all you,
and train wreck.
All right, so let's get Fifely in there.
Oh god.
I'll
Yeah.
be the one to open the door since
Oh,
I'll probably
alright,
have the most
sure.
control over it.
Yeah, it's probably true. Okay, but
Okay.
just teeny bit, just crack it.
Okay.
All right, so that's what we're doing. I'm going to step back. Hold on.
All right.
There to there, not in front of any of the windows, but to the wall.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hug the wall as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it opens out to the left a little bit, so you probably wouldn't be able to see anything if you did that. I mean, unless you're not trying to see in there.
We're just
No,
trying
I'm
to get
trying to
wide enough
just-
for Fifely.
I don't
to
want
get
Okay,
inside
gotcha.
his spider.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So Samil opens up the door then? Yes?
Just a crack.
Okay. So when you do so, a gigantic can of Raid. No, I'm just joking. When
would
you
not
do
be
so,
shocked at all.
this is what you're able to see, and the door opens enough that you can actually slide inside. Although this is going to be an interesting one, Fifely. So this spacious kitchen is a hive of activity, and here I'm going to show actually the full extent of this fully operational space kitchen.
Fully armed and operational
Operational.
space kitchen. Okay,
Knives
Arv.
everywhere.
I'm afraid this kitchen will be quite operational when your friends appear.
I'm afraid this will be quite operational by the time your friends arrive.
The ability to destroy a souffle is
Oh god. Okay.
All right.
So, all right. This is what you're able to see from here. So I can show you both sides of that. Okay, so this is what you're able to see from here. So this spacious kitchen is a hive of activity. A large stove against one wall contains a roaring fire with a bubbling stew pot and shanks of venison suspended above it. Strings of onions and herbs crisscross the ceiling like webs above cluttered tables. See what I did there? Preparing meals are 4 humans, 2 men and 2 women. All are within arm's reach of boiling water, cleavers, and knives. And it seems very clear that they are not interested in company. When the door opens a little bit and then just sort of kind of scuttles in, they all sort of look over towards the door. And then they start kind of making their way. One of them starts, goddamn wind, and starts making his way over to the door, like right in your direction.
Okay. Well, it's time to that little gear shift, shove it into the big gigantic R, and back the hell out, and drop down onto Samil's hand and just rapidly tap the living crap out of his hand.
What is it? What is it, Spider? What's going on?
And the door starts to open.
Samil understands that.
The door starts to open.
Crap.
And all of a sudden, opens all the way, and you find yourself facing a human cook. And the and the human cook seems to be a little bit is sort of looking at you with a stare and says, "What you want?"
I immediately creep up, still in kobold form, and say, "Hungry."
It ain't time for dinner.
Dude, we have a scrap around somewhere.
He sort of looks.
A bit of meat, vegetable, something. Totally off my ass here.
British kobold.
Well, yeah.
Kind of looks.
Say what, Governor?
what? Farms a vegetable. And he looks around and he says, "Oi, yeah, you want something to eat?" And they sort of look at each other and they all say, "Really?" And one of them says, "Well, we got spam. We got spam, bacon, and spam. Spam. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Vikings and spam. No, I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. No. But he says, "You know the rules. You're supposed to wait." And they go slam. The door's like in your face.
Okay. Ooh.
All right, so that worked. Next plan.
All right.
Two of that magnitude.
Thank God they didn't notice us around the side.
Well, yeah, the point was the door opened that way, so thankfully, and he's orcish enough to pass, and that's how it worked.
I was gonna actually slide behind the door, but I'm glad that worked out the way it did anyway. So.
All right.
How much time has passed?
Since when? Like
since over the course of all of this.
It's my one problem is Mega. I can't speak Draconic.
Well, really since you arrived.
Yes.
Since you arrived, let's see. Probably about a half hour, I would guess.
Okay.
I think it's time to go into the front.
Cautiously.
Unless we're going to knock on the door again and then just like punch the guy's lights out, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
What do we do? What do we do
that's an option.
So I'm gonna.
Well, out of your spam, then I love it.
But what do we do when they come to the door and ask who we are?
While you guys are talking about that, I'm gonna look over
The
this
front
side.
door is unlocked. Was unlocked and opened.
Yeah, it was open. It was just a mud room. But well, eventually he's right. We're gonna encounter someone, and we should say we're from the castle. Actually, I think we actually go with the story about what's his face is dead. The lizardmen staged an uprising, and they took over from the bullywugs.
Just looks like
we were sent to get reinforcements.
It looks like some cords of wood, basically, are just stacked up against the wall there, Samil. And obviously for use, perhaps in the stove, cooking, and you'd need to be able to go on the other side of it to see down the western side, if that's what you're.
How high is the stack?
It's pretty high, actually. It's taller than you. I mean, it looks like they've been stacking this for a while. And it looks like there's a couple of pieces of wood that have fallen off, as if they've been taking things perpetually off the top of the pile and then restacking and so on.
And it doesn't reach anywhere close to the roof, though.
No. You could maybe get, 15 feet up means you could maybe get to the first floor. The second floor, I should say. The problem is, though, it's not stable. I mean, if you've ever seen stacked wood, like it's not, it doesn't, hold together to stand on it, basically.
Okay.
Sorry.
Peek around here. No, it's fine.
Because the best lie is 80% truth. Now, the fact that we were responsible for the revolution is irrelevant.
I also agree with you, Kate. I think the best idea is the one you're discussing, which is we should walk in with enough fervor and determination. Sorry. That we basically say what has happened and that we are the only people to survive the uprising that occurred, and we fell back from the castle. We're seeking. What are we seeking? For extra help or forces or the asylum? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. What's his face? Drusilla sent us to get help, and that's the last we saw.
Excuse me a minute. I just killed a Fifely side American cockroach. So just give me a second here. I'll be right back.
By the way, I'm wondering if before we enter into this place, should we all enter as ourselves, or do we want to keep the status quo with one Fifely riding on my shoulder?
I'm sticking with the kobold thing. Thank you very much.
Or on Samil.
Yes. I think Fifely can stay hidden for now. He can just shift whenever he wants.
Fair enough.
And having another person appear out of nowhere would be a great surprise move.
No, I was saying. Well, okay.
It's also known as a water bug, and like it's actually not a terrible thing, except that it looks horrifically bad. And it's called an American cockroach. It is actually.
Oh, it looks like an alien.
Yeah, but it's actually the American cockroaches don't breed very much, and they're not like when you see a cockroach, that's bad. An American cockroach is not a big deal, but it is really creepy, and it was on my wall, and it was in the middle of trending, being like Fifely being like, I'm gonna crawl up and go through the thing. All of a sudden, I'm like, ah! It's like Fifely has emerged in my room. So sorry. So.
All right. So do we want to move towards the front door?
And by the way, with that kind of message to impart, we can kind of hopefully bluff our way through without, damn the sign, the castle's under attack kind of thing, and kind of bull rush our way through hopefully to the leader. That may not be the best idea, but I think our story is strong enough. Although, wait a minute, wait.
I can sell it because I'm currently a bit burnt and charred and bandaged.
Yeah, but
true.
Lead with the look, and then follow with the voice, which I think should be Cade.
Sure, I can do that.
But hold on. Do you have any kind of symbols of your god on your armor, since you are a cleric?
Thanks for the follow, bankrupt student. By the way, welcome to the Argonauts.
No,
aren't we all?
Other than my holy symbol, if you want me, I can hide that.
I'd probably put that away. Yeah. I mean, it's not your hammer, is it?
Well, I mean,
it's not in my hammer. It's just my hand. It's just a necklace that I have.
Good. Well, just tuck that underneath there. Good. Okay, I didn't. If you had like it emblazoned, like, it's because what your god is like the god of thought, or something.
Divination.
Knowledge.
Well,
Burner points out that any symbols may have been acided off.
It's not really one of the gods known as like evil gods, is what I'm kind of saying. So that.
Oh,
might...
no.
Okay,
no. We believe in
the god of evil. Yes.
Well,
I like that.
We believe in truth.
I'm saying
if you want to know, the search for truth is what we believe in.
All right. Well,
I love that. I love that movie.
Don't tell him that, and let's go in the front door.
Okay, last thing before we do it, do you want to try scaling the wall? Do you want to look at the wall to see if you can scale it? Does it go to the roof?
I don't see the point of going to the roof or going in through the front door. I mean, why would I go up that way instead?
Because there might be more options.
Asked and answered.
The roof might provide more options than the front door, which may be a poor decision if we know something.
You're what, like 7 feet tall?
Yeah.
And I'm 3, so I guess about 10.
The wall may be climbable.
How's the wall look? Is it in my professional estimation? How climbable is the wall?
The wall is definitely not smooth. Do you think it's possible that you could move up? That you could probably get up to where the second floor would take over, and you'd have the wood there. There's not really any gaps or anything like that you could see to crawl in, like on the stone, if you were talking about having Fifely do it. But you think you might be able to, using your best efforts, crawl up and be able to get maybe up into the wood portion, where presumably it would get a little bit easier to climb. So how loud it would be when you got up to the wood is another matter. You don't know how creaky it is up there or anything like that.
So we're risking blowing the whole thing before we even start, which I'm not all that keen on, to be quite honest.
Elias points out that Cade's height is irrelevant. How far up can he be tossed is really the question.
Hey, standing on his shoulders. I don't need. No one's doing any halfling tossing.
No one tosses a halfling.
So roof or front door?
Front door.
If you want to go look on the roof, I can give you some guidance to help you. It's up to you.
What I want is someone to levitate me up to the damn roof so I don't make any noise on the wall. But all right, well, I'll try to be quiet. Here,
It's up to you. Do you want to go up?
Give me
You
actually, Samio, if you give me a boost with your hands, that gets me up even higher.
Does it mean I have to touch
So
your butt?
I was gonna propose you actually like hold me by the feet would work.
Oh, okay. Like
Exactly.
cheerleader. Sound like
Yeah, like whatever you just said.
Yeah, we can do that. Do you want to
Cheerleader.
do it on the log piles over there on the west side, or you want to do it just right here?
Just right here. I'm not gonna have you climb on a log pile. That's a sure way to
Okay.
cause trouble.
All right.
So
how are we gonna do this?
So
Just throw you up
with him,
there?
no, you're gonna pick me up. I'm gonna stand on your shoulders. You're gonna set your hands. I'm gonna step into them. You push me higher.
I mean, after
very
watching
simple.
the Olympics, I'm thinking like shot put.
And you push me high. Or discus, right? Just like, wow.
Get a little rotation. All
So
right.
that's gonna get us like
I'll
11,
boost you
12
up.
feet up on the wall.
There you go.
I'm gonna try to be quiet if I can as I move
I
I'll
have
hide my
cast-
hands up just in case you fall.
Mhm.
I'll
Thank
cast guidance on
Alright, you?
little guy. Cade.
you. I have a name, damn it. I have a
Marmoset.
name.
I like little guy. 'Cause
It's
you are
not
little.
Marmoset either. Oh,
It's gotta be Marmoset.
So what am I doing here? That'd be.
Okay. So
that'd be-
so he's lifting you up and then pushing you up higher. All right, so you're able to scramble onto or sort of, try to get purchase on the stone. You're going to need to make a dex check here. You can add acrobatics if you have it.
I will add it because I do have
And a D4 because I gave you guidance.
That's right. Awesome.
I'm going along with him.
Aragorn, Tarst, Halflings, and Fellowship of the Ring. True.
All right, so the D20 first, which is, well, it's already a 22, but just for grins, let's add the D4, and we've got
Hey.
23.
Okay, so you were able to pull yourself up to, get yourself up, kind of scramble up onto the wood, and now you're holding on to the wood, which is, by the way, a little splintery, little not the smoothest wood that you've ever seen in your life, but you could, if you wish, try to get to the second floor, basically the upper floor. From here. That's where the windows seem to lead. So you basically got a set of windows that would lead into the first floor, like presumably like the top of the room of the first floor, or
Right.
you could try to go up the wood a little bit to the window that is on the second floor, from what you can tell.
I'm going to try and get to the second floor windows. Hopefully those are just not as busy. And if I can find an empty room, then that's what I will
Okay,
attempt
going
to
straight
ingress
up from
into.
your position, by the way, like going straight up from where you are.
Where's the closest second floor window to me? That's where I want to go.
Okay, so basically right up from where you are. So, okay. So, go ahead and make another dexterity check for
Okay.
me, please. Again, acrobatics you can add.
I will. Blam!
Okay.
I'm really good at this.
Okay. So, let's see. So you pull yourself
Only
up
a plus
to...
And by the way, yeah, well, I've also been getting some decent die rolls.
Okay. You were able to pull yourself up, and you kind of, grab all the way until you get to sort of the underside of what looks like a ledge. This ledge appears to be made, it seems to be reinforced with wood down below, but there appears to be some kind of like a stone ledge on top of it. So basically there's these diagonal wood, reinforcements essentially.
Supports.
Holding up a flat wooden ledge underneath which, you'd have to sort of get around to the top of that ledge if you wanted to. Then there's windows that you'd have to sort of shimmy over to get to either the left or the right, or you could go over this ledge that's on top of you. It is not the roof, by the way. The roof is higher than that ledge. So
Okay, so I want to say this back to you to make sure I'm seeing it correctly. There's
Right.
two windows, and in between them on the wall is a kind of a ledge. Is
no,
that correct?
not quite right.
Okay,
So
okay.
straight up above you, so you've got the window. You're going up.
Right.
The next part, there are two windows that are sort of on. There are essentially two windows to the west of where you are, to your left, and there's another
Okay.
couple of windows to your right. Above
Okay.
you is this stone ledge. that extends out, and it's the only stone ledge that you've seen that extends out from the side of the building at all. So it's like you basically are underneath it. So you could clamber up onto it, basically, or try to get to the windows to your left or your right.
How wide is the ledge sticking out from the wall?
It is about 5 feet, you would guess. So it's kind of like a balcony of some kind, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Well, that's interesting. So I'm going to go for the ledge.
Okay, so go ahead and make one more dex check for me.
Okay.
Just gonna stay under him to catch him if in case he falls.
Oh, my hands are up.
Your throw would be better.
Yeah, it gets better and better.
Wow. So you just swing
and I do the mountain climbing leap and just grab like one-handed.
No, you just
We're
completely swing
awestruck at how
onto.
good he's doing this.
Yeah,
Not
no,
me,
it's impressive.
Right beside him.
Hey, for Spider-Man, that's pretty good.
Okay, let me bring you over to.
Yeah. Maybe down. Yeah.
And let's see.
Yeah.
Right.
I encounter 5 guards. Ah, crap.
Possible.
All right.
It is possible.
Let's see if I can find how to. Let me see if Arv can figure out where exactly on this map this area is that he's found.
Good luck.
I can do it. It's here. Okay. Hunting. There's the word.
Or the strange writing on the floor. It's crazy. Like it's guiding me where to go.
Let's see. I think. Devil. Oh, okay. I got it. I think. Ha-ha! Success. I am a genius. Look, I'll even show you this. Equals 5 feet.
Ooh. Ah.
There you go. All right, let me bring you over on top of that.
Your mastery of roll 20 is impressive. Most impressive.
Your knowledge of spatial relations is most impressive. Okay. So you are right there. Okay.
Pretty much,
so
yeah.
you were so you clamber around, and you are now looking sort of. Basically, there's 2 doors. It is indeed a balcony, and as you clamber around to the other side of it, you see.
Why did we not see this before? This would have been my target from the get-go.
Yeah, well, you didn't see this part because you were underneath it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I just was not thinking that it was part of the,
There you go. There are 2 doors that you can see that lead into these 2 doors that, again, wooden doors that are leading into something. No windows here, though. There's a window.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's no windows here. There is a window on either side, like outside of the balcony. You can actually see one right here and right here.
Okay.
But no windows on the balcony itself.
And these 2 windows are still shuttered, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, D&D Minesweeper, exactly.
Zip over here.
Okay.
To beside the door. Listen at the door for any signs of activity inside.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Alrighty, I shall do that to the best of my ability, which is... I'm going to re-roll that perception check.
Lucky man.
Not much better, 14.
Ooh, what a lucky man. Yeah. You don't really get a lot of sound from here except what might be the sound of a crackling, maybe like a fire that's going on inside.
These people like their fire. Okay. Alright. That's a good idea, Netawin.
The reason I can't do that, though, Net, is because then you guys will see it on stream. And I don't want you guys to see it, nor do I want the players to see it on the stream either. That's why the GM opacity thing doesn't work in this case.
Oh.
Sadly.
I was gonna have Netawin and Mega just feed us all the information when they saw it. Damn.
Oh, that's a great idea. Hey, I immediately avoid the trap that's here, and the what?
I just happened to, stumble across. You must have said something about it. I'm sure. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Anyways. Okay. So crackling fire, pretty much. So what you said. I'm actually gonna give it like a minute or 2, although I shouldn't really stick around too much longer in case someone comes out at the bottom. But I want to listen for at least a minute to see if there's any kind of movement at all.
Okay.
But after a count of 60, if I hear nothing, I'm gonna then keep doing something.
Okay. So make another perception check for me then, please.
Okay. Come on, perception. 15.
Again, nothing else seems to be moving in here, other than, as I say, the crackling of the fire.
All right. So I do have it, don't I? Hold on. Well, The balcony is solid. Like there's there's nowhere to tie off a rope. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, never mind. I don't need to tie it off. Take out the grappling hook. Take out the rope.
Okay.
Attach it firmly to the edge of the balcony just over here, and drop the rope down to the gang and say, "Get up here."
Okay. So you guys see. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Back at the OK Corral.
Back at the OK Corral, you guys see a rope drop, and you see
Rope hits me in the head.
Yeah, bangs you in the head, and you yell loudly, far beyond what you need to. Why did that bang me then?
It hits your head and just like down a bit, just like his afro.
It bounces back up toward the balcony.
It's just like a bouncy castle.
Emil goes into orc rage. Yeah.
What's up, Count Cramwell? Welcome in. Okay, so there's a
I'm
rope
not going first.
Fuck it, I'll go.
I guess
Okay.
I'm not that heavy. Is it?
Okay.
I scurry up the rope.
25.
I'll give you. I can give you all guidance to head up there.
You guys go
I'll-
first. If I
I'll
drop,
cut- if we go one at a time, I'll just cast guidance on each person that goes up until they get up, and then
Is
the
that
next person
cantrip?
can go. Yep.
I'm heading up.
Look at that.
Okay. Go ahead and
I
make
can't.
a dexterity check for me, please. Each one of you who's assembling it. If you have acrobatics, I'll take it. If not, then just dexterity.
Athletics.
Not athletics.
No?
Nope.
Man, I'm pulling my own weight.
You're like that guy in gym who could like pull the great rope and could do like hand over hand. It was like epically impressive.
Wait, what were you taking in addition to that?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics, if you have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was how I
Circus
used my
Maximus.
ninja,
I know.
like,
All of a sudden, it's
stare-
Cirque du Soleil. Hello.
You can add a D4 to it as well.
Wait, what? Sorry, Sod?
I'm giving you
A
guidance.
D4 for guidance.
So you can add a D4
Add
to
a
that as
D4.
well?
to
Yeah,
it, yeah.
you roll your check and then add a d4 to it. That's correct.
Okay.
It's such a good skill. I haven't been using it.
It
much.
was really,
It
really
really
handy.
is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Stuff
I'm not
like
going first.
swimming.
Whoever's going first, go ahead and do
Well,
it.
I think Ryuvi is if he ever
Yeah,
gets
Ryuvi
button.
is doing it.
I'm trying to figure out the roll. Sorry, I'm slow at this shit. Alright, give me up.
That's fine.
Oh, I'm the one giving him crap.
So I really
Alright, so
wanted
then
to-
I add 1D4 to that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That might get. It's probably a 10, which is just as you got.
Yeah, you're like, you kind of swing alarmingly, you know, but you manage to get yourself to the balcony. And by the way, Fifely is back on your shoulder? No.
No,
why
he's
not?
still on some
You
days.
actually-
Oh, he's,
I
yeah.
followed Cade. I was right alongside him.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you were on top there already.
Spider climb.
So
Okay.
You got a spider eye view.
Yeah,
of my
I figured you
ninja,
wouldn't
like,
have a problem with that.
dexterity, baby.
I had this image of
really
you
wasn't.
throwing down your webs too. Like, I'll help.
If I were a larger spider,
That could
like,
work.
Like a giant wolf spider, I would have just webbed up the side of the thing so they could just climb it.
Yeah. But anyway, so you're able to make it up, Ryuvi, and you kind of like pull yourself up front of the balcony.
Excellent.
Next. Grum. Go for it.
I've got to go. You got to go. I got to go last because
Why?
I can't give you guidance if you want some help.
Yeah, alright, okay.
That's correct, Netawin, and actually other skills dice throws besides just acrobatics, athletics. But yes.
13 plus 2, 15.
Yeah, you don't have you don't have any problem with it. You're able to get up over the rope again, hand over hand. You do like the legs out in front of you, like marine style, like whatever. So you get up to the top, pull yourself over, no problem. You're now on top of the balcony.
All right, my turn. Last one. Oh, you.
Oh my.
So you're like, I got it. Like you go up about 3 feet and then just slide down, bam, and like hit the ground. Let's see. You take,
Your butt.
Can
takes
I
one
can I
point of
cover
damage.
myself in?
you
is there
take
any
2
cover?
points of damage for that little fall on your
Now the
head.
back end of you is looking like the front.
It was looking so good. You're like, all right, guys, now I can do it. Da-da-da-da-da. So
You end up
course.
getting split like metal splinters in your butt from your corroded armor.
I whisper
Yeesh.
down loudly to tie yourself off, and we'll pull you up.
I don't know whether it
Yeah,
includes
little
spells.
bullies.
Actually, I'm not sure about that. Netawin.
I'm literally gonna. Is there any cover or anything I can hide behind to make sure that nothing's coming outside?
Out
I don't
here,
see
there's the
any
wood
cover
pile.
over there.
There is the wood pile.
I might quickly head behind it just to make sure that no one comes through the doorway. Is that
Okay.
right? Like just
Sure.
quickly pop over.
So you stumble over to the wood pile, rope
Just to
dangling
see.
away as you do, and you wait. And after about a good minute or so, nothing arrives. You think you might hear a whistling off in the distance? Something about.
All right, so I'll do it again. Let's do it again. Here we go. Some guidance. Let's do it.
I need it.
9.
That's 10.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, it's a 9. That's right. Oh,
It's a
I have
minus
-1.
So you're like,
Yeah.
I can get there. I can get. This time you don't fall on your head. You just like, oh, and then you sort of you do one of those. You like slide back down the rope again.
This
For
is
God's sake,
Cirque du
stay
Souffle.
here. I get off, slide down, tie yourself off.
Just
Tie it up now.
I'm gonna get back up
rope.
there. All right. I'll tie
worry
myself
about-
around it, and I'll wait for someone to pull me
So
up.
I
as you guys
remember
loudly
seeing
argue
this
with each
sketch
other-
in Three's Company. It was amazing.
Jack, twins, Swedish.
Come
now.
on, knock on a door. Come on, knock on. All right.
Pull the rope twice. That should be Samil's signal to pull him up.
Do you do so, Smil?
All right. What am I doing? Pulling?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Strength check. Let's go.
It's a
In
strength check,
before
but it's a
roll
pretty
one.
easy one.
Athletics.
Sure. I'll give you athletics for this one. Sure.
It's pulling heavy up.
In before one roll.
I know. Hey, it'll be just as good as Grom's if I do.
There you go.
I thought you were aiming
Daddy.
for a 2 there for a minute. I was like,
26. You launch him over the
Yeah.
roof.
just gonna say.
Samil just goes,
As it goes up, you hear again. It's gonna be a long, long time. He like soars. No, but you do. He ascends quickly, like zip, like right up to the top, and
me,
get up there, and that's awesome. But then the problem is, you find yourself when you're on the other side. Kate, I don't believe I heard you say that you were going up first.
No, they're gonna put the rope back down for me.
Well, I was just gonna say. So you're down there, like, all right, and you're down there.
No,
on the
we're
ground.
good.
All right, guys.
good.
Well, untie it, and we'll.
You're gonna
we'll
make
drop
me
down
do it
for
again.
Kate.
Yes,
Kate.
yes.
climb up the wall once.
We'll pull Kate up, both Samil and
Yeah,
I.
that's
Do it.
fine.
All right, so you drop the rope back down to him.
Yes. Crying out loud.
All right, go ahead. One
Ugh.
more strength check there, Smil.
Are you
Much
helping,
harder.
Grom?
Yep.
I will go into orbit.
Uh-huh.
One thing I can do is pull. I think I'm pretty good at that.
Woo!
Yeah, you are like,
Yeah, shoot up the wall.
no problem. And now we all find ourselves on the
Yay.
second
On the balcony.
floor.
Good
Yeah.
job, guys.
Success.
We didn't take the front door.
I
This
get that
here is the
armor.
Maltese balcony.
What are we doing up here, man?
Going
And now we go back
Stargazing.
down.
Ideally going in. Yeah, I wanted you to see the
He just
view.
wanted to show he
thought
could
it
do it.
was
Doors are locked.
magnificent.
All right, let's go through the front door now, guys. We
Well,
figured that one out.
Masterpiece Theater.
This was a test. You passed. All right, we're going back down.
Everyone jump.
Oh my God! Why is it?
Wait,
oh my
what?
God! What's happening?
Oh, you got,
Thanks to the
you got
creature.
stretched.
He's getting
Wild
stretched.
surge.
Oh my God!
You got a
stop
wild
it.
surge, man.
You're now two-dimensional.
What is happening?
All right, there
This
we
is
go.
terrifying. Arm,
Sorry.
stop it.
I'm sorry.
Now,
What
I
happens
probably-
when
man.
sizing
probably-
loses control?
I probably should have checked the door, which I did not do, but I'll do it now.
Okay,
Why
give me
does
just
the
a-
character
It
always
turns
have
out that it's just a
different hit
false
points
door,
every
and it's
single
not
time?
really a door at all. Okay, I
Neil, right
am
through the
just
wall.
going to reverse again control of these different things because
Mm-hmm. And we know that I'm a spider. You don't have to put the spider in.
all right. And let's see.
I've always thought of you as a spider.
Me too.
Trendane's so spidery.
Okay, you guys are now appropriately switched.
This is like Hitman, dude.
I was
Okay.
just gonna say, I
Right?
sexually identify as a spider. That joke. Like
No,
the
no,
attack
as
helicopter.
an attack,
Except
as an
it's
attack spider. Oh god. Okay, so you guys, you are now testing the door. Are you? What are you doing
On
with
the
the door?
left, you see an elevator. Ah,
Exactly. What are you doing with the door? Like, what are you?
I gotta
Gage,
check.
you're
See,
up.
I gotta check see if it's locked, which I didn't do when I was up in the first place.
That's a great
It
idea.
is not locked.
I'll keep my ear to it. Can I do a perception check just while
Sure,
he's
yes,
unlocking
you
it
can.
to make sure there's nothing?
Yes.
With your ear up against the thing, you can hear the thieves' tools going
I hit it. You hit it.
inside the lock.
Exactly. Here. Click,
I'm
click,
just
click.
I've got it like up there the whole time so I can hear any movement. The second
You-
that he starts trying to pick it, you know,
you
someone's
hear-
on the other side hears it.
You hear someone going, and then you realize that it's Samil
That's-
breathing. It's like,
So actually, is the door locked in the first place?
nope.
Okay, that's what I was like, okay, we're now gonna open the door.
The door is not locked. Apparently, they were not imagining a lot of people going this route.
Well, which I kind
Um,
of figured. I had a 50-50 shot exactly. I was like, really? They're gonna climb up this way?
Send in the spider.
Oh god, look at that beautiful,
Well, that's
beautiful
true.
reveal area.
Spider.
Look at that beautiful reveal area. That, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
know.
Yes.
Genius. Wow,
Nice. Scurrying back out.
It's dance
Guys, there's
floor.
a giant S in there.
Yes.
Exactly. S. Revealing a word that I won't say. Let's see.
Secrets.
Look at that B, guys. We'll start with an S.
Stairway.
School, stairway.
Samil?
It's my room.
Slip and
Welcome
slide.
home.
That's it.
This is Emil's room.
Yeah, so crack it open just enough for Trending to get inside.
There we go.
Quietly, slip inside.
All right, so
That's spider door.
Slip and slide? What are we doing?
Yes.
slip and slide. Okay. Here's what you guys see.
Wow,
So
One Piece.
there is a roaring fireplace churning out heat and light at one end of this spacious 30-foot-high chamber, the ceiling of which is buttressed by 10 wooden pillars carved as dragons. 5 large tapestries hang along the walls, and you can actually see the tapestries there. 2 on the west wall flanking a door, 2 on the east wall hanging side by side, and a particularly grand one dominating the south wall next to the fireplace. And the fireplace is right here.
Okay.
What will you do, Fifely?
Anybody in there? Or is it just that stuff? Hello?
Yes. Sorry. Oh, you're asking me? There was no, sorry.
You're the only person who can
I
tell
beg your
me.
pardon. I thought you were asking, is there anyone there?
Room's empty.
No, there does not appear
Oh,
to
that
be
was No
anybody
Man's
in
Sky. What's going on there?
there. Exactly. No, there appears to be no one else in here. Just the roaring fire that I mentioned before, and then the tapestries. But it seems to be unoccupied at the moment.
Okay. And I will scurry back out and down to Cade and land on his hand.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. What's up? Anyone in there?
You can just tap out.
One for yes, 2 for no. I believe that's standard answers, so... Thank you. All right. Come on, guys. Let's go inside. That's all we care
I'm gonna
about.
wait outside this time.
I'm gonna go inside.
Okay.
I'm
staying
gonna wait
outside.
outside until it's safe.
Yeah, me too.
What
What am I gonna do?
Hit things with your sword?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm right
burn my
outside,
ass.
baby.
Should
Don't
go
you worry.
inside.
Don't you
You
worry.
got what,
I'm
like
right here.
800 HP? Come on, get in there, big guy.
Just creep inside. Roaring fire. A little warm. Great.
Roaring fire. A lot of these,
Cobbles, that's interesting.
as I said, these different tapestries.
Yeah. The tapestries.
So there's a couple of things that are sort of interesting about these tapestries. Most of these tapestries show dragons hunting, killing, and feasting on lesser creatures. This one over here is blue dragons attacking a desert caravan. This one over here shows elves succumbing to a green dragon's gaseous breath weapon. This one over here shows a red dragon burning down what might be the castle ward of Waterdeep, you think, Cade? It certainly looks familiar to you. And Ryuvi also, if you're in there, although I don't think you are yet. I think it's just
I'm
Cade.
not.
And here you've got a black and white dragon circling over a cold swamp that is dotted with ruins. And the big tapestry over here shows something you're very familiar with, and that is a dragon with multiple heads. It is specifically, you know very well, Tiamat, the queen of evil dragons in all her glory, crowned in gold and silver. It is at least 35 feet wide and 20 feet tall, and it shows Tiamat crushing
holy
cities
crap.
and surrounded by adoring followers. And there's more to this thing. This thing looks like there is maybe gold and silver thread that has been worked into it, maybe gemstones. Like it's like, yeah, it's really, really impressive. And huge.
A cart. Sneal can carry it. He doesn't need his armor.
Yeah, right.
Well, I have actually been a pretty good haul on this trip so far, so I don't really need it. I just want it. This is a big room. This room is 20 feet high. Holy crap!
30.
All right, you big
30 feet
chickens,
high.
you can come
30 feet
inside.
high.
There's no one in here. Get
There's
in
that
here.
big S still
And
sitting
I-
there.
All
What
right,
do we do with
Neil,
that?
you go first.
On his hand.
I already
Sneal,
did.
you're
On his hand.
What?
And I point one leg at one of the pillars.
Yeah, they're dragons. What's your point? Dragon. List of useful parts. Yeah, there's 10 of them. They haven't come to life yet. They're not eating us. Am I missing something?
The last time dragon markings I'm like poking my head out here and going, dragon markings. there were traps like 2 times in a row now, guys.
Exactly, beautiful bear. I had this image of you being like, "What's that, Fifey?
Do you want to
Little Bobby is stuck down a well?"
Exactly. Check the ceiling. Check for traps.
Yeah.
I literally had 15 people ask me to check something at once. Who are we checking now? What's it again?
Everything. Checking everything.
Everything. Check everything.
Check everything. Were there any traps in the ceiling? Because apparently, Firefly was so suddenly concerned about it.
Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to head up there. It's 30 feet above. You're not going to be able to tell it from here.
I don't think I said I was pointing at the ceiling.
Well, you said
pointing at the pillars.
Yeah, well, I've been walking all around here and nothing's gone off. So I'm not. I literally, as he was talking about, I was literally like I was going through the Dragon Hall of Tapestries and I was looking at all of them. So I was kind of running all over the place. So nothing happened. I'm not too worried about it. And by the way, Firefly, you were with me. So
I just heard Arv take a deep breath. Hold that.
I'm gonna scurry down to the floor and start moving towards the door. The door back out onto the balcony.
The door back out to the balcony. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
Well, if Samil knows something, I'm going to follow him.
The one thing I'm going to check is these pesky columns. How lifelike are they, for example?
So they're nicely carved, but they certainly don't look like actual dragons preparing to spring to life upon you.
Any holes in them that might emit acid or flame?
Go ahead and make it. Which one are you checking? And first of all,
the one I'm standing next to right here.
Okay, make an investigation check for me. No, I take that back. Make a perception check. Sorry.
That's what I thought. That'd be a 13, Bob.
Not really. There's a couple of depressions in the like the eyes and things like that of the dragon, and there's like what looks like sort of the open of the mouth, carved, but nothing. There doesn't look to be like obvious holes that lead to some kind of mechanism.
What are they made of? Are they wood or marble or stone or what?
The pillars are made of wood. They are wooden pillars. Carved as dragons, and they're all identical from what you can tell.
Yeah, and so it's same color and everything. There's no.
Well, yeah, there's just wood. It's not painted. It's just like bare brown wood.
Are they facing certain direction? Or?
They are all facing. So all the ones that are on the top of this row are facing in towards the center of the room, and these are the opposite, facing in towards the center of the room. So the 10 pillars are facing each other.
Okay. And the only light is coming from the fireplace. Is that correct?
There is light that's coming from the fire. Yes, that's correct. In this room, and correct, and the windows on either side, right, and the doors that are currently open a little bit.
Well.
Also, by the way, as a programming note to everybody, we've got about 15 minutes or so before we're going to have to wrap up for the evening. For everyone in chat, I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. This is the Hoard of the Dragon Queen with the Infinity and Beyond crew, with the incredible crew of players that you see in front of you, specifically Trendane, Series Runner, John Helfers, Sod, and Rob from Game Crashers. These guys are doing a great job, and we are going to have a second session of this coming up on Tuesday night. So if you're like, I want to know more immediately, just wait a few days and you will get more on Tuesday. But with that said, make sure to follow all the things, support the Patreon, and do all that cool stuff. Okay, back we go. Gentlemen, what do you want to do?
Okay, well, let's... Samil, are you warming yourself by the fire?
I think he's falling asleep.
He's enjoying the fire.
That's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah. I'm looking at the door, since that seems to be the only way out of here.
Okay. So the
can I?
Let's see what we got over there. Yes.
Can, like after the cast, can you just remind me of the tapestries, and I'll just write them down because I don't want to go through it again because it was quite a lot, wasn't there?
Well, I can do it quickly.
Like I just want to write like in my notebook.
So
just,
up
like,
here,
the description in each of them.
Up here we've got a blue dragon. Blue dragon's attacking a desert caravan. That's like that's the northeastern side of the room.
Caravan.
Southeastern side of the room are elves succumbing to a green dragon's gaseous breath weapon,
which comes out of both ends, by the way.
Troubling.
What
Northwest side of the room.
Sorry, what was the green dragon one? Southeast.
Southeast, right over here. Yep.
Okay.
Northwest is a red dragon, which is burning down what might be some area. You don't know what it is exactly, but it looks like Waterdeep, possibly. That's in here.
Yep.
And then down to the bottom left is a black and white dragon circling black. I shouldn't say black and white. Black dragon and a white dragon circling over a cold swamp that is dotted with ruins. And then this last one is the big, mother of all tapestries Tiamat thing with like Tiamat just destroying things and ripping things up and blah.
Laying waste
Laying
to
waste.
things.
Indeed.
All right.
I have a feeling it might be important, so I'm just going to note it.
It's all good in the hood.
Okay. So now are you guys, you said you're heading out to the west?
Well, I'm at the door. I'm waiting for the rest of my party to join us.
Okay.
Hey,
We're here.
what is
What's up,
this
Smoke?
room like used for? Is it like a museum, kind of like just to look at the tapestries? Is
I
it-
mean, you don't know for sure, but it definitely looks as if it's a room that has... It doesn't seem particularly functional other than the fact that it's sort of dramatically highlighted and lit. And, I mean, typically a lot of these rooms tell stories. You don't know what story this is telling unless you want to start... Unless you want to actually kind of think a little bit more about what each tapestry might mean. In other words, you could do a history check if you wish to kind of get a sense of what each tapestry might be referring to. But that's typically what something like this does. It's to celebrate something, in this case, obviously dragons, and sometimes tell
like
a
a
story about it
museum.
as well. Yes,
Yeah, that's
kind
what
of
I
like
was
that.
thinking.
What is
Right.
this
Or
thing that
shrine.
Samil is standing in front of?
It's a fireplace,
Fireplace.
a big, large
It's a
sort of fireplace, yeah.
Do any of these tapestries stand out to me more than any of the others?
I mean, the Tiamat one, clearly. They all have their own unique qualities, but the Tiamat one just because of the size and the, the worth of it and all
Tapestry to
that.
rule them all.
Yeah.
Do I get any
I'd like
magical sense? Do I get any magical sense off any of the tapestries?
You don't... Well, make an Arcana check for me.
I can detect magic if you want and see if there's any magical presence.
It's not a bad.
That was good.
Nice.
You
yeah.
see all. You don't really sense any magic about these, no. They have some kind of significance, but they don't seem to be magical in any way. I know
Yeah,
you're
okay,
disappointed.
that was a good 20 right there to end the end the
I'm
evening off with.
gonna look behind the tapestries and just see if there's anything behind them.
Okay. So starting with like which one? Like
I'll start with the top right one.
okay. All right. So let's see. Make a perception check for me, please. Yeah, you don't really see anything back there. It seems to be along what's sort of like a bare wall. You can know, however, that the tapestry is heavy. This is not, thin. It's heavy material for sure.
Does the tapestry reach all the way to the ground?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna look behind each of them just
Okay.
to. see if it's
So
the
go
same.
ahead and make a perception check for the western wall, and then we'll do a final one for the Tiamat wall. There's a door. That's basically it. But you don't. Other than that,
And
it's
there's
just
a
bare
wall.
walls, basically. And then the last one would be for the Tiamat one. Same deal. Like it's very heavy. This one, however, the one thing you can say about this is that this is even heavier than the others because it's so big in part, and like it's stiff as well. So it's like the thread is very stiff. Like it's not just kind of an easy thing to kind of move. It's not just the thickness of it, but the material and presumably the thread used.
Do you note, guys, that this would be really funny hiding spots if someone, since it reaches all the way to the ground, we might be able to actually hide behind it if something goes
Yeah, they won't notice.
That's
the
a really good
depression.
idea.
wrong. Maybe, I don't know.
It is
It'd be funny then.
flush with a wall, but you could theoretically get behind it. It would be heavy and not the most comfortable thing in the world, but you could do it.
But I mean, if it comes to that, it's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Arv, can I hear anything past this door? If I put my
Go
ear
ahead and
up
make
to
a
it, or-
perception check for me, please.
Can I also
sorry.
start?
Did you say perception?
Yes, perception.
Can I also start casting a detect magic ritual spell?
Yes. So that one, you don't hear anything outside of this door per se. The fire on the inside of the room is kind of louder than a lot of stuff that might be outside of it, but you don't hear anything in particular like a passing patrol or anything like that. As far as the ritual is concerned, yes, it's you're going to take 10 minutes to do that.
Yep.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing while he's trying to come up with this ritual?
Okay, do we want to try to get a little bit more information about what's beyond this door?
It's our only option.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, Arv? I'm going to investigate the fireplace.
Okay. What do you want to?
Reception.
Oh, sorry.
Now let me ask: are you like reaching? Like, what do you do? Are like around the ends of it? or,
Yeah,
like,
it's
how
I'm gonna stick my hand in the fire and see if it feels warm.
okay.
No, I'm just gonna see if there's anything. I'm gonna look inside. I'd imagine
spark
that
of
living in
life.
greenness, I know how to build a fire and stuff. So I don't know. Anything
Okay,
that's
I got
built
you.
weird
Yeah, go ahead and
or
make a perception check then.
Secret handlebars in there or something.
Yeah, there's it definitely does not look like it leads to any kind of secret entrances or exits. It looks pretty much like what you think. The one thing you can say though is that this fire has been tended recently. This has not been the wood is fairly new.
Guys, I think we're in the single-handedly most boring room ever.
Well, let's fix that.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
is Fifely still with you?
No, I'm over by the door.
Oh, jeez. Well,
I crawled down to the floor and moved
was.
across.
Fifely. Everything's fine in here. Let's go.
Indeed.
Come over by this door. Let's see if we can't get a little bit more information about what's going on
I
around.
think he's a chicken spider. Never heard of one of those before.
Kate, do you want to examine this door to make sure that we can open it all right?
Examinating the countryside. Okay.
I will examine the door and make sure. Yeah. I don't know what word you're spouting, but yeah.
Examinating the peasants.
Perception. I
Yes.
take it.
I'm also going to do perception just to something like, if that's okay with you, Arv.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, drow making up. Nice.
Perfect.
Oh,
Nailed it.
Wait, that was
Just roll
nailed.
twice. Good.
All right.
You're like,
Alright.
it seems like a pretty normal door. I mean, from what you can tell, it doesn't seem like there's any crazy stuff going on with it. I mean, pretty much.
That's hilarious. Oh, what did I get for my 12, Arv? Anything, or was that me?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
What I
Yeah,
just
mine
gave you.
was.
Oh, you also got a
Door?
one. Yeah, Ryubi,
Not
you're
door.
like, guys. You turn around, you're like, right now in front of us, there's a door. I know you don't believe me, but I'm telling you, there's a door right there.
And I'm going to
You
start
believe
skittering
me?
back across the floor to the outside.
All right,
of
so
the
we
incompetence
got to open the door at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Shall we do
Right
this?
now.
fall
Well,
asleep
no.
again.
All we're doing is opening it
Yeah.
just wide enough for the spider to go out because of 10-minute ritual over here. So.
Oh, what is the ritual?
You can scout around a bit. Just
Yes, that's what I
just
mean. But
I'll
I'm
be-
saying we're not all traipsing into the hallway. That's my point.
Yeah.
So he's doing detect magic. The real
Spider
detect
boy.
magic. Yes.
Okay. So the door is not
Spider.
locked,
Spider.
and you were able
Yeah.
to open and discover.
So whatever a
Another
spider
door.
Stairway.
to hell.
Stairway to heaven.
Oh, sorry.
And there seems to be a stairway that's kind of spiraling, and I believe it's spiraling.
Wildly out of control.
Let me make sure. Spiraling.
Looks like it's spiraling
This
down.
map is not logical. Yes, it's spiraling down. Okay, that's what I thought. Yes, that staircase seems to be leading down to what you would guess would be the first floor. And then you've got this corridor right here with a door right opposite you, and it extends farther to the south down here. It looks like there's maybe another door down there. And actually, I'll take that back. You can see far enough because it's pretty well lit. All the way down here, all the lonely places. You see
Another door.
This reminds me of all the
yes, a door
all the
down there.
things I looted in Baldur's Gate and the inns.
Mhm.
Just go door to door and
Yep.
loot everything.
With nobody saying anything as you steal the
Nobody
rhythm blind.
saying
They're just like, hey, thanks. That was
They're in there,
that was my kid's
and you
college
loot
fund,
them.
but don't worry about it. It's fine. Thanks. I wasn't going to use that.
Hey,
Hey, God, Nuber. Hey, do you know in Baldur's Gate, the Siege of Dragonspear, Nuber returns? There's a Nuber. There's like,
I
hey,
saw the plans.
hey. I was like, oh, God. I'm playing through it right now on GOG, so.
Oh, I thought we were going to co-op it.
The 2025. Yeah,
Oh, we can
sorry,
still
dude.
do
it was
that. We can still do that. That's no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. 5, 10. Yeah, I kind of forgot actually. Sorry, I was playing it with the pen and pixels things. 10, 15, 20. So about 40 feet to the south is another door, and then the corridor turns east.
Okay.
So stairs up top and 3 doors down. Haha.
We're eventually
Bum,
gonna
bum.
run into someone, by the way.
Well, yeah, it's only a matter of time. I'm thinking, unless they're all on vacation or something.
I don't know what we're gonna do when we find them, but
Oh, that's a good call, Nat.
Well, yeah, because we did come in an orthodox way. That's true. Although we could say we were just giving our homage to the dragons or something. I don't know. We are supposed to be cultists. We should act the part. So
all right. So go ahead, Tron.
I skitter back in and looking at the rest of the crowd, I go, and that's where we'll come back on Tuesday.
This is what I discovered. I do want you to finish up that ritual first, so we don't have that hanging over our head there.
Poop out some directions, quick! Poop out some directions.
Give us give us what this is the detect magic, right?
Yep.
So there is definitely magic that is radiating from this floor, although it's not entirely clear where locationally. In this room, though, there's not anything that's obviously magical. So there is a sense of faint magic outside the borders of this room, not really so much in the room.
Yeah, so it's like it's reading something down below. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
the same floor,
or the same floor, but elsewhere, just not in this particular, whatever it is, 20 by.
Well, that lasts 10 minutes,
area.
so while we're searching around.
Yeah, I figured as much, because that way that'll be a good place for us to start, where you guys are figuring out where you're going to go on this second floor, which I think was fairly productive, guys. You made friends with the troll, and
yes,
you got out, you found yourself in a new environment.
Yes. On the next episode of Infinity and Make It Up as we go along.
And you guys are now infiltrated on the second floor of this place.
5th level, baby.
Yes, it really did. And you guys, are were 5th level because you was a little bit behind in terms of making you guys the right level. So you guys are now a little bit closer to that place. But great job tonight, guys. You did very well. And I hope that chat enjoyed it as much as I did. Starting down at the other side, besides coming back to join us on Tuesday for the next session. Yeah, no fights, I know. But we had a lot of fighting the last couple of sessions, Net, so I don't feel guilty about that.
Oh, man, we had...
Welcome to the Arvanauts.
Just imagine if we had gone through the front door.
Yeah, that might have changed things around. Or if you had failed with a suggestion on the troll.
3 sessions of fighting.
Yeah, so you had a lot of sessions of fighting before. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it, Classic. It's cool. So, we'll start with Rob. Rob, when you're going to be casting, you said probably tomorrow, I believe, you said?
There's a good chance. I'm feeling better enough at this point that I should be able to cast something of the 3 games that I've been holding on to for dear life the last couple of casts. But yeah, so what the hell did I say in the opening? Oh, right, yeah. Yes, friends, GC Darkside Rob of Game Crashers channel. You can check me out at twitch.tv/GameCrashers. I'm currently in the middle of playing through the Neo beta demo, whatever the hell they're calling that crazy awesome thing, as well as a little bit of the Deus Ex, and the other game that I was going to be playing was Abduction, which is the new Cyan joint, which is from the Mist Riven people. In fact, the same people, the Rand brothers, are still around working on that stuff, which is fucking awesome for them. After a very successful Kickstarter campaign, so I'm very much looking forward to play that one. I will probably play that and Neo tomorrow, just because
that'll be fun. I want to tune in to see Abduction. It should be fun.
It should be a lot of fun. I don't know that I will be able to stick with Deus Ex tomorrow, but I will try to pick up Deus Ex again during the week. And just some other cool stuff that I am currently in development on. I started working on some graphical overlays for the music casts, a long talked about musical casts that I've been trying to do, but I've been busy working on music and not casting it, so I got to try to change that. But yeah, that's it for me. Hope to see you guys there, and I thank you guys so much for being here tonight, watching this insanity that has occurred in front of your very eyeballs and eardrums. Thank you for being here.
Good stuff, man. Saad, when are we going to see you next, now that you're finished with Bioshock Infinite?
Oh, I started streaming Binary Domain. I did it yesterday.
Probably going to... Cool.
Might do it tonight. I've got to depend on family stuff, it's also... once a week you got to do a million chores around the house. It's today as well, but
yeah,
I'll be finishing Binary Domain next few days, and then going back to Pillars, finishing that, and then starting up some more games. So yeah, check out my channel, guys. Sod_. Yeah, around usually around 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Time, which is like 4 a.m. for you guys.
Yeah.
Something crazy like that.
Which is like
Accurate.
crazy
Yeah.
talk.
So if you need early morning stuff, I'll probably be on.
Very cool.
And that's it.
Very, very cool. John, what is there anything else you can announce as stuff that you're doing or not?
Unfortunately, no. I am working with. I can say that I'm working with Paradox Games again, which I'm looking forward to quite a bit.
Oh, nice.
A new project, but
Warlock
I
2 people.
can't. Yeah, but I can't speak about what it is. Hopefully, I'll be able to probably by the end of next month, I think. But it's pretty exciting. New game they're doing looks awesome. If I can, maybe we can do an evening where you can run it on one of your shows, Arv, when the time is right.
Okay, lovely.
Other than that, I gotta just editing, and trying to squeeze some more writing in there for my own, and that's pretty much it.
Awesome. You know, I actually wanted to say, I think it was the Warlock 2 stream that brought George Ledoux, who had done the work on that, over to this channel. And it was through that George ended up working with us. And, of course, George then became a vital part of the Icarus audio stuff and, of course, the Our Vocalist. So it was good stuff.
Bringing people together.
Bringing people together.
Absolutely.
That's what you are.
That is really cool, though.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was pretty cool.
You really are a man of the people, John.
I try. I'm huge among the people. Huge. Yeah, exactly.
Series, what I wanted to ask you is when the next part of yours is going to be publicly available. I know you got the first couple parts you'd showed us, but when's part 3, available if you're able to, or are you waiting until the whole thing is out?
Yeah, so as far as the actual video, the only thing that's out is what I had done when I graduated. So no one's seen, at least you guys haven't seen scene 2 or 3 so far. Okay. But I do have, I meant to pull it up, but I'll just do it Tuesday since it's only a few days away. But I made it is a wallpaper for the second half of scene 3 that shows off the environment.
Yes.
And I think it's probably the best environment I've made so far. So I'll definitely have that ready for Tuesday to put in chat for you guys.
Awesome. I am looking forward to seeing it. That's awesome, man. Cool.
Yeah.
I dig it. And we're going to see you in just a few days, as we said.
Yep.
And that leads us, last but certainly not least, to Trent. Trent, I'm going to see you, of course, Tuesday. But before that, you got anything going on with... Well, Bulkheads is not Mondays, right? Or Sundays. It's Wednesdays?
No, tomorrow is the other D&D stream that I'm cheating on you.
Exploding Dice, right. Yes.
Yes. That'll be tomorrow.
Trendane, you hussy.
Yes, where Trendane plays Rob's character.
You RPG hussy, you.
Well, it's not quite Rob's character. I mean, the Russian thing, yes, but he's a fighter, so he's sort of like
insult to that. I'm a fighter in my own way. Okay.
Sorry.
Magic missile.
So I'm kind of in the same situation as John. Most of the stuff that I'm working on, I can't really talk about. I mean, I'm narrating your book, but that's slow going. And you've got chapter 2 to review now.
Yes, I do.
And hopefully at some point the powers that be will get back to us on a question.
Jesus, I know
that we've had. Yeah, I know.
I'm just gonna keep texting them and be like, could you answer my damn question? Don't wait for the translation.
Oh God, we're gonna burn that thing into the ground.
Swear to God, man.
It's going over. So there's that. There's Bulkheads, which was previously mentioned, which is a Star Citizen fictional TV show within the Star Citizen universe. So it's kind of a bit of Inception in that it's crazy. Anyway, it's a fictional show within the already fictional universe of Star Citizen. So and that's on if you follow that on Twitter, bulkheads_SC, or I don't remember what the YouTube thing is. You can probably just look up Bulkheads and you'll find it. And myself, you can follow on Twitter at Trendane. I'm pretty much Trendane everywhere. So
by the way, I was going to say, speaking of that, I don't know if anybody saw it. I saw the Star Citizen Gamescom play demo, the gameplay demo. Mm-hmm. That I have to say, I have been somewhat of a skeptic about Star Citizen because I just I just want that action. That was extremely impressive. Like the seamlessness. Oh my God, the seamlessness of getting in the ship, getting off the ship, going down, meeting with a dude in some bar on a space station, leaving there, going out. I mean, it was pretty sick. I can't wait to play the game in 2025, but it was pretty sick. I mean,
yeah, the current version of the build that I played, which was 2.5, they haven't released 3 yet. 2.5 is still a little rough.
Yeah.
It's still a little rough.
Yeah.
What for 175 million? That's what you get a little rough.
I know. Well, listen, it's because they're doing so much at
175
once.
million.
You know, there's a lot that's involved.
I think someday
I
that
think
game will be
100
really
frustrating,
awesome.
121. That's what it is.
But I mean, you
121?
know,
Okay.
I'm cautiously optimistic about Star Citizen. I will say
I
that
am
much.
more
I
so
really
now
want it to
after
be
I
good.
saw that gameplay
I
demo.
really want it to be good. I'm looking forward to seeing what Alpha 3.0 will be based off of that Gamescom video.
I mean, I want it to do well because it does. I mean, it's
yeah.
just, you know, I want it to do
because I
really
need an
well,
excuse to spend $400 on a fucking Thrustmaster Warthog.
Oh God!
With
I thought you were
pedals.
talking about like ship. You know, like that's a scout ship in the game.
No, I'm gonna get the ships the old-fashioned way. Good old-fashioned grinding the game into
earning
the ground.
them up. That's the way to do it. Well, it's going to be fun times, guys. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun times. Gentlemen, great job tonight. Congratulations on reaching level 5. And I will catch all of you wonderful people on
She always shows up at the right time, at the very end.
Tuesday evening.
Right at the end.
Hello, Lily. But good to see you guys, and I will catch you guys on Tuesday night.
Hungry?
Thank you, Arv.
Sounds
Good to
good,
see
man.
you guys
Thank
in
you,
chat.
Arv.
Nicely done again, Arv.
Crunchies?
Thank you. Pleasure,
Awesome as
pleasure.
usual.
Catch you guys soon.
Take care. Night.
Alrighty. So that's going to take care of that. Wait a second. No, what the freaking heck? The thing with the stuff, with the business. Okay, let's get rid of this, get rid of this, and where's my webcam? There we go. So, thanks guys, everybody else. Carpe Diem. I had my Seize the Dungeon Master shirt going on. That was a lot of fun. As I said, I really enjoyed these guys. They really, you know, it's been a lot of fun to work with them in this campaign. The chemistry is really good, and there's a lot going to be happening. There's stuff is going to go down, okay? So you guys need to be ready for it, for when that stuff actually goes down. But I had a great time, and I hope you guys did too. If you like what you saw and heard, don't forget to follow the stream. Don't forget to support the channel by subscribing to the YouTube channels, !ArvTube. Check out and subscribe to become a part of the Steam group, !Steam group. And of course, support the Patreon, which is currently sitting at 501, which is amazing. I'm going to be coming up with new goals sometime next week for 550 and 600, but it's going to be awesome. So definitely do that. You get some good things. The channel gets some good things. Everybody gets some good things. Wizardry 8, of course, will be coming soon because, assuming we maintain that $500 level once we get past the first. So !ArvTreon for that. That would be awesome. So that's all I need to say about that. Tuesday, remember, I'm going to be back on GOG playing Baldur's Gate Siege of Dragonspear, continuing my playthrough there. And then in the evening, we're going to be continuing with this campaign, starting right around 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing this campaign as we continue to move through the latter portions of Hoard of the Dragon Queen. If you like what you saw and heard, as I said, don't forget to follow and support the Patreon. And we're going to be doing a raid, which is like this. What we do raids is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Old Habit, not Volcania, Twitch RPG. That's what I actually meant to say, was Twitch RPG. That is something you want to do, but only do that when you hear my audio outro, okay? So please don't do that until you hear my audio outro. Then you can let that drop like a mighty stream, but please don't do it until then, because that wouldn't work out so well if you didn't. All of a sudden I realized that I've got that up there, so let me sign out of this so we don't have the sound of the winter in the background, although I really like that sound effect. It's very peaceful. Cool. Okay, so we are going to head over and do this raid, and again, the key is to let that happen only when we hear the audio outro, but please do not do so before. Before we do that, though, I want to thank everybody for having made this an awesome, awesome stream. And I want to thank everybody who made this so cool to be a part of. Thank you guys to my regular mods. Thanks to my mods, I should say. Thank you to Backburner, to Dragonspear, to Netowin, to Series Runner, of course. Thanks to the series, and to Thorg. Great job tonight, guys. As always, pleasure to have you guys as mods. You are the best. Thank you to my regulars, to Apples, Axeman, Beautiful Bear, and a Tutu. Welcome back, Beautiful Bear. Thanks for stopping in. Don't be a stranger. Thank you to Big Boss. Thank you to Black Belt. Thank you to Classicor. Good to see you again, Classicor. Thank you. Thank you to Diamond Splicer. I hope you like what you saw and heard, Diamond Splicer, and will consider following the stream and supporting the Patreon if you can. Thank you to Divinorium, to EKEG, to Electrical Skateboard, to Ember Cosmos, to Firesnake Aries. Thanks for the host, Firesnake. To Game Crashers, great job tonight, Rob, as always. Thank you to Glip Clop, to Glob Monkey, to Jagtrist, to Jedi Knight, to Kilgore Trout. Thank you to Megaduce Floor, to Mercurius, to Mr. Mano, to Nonstop, Obme, PKD Fan, Poltergeist Zero, Radio Johnny Panda. Thanks as always, John. Thank you to Roix. Thank you to Sod. Thank you to Trendane. Again, thanks Sod, and Trendane. Great job tonight, guys. And thank you to Uncle Elias. It was a pleasure to have all of you guys here as always. And Uncle Elias, always appreciate the tweeting and the retweeting that you do as well, my friend. Thank you. With that said, we're now going to head off to do our raid. And again, do not do this until you hear my audio outro. We are going to Baki Hanma. Baki Hanma is playing some retro. I think he's playing Venom, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to go over there and give him some love as soon as you hear my audio outro. That's it for me. What's up, Duty? Yeah, sorry, man. We're just signing off. That's it for me. I'll see all you wonderful people on Tuesday night, 4 p.m. Eastern for Baldur's Gate Siege of Dragonspear over at GOG, and then back here at around 8 p.m. Eastern, right back here, when we will continue the D&D stream for the last stream of August before we head into the fall, the winter, the fall semester, September, and on like that. Thanks, everybody, so much. And don't forget, last thing, ! Greyshade. If you haven't already done so, please consider pre-ordering the hardcover edition of Greyshade. It's a special limited edition coming out with the Ed Greenwood Group. We're going to have a special event related to it. So please, please, please consider doing that if you haven't already. ! Greyshade will give you the details. Collector's edition, people, is what we're looking at for this hardcover edition. So hopefully you consider supporting that if you have the possibility to do so. Thank you all so much. Love you all. You're the best viewers on Twitch. Wait for that audio outro, then let's do the raid, and I'll catch all you wonderful people on Tuesday. Until then, have a good couple of days. Be good to each other. Have a good night.
Well, do you remember when the world was fresh and new? When it all seemed clear to you? When your aim was straight and true? Well, your mind untroubled by the questions in the dark, content to play your part, open pathways to your heart. Well, your life untainted by a host of broken dreams. When all your acts were queens, understood all that it means. Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh, yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. Go on and search now through your pile of broken lies, and your set of fake goodbyes, another cynical disguise. When will they catch you? All those little things you said, will it turn around instead? Blame the voices in your head. With all your subtle language, try and turn your life around. If your center gets unwound, you do your best to slow things down. And if you feel things that you never felt before, things that shook you to your core, a shattered truth you can ignore. Oh, yes, you're gonna fly away from here, when the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. vision when you got to